Greetings and welcome to my little corner of YouTube. My name is Lindsey Pogue. I'm the author of the Post-Apocalyptic and fantasy series, North Chronicles. This is Midnight Sun, the third installment of the series. So if you have not listened to The Darkest Winter or The Longest Night, I highly recommend, implore you to, so that you get a full experience with these characters and this world that I've created. Please remember to like and subscribe. And if you have any questions about this series, reading order, or where you can buy forever copies or join my reader group, it's all in the description below. Without further ado, enjoy the rest of the crew's adventure in Midnight Sun. 2 parts, 2 very long parts, so be sure that you don't get lost along the way. See you on the other side.
Midnight Sun, Savage North Chronicles, Book 3, an ending world novel. Written by Lindsey Pogue, narrated by Sarah Ruth Thomas and Luis Bermudez.
Prologue. Elle. Everything is flourishing in this area right now, Stanley said, scratching his cheek as he surveyed the covered side yard outside the first cell block. I hate to move it all. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a tic of his I'd come to notice when he was either deep in thought or nervous. If I'd been told a year ago that my life would be so completely altered now, I wouldn't have believed it. But here I was, inspecting a makeshift greenhouse in the walls of a state-of-the-art prison, our fortress and second home. It had taken months for all of us to get to know one another, especially since our first meeting with the prison crew had been Sophie and me locked in a jail cell here at the prison against our will. All of that was sorted now, though, and despite the time it had taken us to get to know one another's quirks, it had only taken weeks for us to learn to trust one another, especially when we shared a common threat, General Harrodson. "Do you think I have to?" Stanley asked. I bent down to test the moisture in the soil, admiring Stanley's hard work. The beanstalks and tomatoes inundated the northern corner after weeks of trial and error, looking for just the right spot. I wasn't sure if it was Stanley's patience or if he had a green thumb, but he was a much better gardener than Woody, despite his many failed attempts over the summer. But then, Woody was so scatterbrained, I wasn't all that surprised. The place was silent without him, without them. I told myself I couldn't dwell on Jackson being gone, even if it was lonely without him. He'd become my other half, the warm body beside me in bed, and my daily reassurance that what we were doing, that all we'd accomplished, was right. I wished he'd come home. "Elle?" Ross prompted, and when I looked up, I realized he and Stanley were both staring at me. "I assume we should move it," he said. "But I'm not the head landscaper around this joint," he joked. "Oh, sorry." I looked at Stanley with a quick nod. "Yes, as frustrating as it is, when the time comes, I think the garden should be moved indoors. Unless we want to turn this old workout area into a greenhouse, like ours at the farm. Then you'll be able to plant here year-round." "Elle!" I froze as a voice cried my name, and a cold chill trickled down my back. I glanced around the side yard. "Elle?" Ross's voice held the same concern that made the hair on my arms and neck stand on end. "Are you okay? I swear your skin just turned 10 shades paler." He shifted the rifle hanging over his shoulder and leaned closer. I swallowed thickly. "I could have sworn I heard someone call my name." Stanley and Ross looked at one another. "Perhaps you should sit down, Miss Elle," said Stanley, but I shook my head as they began to fuss over me, and I pushed Ross's hand away. "Something's wrong," I told them, even if I didn't understand it. There was a voice in my head. It said my name. My heart began to pound in my chest, and I tried to catch my breath. It made no sense. I'd never heard anyone's voice in my head, and somehow it seemed familiar and urgent. "Miss Elle, sit down for a moment," Stanley insisted. "Elle! Hurry!" I whipped around, frantically searching for the voice, though I knew it was for naught. "Hurry? What? Where?" "Elle, you're scaring the shit out of me," Ross chided. "Jackson will kill me if you lose your mind while he's gone." I clutched his arm, my fingers pressing into his flesh as I tried to convince myself I wasn't crazy, and how somewhere, deep down, I knew it was somehow linked to the kids. Something's wrong. Without another second of hesitation, I reached for my pistol, holstered on my hip, and ran through the side yard toward the truck. As Thea and Sophie's faces flashed to mind, my fear and dread were dwarfed by a sudden ferocity I'd never felt and the resolve to get to them. "Hurry up!" I shouted, but Ross and Stanley's frantic footsteps and my voice were barely audible as every flame-enveloped nerve inside me turned cold with deadly determination. If someone hurt them, I would set their world aflame. Part 1. A year earlier. August. 1. Sophie.
"Where was she, RV-01?
The general demanded, eerily calm. He clasped his hands behind his back, a telltale sign he wasn't pleased, and turned away from the young woman. I saw it all through Stanley's mind as clearly as if it was my own. He was General Harrison's truth guard, after all, part of an entourage that was never to leave the general's side. I, or Stanley, rather, was there for the sole purpose of confirming RV-01 was telling the truth. Despite whichever words followed, I knew the general had already made up his mind to do something terrible. Harrison leaned against his cluttered desk.
"She was in your charge. I gave you very specific orders."
Even if I didn't know the missing regent's purpose, I knew the general had one intended for her. He had a purpose for everyone at the colony, a designated role in his capital of the new United States. His word was law, which was why he was so displeased with RV-01. The regent's eyes lowered with shame. "Yes, Father. I know I have let you down."
"Yes, you have."
She was in the cafeteria. "CL-01 is new," she said, and drew in a slow breath, devoid of much apprehension, because the poor girl had no idea what was coming next. She did not understand why she must wait. I was only in the restroom a few minutes. I do not know why she left. Every robotic word was a reminder of all that he'd done to her, and it had taken me weeks to get used to the way the reanimated humans spoke after they were brought back to life. Their minds were wiped clean. Their knowledge of the world was only what the general, their father, allowed it to be during programming. Their abilities were what was important, not pesky memories, as the general had called them. Memories led to feelings, which led to independent thoughts. And the last thing Harrison wanted was a Spartacus situation. The general looked at me for confirmation that RV-01 was being truthful. I dipped my chin. Of course the poor creature was telling the truth. She knew nothing different. But in this, her naivete might get her killed. Again.
"Interesting,"
the general mused. And he sat down in his leather desk chair, calm and collected as always. I saw the glint of satisfaction of what was to come in his cold, gray eyes. "I will speak with her, Father. I will determine the right course of action."
"No, you won't. Your carelessness is unacceptable. Grant!"
he called, not sparing her another glance. The door opened, and I held my breath, my stomach churning as bile rose in my throat. "Sir?" Grant's angled features were hard-set and determined. "Take RV-01 to the interrogation room," he said so nonchalantly, chills rolled down my spine. "Make sure she realizes how important my orders are and what happens when they're not obeyed." "Father," RV-01 stepped forward. "I will—" "No," he said, his voice flat. He finally looked at her. "And never let this happen again. I won't be as kind next time." Then he glanced at me, as if her punishment was also to serve as a reminder of what would happen to me if I were ever to disobey him. The general's gaze flicked to Grant. "If she struggles, do it again." The guard obediently gathered the regent's hands behind her back, with more force than was necessary. Words locked up in my throat, my tongue a rutted stone in my mouth. I wanted to beg his forgiveness on the regent's behalf, but I was too much of a coward. I didn't want her fate to become my own, and I turned on my heels and followed Grant toward the interrogation room. As the three of us made our way down the vacant hallway, I wasn't sure which was worse: the ominous sound of our footsteps, or the fact that RV-01 put up no struggle at all. Regents no longer had previous life experiences to draw from. I knew that much. But they still felt fear, didn't they? They still had to have feelings, even if they couldn't understand them. Clearing my throat, I clasped my hands behind my back and followed Grant and RV-01 to the door of the cement room that housed the worst atrocities committed in the colony. Despite my internal panic, I could not let such things show. The general could not know my allegiance wavered, or I would be interrogated instead of the regent. The door swung open before Grant could reach for the handle, and Dr. Wesley stepped out. Her striking teal eyes narrowed imperceptibly. "Doctor," I said in greeting, and Grant and I both nodded politely. If General Harrison was the father of the new United States, Dr. Wesley was the mother, and there was a flash of uneasiness in her eyes when they locked on RV-01, her first successful child in the new world she and her husband were creating. For a fleeting moment, I thought the doctor might demand the girl be let go. Instead, Dr. Wesley stepped out of the way. "As you were," she said, and without another moment's pause, she walked past us and disappeared down the hall, leaving Grant and me alone with the regent. My gaze didn't settle on the vials, utensils, and syringes set up along the counter and surrounding carts, but on the giant tub of water beside the long wooden table in the center of the room. My palms were slick, and my hands knotted behind my back as I tried to keep myself from having any sort of visible reaction. RV-01 didn't fight Grant as he shoved her onto the table. "Lay down," he ordered. "And rest assured, if you were lying to the general in there, I will get the truth out of you." "She wasn't lying," I reassured him. But Grant ignored me, because Grant didn't care about what was true or humane. He was Harrison's enforcer, and all he cared about was what the general willed him to do with his mind control, which was to punish. Grant restrained RV-01's feet first, then strapped her arms at her side, before the hydraulic mechanism in the table clicked on and hummed to life. It was only seconds, painstakingly slow, horrific seconds, before she was tilted downward, her feet angled above her head. She lay there, completely lifeless and compliant, as Grant draped a square linen cloth over her face and tucked it under her head. Then, he lifted a pitcher of water from the water barrel and began to pour. As abhorrent as it was, I couldn't look away. The regent gasped for air as the water splashed over her face, one picture after another. The gurgling, the choking. Her body thrashed as she gasped for air. I could feel my lungs constricting in my chest, pulling for the air she couldn't breathe. She was drowning. "That's enough," I said, and took a step forward. "You'll kill her if you don't let her breathe." Grant's soulless eyes cut straight through me with a sneer. "What was that, Stanley?" he taunted. I said that's enough. She's learned her lesson, I'm sure. His shoulders straightened, and he popped his neck. Like the monster inside him was so close to the surface, he had to force what human parts of him were left back into place. "Are you suggesting I defy the General's orders?" "No. You've done what he asked. She's not struggling against you, she's choking." "Do you want me to tell Harrison you're not letting me do my job, Stanley?" He bit out my name like I was one of his many playthings he was allowed to torment. Forcing myself to remain calm, I narrowed my eyes at him. "He'll be displeased if you kill her." Grant glanced down at the region as she drew in one lungful of air after the other in her reprieve. He considered stopping, but then he grinned and picked up the pitcher again. "Just once more." My eyes flashed open and I gasped, trying to catch my breath. Despite the cool air that bit at my nose, my body was drenched in sweat, and I pulled air into my lungs like it wouldn't reach deep enough. Blinking, I stared above me and licked my lips. "I'm okay." My tumbling heartbeat proved it. I was in the tent. Its blue nylon top arched a few feet above me. "We're camping. Everything is fine." It was the first hunting trip I'd been on in the 3 months since we decided to settle in Whitehorse for good, and the clawing fear, General Harrison, the destroyer of humanity himself, was only a dream. For now. But that wasn't completely true. They weren't just dreams. They were bits of memories that burrowed their way into the cracks in my mind, wriggling around until they found their way out again, and I shuddered. Shutting my eyes, I let out a steadying breath and brought my hand to my forehead. We all knew that as long as the man behind the world-ravaging virus breathed, none of us would ever be safe. It hadn't been an accident or natural selection, but part of a tyrant's lifelong plan to create the world as he wanted it. The lengths the general had gone to in order to implement the first phase of his plan were decades in the making. But it was the second part of his plan, the unknown, that scared us the most. If there was anything I'd learned about Gregory Harrison through Stanley's memories, it was that the general had a plan and purpose for everything he did. Only we weren't certain yet how survivors and their abilities fit into his plans now. Since meeting Woody, Stanley, and Phil, all that we'd learned about the general and the virus lingered in the everyday, in every shadow. Unlike the rest of them, though, I knew the dullness of Harrison's eyes. I knew the harsh reserve of his tone and his constant displeasure. Through Stanley, I knew more than the nuances of the virus. I knew every inhumane, unthinkable step General Harrison had taken to make his vision a reality, and it was terrifying. But unlike me, Stanley didn't have the luxury of waking up from the nightmares, because the memories were his to bear, and I pitied him for that. With another steadying breath, I turned my head to ensure the others were still asleep on their pallets beside me. Phil snored softly on the other side of the tent, his sleeping bag pulled over his face. Jackson wasn't on the pallet beside him, and when I looked at Bo, his eyes were open, heavy with sleep as he blinked lazily at me. "Did I wake you up?" I whispered with an apologetic smile. It was hard to tell what I'd said in my dreams. Bo bowed his head slightly. "Are you okay?" His voice cracked from disuse. I pulled his sleeping bag further up around his neck to keep him warm in the chilly air, and ran my hands softly through his hair. Yes, I'm fine. I promise. It was just a bad dream. Go back to sleep, okay? Bo might not have believed me, but his eyelids went out, and they flitted closed again. Sitting up, I listened for movement outside the tent. Owls hooted from somewhere up in the trees surrounding us, and leaves rustled in the breeze. Then I heard the quiet crackling of embers, and I imagined Jackson outside, stoking the early morning fire. I unzipped my bag and let out a deep breath. Having slept in my clothes, I was already dressed, and I climbed to my feet. I'd never been a country girl, but things changed pretty fast when you lived in the Yukon. Giant prehistoric-looking insects, dirty hair, cuts, and bruises were all part of life now. And even if I would never come to terms with what I could only assume were alien spiders the size of my palm, I was adjusting well enough to the rest. I had to. Hunched over in the tent's confinement, I unzipped the door and met Jackson's gaze across the fire. His elbows rested on his knees as he poked at the embers, eyeing me carefully. His beard made his dark features appear ominous in the pre-dawn light, but I knew better. I stepped out into the frigid morning as discreetly as I could, careful not to step on Luna's black tail, as the wolf lay curled up beside the tent, keeping watch over her human. She and Bo had become inseparable. I closed Phil and Bo back up inside the tent to get another hour or so of sleep, and pulled my boots on, leaving the laces untied.
Dreams again?
Jackson said, his voice low. He could be a formidable presence when he wanted to be, but beneath Jackson's dependable protectiveness, he was a teddy bear. Yes, I admitted. He glanced at the percolator sitting beside the fire.
There's enough coffee for one more cup,
he offered. If the pot was nearly empty, it meant he'd been up for a while already. I walked around the fire to where he sat on a fallen log. I didn't talk about my dreams with anyone other than Stanley most of the time, because unlike everyone else, he'd seen what I'd seen. He lived through what the others had only heard about. And sometimes, I confided it in Phil because he was easy to talk to and be around. He didn't have a past he wanted to forget about like Alex did. In fact, Phil wanted to remember everything. His mother and sister who he'd been vacationing with in Whitehorse, and everything about his life before the virus. If anything, he wanted to learn from it all. He wanted to grow, and was determined to be stronger and ready for next time. Like me. I sat down beside Jackson, keeping a couple of feet between us. A buffer was something I always built in these days. That way, everyone else didn't have to. And it was just easier. Though my ability to open and close the memory floodgates had grown a little stronger in the past few months, thanks to Stanley helping me practice, accidental transference in this case was more than a smudge on a piece of paper. It was more like an incriminating fingerprint people didn't want to leave behind. The world the way they experienced it, and all the thoughts and feelings that went along with it. Is it weird to be homesick? I asked, since we had only been away from the others a couple of days. Without Bo and Thea's bickering, Alex's warm laughter, and Elle's endless tasks of things to do around the lodge, my mind wandered more than I liked it to.
No,
Jackson said with a small smile.
It's not weird at all.
He had bad dreams too. They were different though, and filled with monsters of his own making. He dreamed of his dead wife, Hannah, and baby Molly, which left him with a hearty dose of survivor's guilt each and every time. I knew part of him yearned for his life before, and that he wondered how different things would be if Hannah had lived. But he was also happy in the life he had with us now, and he was in love with Elle. For him, that was sometimes the hardest part. I stared at Jackson's profile as he gazed into the fire. They were about the general, I told him. looking into the flames. My dreams. Jackson, in his stoic silence, simply listened. When I ignore how I know about the General and what I've seen, and I forget about what I can do, what all of us can do, it still doesn't feel real, you know? It's more like a movie or a nightmare, but not real. It's too horrifying to be real.
Yeah, I know. I have a feeling it'll be a while yet before we can breathe easily.
With a groan, I leaned forward. I never thought I'd say this, but sometimes I actually miss things like homework and being grounded. Although it was a joke, it almost wasn't. If I were grounded, it would mean that my mom was still alive. I guess I'd have graduated high school by now, though, I mused. I might have hated college homework. With an amused sigh, Jackson poked at the fire again. And in our silence, I thought about Alex's first day of school. It was still surreal to think that the moment I saw him for the first time, I had no idea what our lives would be 8 months later. Why didn't Alex come with us? I asked, wondering if Jackson would give me a straight answer. It wasn't that I followed Alex around like a lovesick puppy dog or anything, but I definitely looked forward to spending time with him away from the house. It felt like we barely saw each other anymore, and I hated it.
He said he wanted to finish the barn before it rained again.
Oh, but I couldn't help but think the only reason he changed his mind about coming was because I decided to go on the trip too. Since the day we both discovered we'd survived the virus, we'd gone from best friends to somewhat estranged, which I took full responsibility for when I thought I was losing my mind in Slana, back to sort of friends, even though he claimed he could deal with my ability. Sure, he still laughed and joked with me sometimes, but it was different. Everything about us was different. I could feel Jackson's eyes on me, but he didn't say anything, and I appreciated it. I was pretty sure everyone, including Alex, knew how I felt about him, even if I'd only recently admitted it to myself. I'd always been drawn to Alex, but how I felt about him was more than intrigue now. It was admiration when I saw him with Bo and Thea. So kind and fun and gentle. It was how hard he and Jackson worked to make sure we were all as safe as we could possibly be. It was what I felt when I touched him. The physical, primal feeling that tingled in my fingertips and made me warm with a comfort I'd never felt before. Like Alex was part of me. I cleared my throat and held my palms to the flames. Alex wanted his privacy, and I got that. I even understood it. But each time I tried to hand him something, he hesitated to touch me. When we walked side by side, it was with a measurable distance between us when all I wanted was to take a step closer. And the few times we did happen to touch, and Alex felt the connection between us like I did, he would pull away like it was unbearable. Talk about an ego deflator. It seems like it's been a lifetime since Anchorage. Like I should be used to how fictional life feels by now. I thought aloud.
You mean humans talking to animals and turning themselves into flames is still strange to you?
Jackson nudged me, and his mouth lifted in the corner. I know, I said, shoving my hands into my sweater pockets. Call me crazy. I peered up at the sky, washed in a cloudless blue haze. Crazy was exactly how I felt sometimes. Feeling emotions that aren't my own? Check. Seeing memories that belong to someone else? Check, check. That Alex could amplify them with his ability seemed like a cruel joke, because the one person I wanted to be closer to pushed me further away. I'd never been one of those girls who planned her future wedding to her dreamy, Ken doll look-alike husband, or imagined our perfect lives together with a white picket fence, driving our 1.5 kids to soccer practice and making Christmas cookies. It might have been because my mother and father's relationship had always been loveless. I didn't believe in soulmates, or put much faith in destiny either. Somehow, though, meeting Alex felt fated, and I blamed my jumbled, ability-infused brain on that inexplicable feeling. The day we met, I knew something was different about him. I was drawn to his bad boy exterior, even if that's not at all who he was anymore. The unexpected kindness of him buying me a pregnancy test and keeping my secret only reinforced those feelings. But it was after the virus, when I saw him standing in the hallway outside my apartment in Whiteley, like he was my own personal miracle come to save me, that I felt something humming between us the moment we touched. Do you believe in fate, Jackson? He leaned forward and poured the rest of the coffee into his mug. I don't know, he said, thoughtful. I know it's a little early in the morning to be getting so deep, but I have to wonder if there's a reason why we found you at the bus depot. A reason you took us in even though you didn't want to.
You're right. That is a little deep. The sun isn't even up yet.
Humor me, I said. Jackson straightened and took a swig from his copper cup.
It's hard not to believe in something like fate,
he said, more quickly than I'd expected, like he'd thought about it before.
My life would be much different without having met you guys. I'm not sure I'd even be alive right now, to tell you the truth.
Same, I breathed. If we hadn't met Elle. Alex had promised me we'd figured things out, and maybe we would have. But without Elle, who knew what we would have decided to do? And what about Bo and Thea?
My mother believed in destiny,
he added.
But in the stories she told me of her people, man made his destiny through his own choices, and he would be rewarded based on the worth of his soul.
He pointed to the whimsical Haida tattoos I knew were beneath his lightweight jacket.
They are symbols meant to protect me and remind me of the man I want to be.
I imagined the black and red mural on his arm, the moon on his shoulder, the guardian of the earth, the wolf, which embodied strength and family, and the sun, which represented the peace Jackson was still searching for below it. It all seemed too perfect to chalk up to coincidence. If you hadn't been a trooper, you never would have been by the bus depot either, getting those maps for your trip here, I realized. And it was in that moment that I knew Alex and I were definitely fated in some way. Something I think he knew at some level too. I'm scared, I heard myself say. And fleetingly, I understood how Alex might be afraid to hope for something good. I know he's far away, but what if General Harrison or his goons really do come for the rest of us survivors? What if everything we've been working on has been for nothing? What if there's nothing we can do? Slowly, Jackson's eyes shifted to mine.
If he comes, we'll be ready, Sophie. I can promise you that.
2. Elle. The sun was hot against the back of my neck, pouring through the exposed beams of the unfinished greenhouse, half built a dozen yards from the south side of the lodge. Even though the greenhouse still needed a roof, windows, and a door that closed, I'd started planting the vegetation that would hopefully root and thrive there, even in the changing seasons. When the ground froze and the wilderness around us went dormant, we'd still have this protected place to grow currants, perfect for pectin and jam making, keep the citronella alive for next summer's mosquito infestation, which we'd come to rely on daily, and we'd have lettuce and potatoes through the winter. I packed the dirt in around a blueberry stalk, the moist, rich earth staining the beds of my fingernails, as I thought about the past 8 months. It had been a perfect, terrifying storm. First the outbreak and death, then madmen and a grueling winter. And yet somehow, we'd endured it all. I wasn't sure if General Harrison cared at all that we'd survived, or if he was coming to collect us for his colony. The only thing that mattered now was being as prepared as we could if he tried to. And the days I thought too much about it were the nights I couldn't sleep either. Those were the nights everything we still needed to do to outlast the harsh winter, holed up and hidden away, kept me up until the sun peaked over the ridge.
It didn't feel like we had enough time to do it all before the first snowfall, despite how many hands and abilities we had at our disposal. The more people we had, the more preparations we needed to make, and the list went on and on. If it hadn't been for Woody's experience with the General decades ago, which we were all still a bit in the dark about, and Stanley's life at the colony up until the Region Rebellion, I'm not sure I'd believe what I now knew, even if I was living proof of it each and every day. I'm not sure I'd be half as worried either, and briefly, I wondered if that wouldn't be preferable. I stared down at my dirty fingers, my blood practically molten beneath my skin. Every time I began to second-guess the impossible stories about the General, I thought about the fire inside and what I could do now. I thought about Woody and Stanley, both of them experiments in the General's great transformation, and I thought about the horror on Sophie's face on the days she'd seen too much from Stanley's memories, and the tears in her eyes the night she woke from her nightmares. I wiped the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand, feeling bits of soil stick to my skin. It had only been 3 months since we'd all come together, something I had to keep reminding myself. We were all still trying to figure things out. Sophie would too, in time. I glanced out the framed but glassless windows toward the barn. Like many projects, the greenhouse was only partially finished. We were behind, according to my timeline, and there was still so much to do as the long days of summer continued ticking by. We'll get it done in time, I reminded myself again. Blowing out a sigh, I poured a few ounces of well water into the freshly potted shrub and slid it against the wall with the others. Then I started scooping soil into the next pot. I tried to focus on the scent of sunshine and warm earth. I listened to the ravens in the treetops and the rustling of spruce tips in the breeze. But no matter what I did, there was the incessant tick-tock in the back of my mind, telling me to plant faster and move on to the next project. I stuck another shrub root into the pot and packed the dirt around it like the last one. Planting was easy and mindless in a way. It was planning for the unknown that seemed to be an endless rabbit hole of uncertainty. There was still the matter of protecting ourselves against superhuman forces to consider, if it ever came to it. While Phil was able to tell us which abilities people had, it wouldn't save him or us if Woody wasn't around to block the dangerous ones, and we couldn't rely solely on their presence to save us. Luckily, we still had electricity, thanks to the Whitehorse hydropower plant, powered by the Yukon River, which meant we had a fully functioning prison in Whitehorse, if we needed it. Operating on the pretense that the more barriers we had between crazy ability wielders and us, the better, Jackson and Ross led the prison reinforcement project. Sometimes Thea helped when they needed a little extra brawn to move things around. Mostly, I led scavenging trips throughout Whitehorse, into homes, stores, and businesses, and worked around the lodge. We needed enough food and storage to get 11 people through the winter, and to ensure we would be self-sustaining by the end of fall. Most of the food that had been frozen since the outbreak was at our disposal, save for the dwindling supply of boxed and bagged food, feasted on by rodents, and the domesticated pets and livestock, most of which had starved to death or died in the cold. With so many of us, we'd need a lot of meat on hand, and would have to grow plenty of vegetables. So Jackson hunted, I planted, and having an abundance of both meant enough fat and oil for us to make biodiesel, in case we needed to get out in an emergency. For everything else, we went foraging for berries and fireweed to make jams and jellies, and scavenged for machine parts to keep our vehicles and snowmobiles running when the roads were too thick with snow. There were supplies we'd learned from experience were crucial to surviving the winter, like candles, games, woolen socks, and lip balm, one of the most important items, according to Sophie. Bert worked tirelessly to retrofit the vehicles with biodiesel for when the fuel was outdated and useless, snowmobiles and ATVs included. Like Woody, Bert was a colorful addition to our group. Ross had said that Bert was more than a drunk on a couch the night we'd met him, and Ross had been right. It wasn't only Bert's engineering background that made him crucial to our progress. His ability to make an engine rumble to life with a single touch, cranes, chainsaws, rusted old trucks blocking the road, had shaved days off of our projects. Keeping the engines going after he left, however, had proven a little more difficult for long periods of time. But that's where Bert's ability ended, and his brilliant mind began problem-solving. I pressed fresh earth around another blueberry stalk and rocked back on my feet, my legs slick with sweat as I stood. Days like this, when we were all separated and the property was too quiet, I grew even more restless. Maybe it was because Jackson was gone, and not just 10 miles down the road like usual. He was out in the wild unknown with Sophie and Bo, which left me on edge. Jackson was the most capable of all of us, with his knowledge of the wilderness, his trooper and survival training, and his ability to sense trouble before it came. But that didn't mean he was untouchable. Even if it had been a while since we'd had a run-in with any crazy people, it didn't mean they weren't out there. I wiped the sweat from my brow again, glad we'd had a dry spell for the past week, and I peered down the hill at Alex and Ross, digging fence post holes and hammering crossbeams for our soon-to-be pasture. One of our many goals was finding a couple of dairy cows, if we could be so fortunate, and a few chickens. We had 3 usable acres, and we had plans to use every single one of them. That was another item I needed to add to my list of things to do. Find a book about caring for livestock. I'd worry about that when the time came. Ross straightened from bending over a pile of 2x4s and picked up a water jug from the ground. I hadn't trusted him when I'd first met him. He'd been hiding something. Even Jackson felt it. But that was before we knew what it was. Before Sophie had told me what she'd seen when she'd touched him. He tipped his water jug back, chugged a few gulps, then he wiped his mouth with the back of his arm. Freckled and pink, like he'd gotten too much sun. He was big like Jackson. Not as tall, but just as strong. And I could easily imagine him in the Middle East, where I knew he'd spent most of his 20s with his brothers in arms. It was the way he carried himself, with a thoughtful, determined quietness that imbued awe and respect. Just like his best friend. I had difficulty imagining Ross before the outbreak. The Ross who was going to propose to the one who got away on Christmas before she got sick. The Ross who wanted to be a family man, like Jackson once dreamed of, and who'd lost his baby sister the day Jackson lost the love of his life. My chest tightened thinking about her. I'd never known Hannah, but I'd seen a photo of her once in Ross's house. I'd seen what she looked like standing beside Jackson, beautiful and smiling. I knew what he'd lost when she died, and somehow, it still felt raw, even to me. I thought Sophie's ability to see and feel horrible, unwanted things was a harsh reality, but Ross had learned what dying felt like as it passed from Kelsey and into him as she died in his arms. He knew what awaited him in the end. And if that wasn't enough to screw him up, his time in the infantry didn't help. He spent 6 years in the army, and who knows how many people's lives he's taken. It haunted him before, so I hate to imagine what it does to him now, knowing what death actually feels like. Jackson's words were a constant echo, and even if I knew it wouldn't keep the memories away, I didn't blame Ross for disappearing to drown himself in beer and booze now and again. Ross ran his hand over his cropped red hair and set his water jug down as Thea trotted up to him. Her almond-colored pigtails swayed as she stopped beside him. "Look!" she chirped, and showed him something in her tiny cupped hand. My heart warmed when Ross smiled at her. Thea and Jackson seemed to be the only ones who could make his face light up. I often wondered if her contagious goodness was a power she possessed over everyone, rather than a side effect of her curiosity and youth. Ross pointed toward the greenhouse with a few muttered words, and with a hop and a skip, Thea skipped her way up the hill with a grin. She stopped as she drew closer to let a frog jump out of her hands and onto a birch tree. Then she skipped around the greenhouse, like she didn't have a care in the world. "Elle," she said, and stopped in the open doorway. "I think I got bit again." Her freckled face crumpled with pain as she scratched the red welt on the side of her left cheek. Then she scratched her arm for effect. Brushing my dirty hands off on my pants, I walked closer. "I think you did too." I eyed the bites on her arms and legs. "I count 5 now. They must really like you.
Yeah, they do. I don't think the citronella works.
She reached for her cheek again. Don't scratch it, I said, and pointed toward the house. Let's put some honey on it, okay? Thea nodded so happily, I wondered if a bit of honey wasn't her endgame from the beginning. Taking her hand in mine, I led her across the gravel path between the mudroom and the greenhouse. You have to leave the honey on the bite, though, Thea, I told her. You can't wipe it all off and eat it like last time. With a sideways glance, I opened the side door and nudged her into the house. The mudroom was a slate-tiled entry filled with dirty shoes and coats hanging from hooks so full, I was afraid if I brushed past them, they might all come tumbling down. Winter boots were discarded and long forgotten in the heat of the summer, and I stepped over them and up into the laundry room before entering the kitchen. All right, up on the table, I said, letting go of Thea's hand. I reached for one of the jars in the cupboard above the counter. Like most rooms in the lodge, the kitchen was large, with modern white accents and industrial chrome appliances fit for an elite, exclusive Yukon getaway. And luckily, there was a place for everything in the floor-to-ceiling cabinets. While Woody, Phil, and Stanley preferred to keep an eye on things at the prison, the rest of us stayed at the house most of the time, and when we were all together, we needed room and storage to accommodate us all. This will only help the swelling and itching if you leave it alone, I warned her. Capiche? Again, Thea nodded, but my hopes weren't very high. She felt the need to push any bruise she saw, pick any scab she had, and itch anything that needed a good scratch. We'll stick some cedar bark in your pockets this time, for good measure. Though I was teasing, I decided it was worth a try. The mosquitoes preferred Thea and Alex's blood the most, though we'd all grown used to finding a few new bites by the end of the day, despite our best efforts to repel them. Unscrewing the top of the honey jar, I stuck a popsicle stick inside and wound a string of honey around it, before spreading a smidgen of it on Thea's bite. She wiped a bit of honey from the rim of the jar with her index finger and snuck it into her mouth. Her eyes held mine the entire time, waiting for a reaction. I only lifted an eyebrow. I'm glad we have 3 jars of that, I muttered. The good thing about being the only group living in Whitehorse was that the city was well stocked with most of what we needed, the non-perishables anyway, and honey was one of Thea's guilty pleasures. She'd been known to make herself sick a time or two. That's when I'd learned that blanketed yes or no answers didn't work with a 6-year-old. If she asked to have a little bit of honey, I had to quantify exactly how much she could have, or she'd go wild.
When will they be home?
Thea asked, as she stuck her finger in her mouth to suck off the final bit of sweetness. They meant Jackson, Sophie, Bo, and Phil. Tonight, I hope. If they can get a moose today. We needed at least one more if we were going to have enough meat stored for our winter food reserve, and they'd already been gone nearly 2 days. I felt an aching void when Jackson was away, an unease. Even if our relationship was relatively new, it also felt like ages had passed since we'd arrived. Woody had kidnapped me and Sophie, and everything just changed. Life sped up, and days were filled with so many to-dos. It was like Jackson and I barely saw one another. Our nights, though, were precious. And when the house was silent and everyone had gone to bed, we could finally just be. I'd grown so used to him sleeping in bed beside me that when he was gone, I missed his strong arms around me and his whiskers tickling the side of my face and neck. I treasured the moments the ghosts of his past abandoned him, and he allowed himself to let go and be playful with me. Thea's tummy grumbled, and I glanced at the clock. Oh, shit. It's late.
You said a curse word, Thea pointed out. You have to cook again.
My shoulders slumped. She was right. And cooking in a house that fed so many people was the worst punishment. I was still horrible at it. All right, fine. I grabbed the wet sponge from the sink to wipe the counter down. But it is late. Do you want a snack? A real one?
No, thank you. I'll just eat honey.
I'm sure you would, gladly, I said, and dipped the popsicle stick into the jar a final time, and wound another bit of honey on the tip for her. This is all you get. It's nearly 9, and I'm going to make something quick for dinner. Accidental late-night dinners seem to be a natural occurrence and byproduct of the midnight sun. Early to rise, late to set. Thea reached for the honey stick, and I pulled my hand away. First, recite the rules, please.
Eat it outside, she said with a huff. And don't touch anything, not even the door handle.
Until
I wash my hands because of the ginormous ants, she groaned.
With a satisfied nod, I handed the stick over to her and pointed to the living room. I'll open the screen door for you, and you can eat it outside while I make some real food to eat. Thea headed for the sliding door to the wraparound deck. I opened the screen, it squeaking in protest, and I made a mental note to oil it later. Fingers and mouth already sticky, Thea bounced out onto the deck and over to sit on the steps, happily content. "How is it?" I asked her, as she stared and licked at the popsicle stick with complete focus.
Amazing!
She licked the honey off the side of her hand. "Good," I said through a chuckle. In a different kind of world, Bo wouldn't be out hunting, and the two of them would already be tucked into their beds. But for now, we all seemed to just go with the flow, stopping when we could to catch our breath. Hands on my hips, I walked up to the pine railing and stared down the hill at the pasture where Ross and Alex were working on opposite ends. The deck afforded a lookout to the rest of the property, but instead of seeing the smokehouse, the skinning shed, and the new irrigation we'd put in from the river, and appreciating what we'd accomplished so far, I saw what still needed to be done. The pasture, the barn loft and greenhouse, the uncut and unstacked wood for our winter fires. Ross walked toward the house with his empty water jug and reached for the unwound hose underneath the deck. "Ross," I said, remembering the time. "I thought you were going to check on the hydro plant today." He rinsed his face off with a splash, then shook the excess water drops from his head. "I wanted to help Alex with the fence. The kids seemed determined to get it done today. The hydro plant can wait." "Oh, well, you didn't have to do that." Ross had plenty of his own projects to work on. He didn't need to take on ours, too. "Can I at least get you something to eat?" "Thea's having honey. Apparently it's amazing." Ross eyed her on the steps as she ran her tongue around her mouth. "As delicious as that looks," he said wryly. "I'm okay. I snuck inside and had some of that leftover pasta a few hours ago." "Oh, good. I can't believe I'm only just now thinking about food. Alex must be starving. He's working himself to near death out there. I told him I would help him do it tomorrow, after I was finished getting the plants potted. But he didn't want to wait." Lips pursed in a flat line, Ross stared out at Alex, a small crease pulling at his brow. I'd come to know Ross's quirks well enough by now to recognize his expression. I crossed my arms over my chest. "What? You might as well say it. You and Jackson have the same pinched look when you want to tell me off about something." The smallest hint of a smile twitched into place, and Ross shook his head. "Not tell you off," he said, glancing up at me. And I leaned against the railing, waiting. "It's just, you have all of this." He swept his hand from the garage and outbuildings on our left to the new barn and greenhouse to the right. "And you're so busy being afraid of winter and what's happening in the lower 48, you forget you're all still alive and that you get to live." My frown deepened, and I waited for him to explain. "Enjoy your second chance a little, Elle," he said more quietly. "Most people didn't get one." His words sobered me, shocked me even. "Don't have regrets." When his eyes met mine, I knew exactly what he meant. Ross knew regret more than anyone. His own regrets, and everyone whose death he'd ever felt. It was the very reason he preferred not to go hunting with Jackson anymore. Death was different for him now. Living was different. Jackson tells me to slow down, I told him. To stop worrying so much. But it's not that easy. I looked at Thea on the steps, then at Alex. It's not myself I'm worried about anymore. And staying busy keeps my mind from spinning, I admitted. Ross cleared his throat. Just don't let Harrodson take all of this from you two. Not on top of everything else. His blue eyes shimmered when they met mine, though I wasn't sure if it was a trick of the setting sunlight or bottled up emotion. Leaving me with that, Ross grabbed his water jug and headed back to the fence. My chest ached as his words sank into the off-limit memories in my heart, the dark, unwanted parts of my past, and the sad memories that kept the fear above the surface of everything else. I didn't want to wonder if one freezing cold night would be our last ever again. I didn't want dangerous men to find us like they had in Slana, threatening our lives. I didn't want any of that. And with the general doing God knows what somewhere else, it felt like it was only a matter of time before another bomb dropped and we were caught unprepared. I never wanted to feel that way again, even if it meant a few restless nights of sleep. Even if it meant we had to work a little longer and a little harder for now.
3. Alex. I never thought I'd miss snow. Not when I'd lived in Alaska and was surrounded by it most of the year. I definitely didn't miss it when my feet were so cold I couldn't feel my toes. And when I'd told Gail, my foster mom when I was 10, that I needed new boots, she gave me a lecture about how money was tight and there were other things more important than new shoes. She said the same thing when I told her I needed a new jacket. Now, a jacket was the furthest thing from my mind. With a deep breath, I continued my lift and pull of the post-pounder as the steel rod broke ground. At least the ground was still damp from the intermittent rain. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Without the ocean nearby, summer in Whitehorse was hot as hell, and the swarms of mosquitoes that came whooshing in after the rain, like a toxic cloud of death, were what nightmares were made of. My skin crawled just thinking about them. Alaska had been known for mosquitoes, but not so much where I'd always lived. Here in the Yukon, they could smell my blood from miles away and seemed to come in masses. Hot days were a blessing in that way only. The mosquitoes didn't hang around much on a sweltering, dry day. Using my arm to wipe the sweat from my temple, I glanced at the 12 steel posts along the pasture's fence line. Progress was progress, I supposed. Slow going, but progress all the same. Thunk, thunk, thunk. My arms burned with fatigue and sweat trickled down my cheek as I continued post-pounding. Yet somehow, the more holes I made, the quicker my pace became. Once I was a good 2 feet into the ground, I moved on to the next one. When we were finished with everything, the farm wouldn't be huge, but it would be big enough to sustain us if we could find the livestock to fill it. Pulling my baseball cap from my head, I wiped the sweat from my brow and glanced around the property. I'd never built anything like what we'd done with this place. I'd never stayed anywhere long enough for it to feel like home, let alone be a part of a family. It sounded pathetic, but it was true. This place felt more like home than anywhere I'd ever been. I hated to think of the possibility that it could all be taken away in the blink of an eye by the general, or by greedy bastard survivors that wanted what we had worked so hard for. Or worse, that somehow I would fuck things up because that's what I tended to do, and have to leave. Ross headed from the house back down the hill to the pasture gate. "Hey, Alex!" I looked at Elle, who was leaning against the deck railing. She pulled her long, dark hair up into a knot on top of her head. "What's up?" I straightened and grabbed my water bottle off the ground, unscrewing the cap. She cupped her hand above her eyes and peered out at me. "I didn't realize what time it is. You hungry?" "Nah," I called back, I'm good. It was probably past 9, but dinner was the last thing on my mind. It was the hottest day of the week, and I could hear the sound of the river rushing beyond the tree line. It was the best part of being out here, and today it was calling for me, like a meaty bone to a hungry dog. Let me rephrase that, she called. I'm making us something to eat. Come up in 20. I gave Elle a thumbs up, because what was I going to do? Argue with her? If you were smart, you didn't argue with Elle. It wasn't only because she could burst into flames if she wanted to either. For me, it was because Elle was so damned nice all the time, and the moment her openness became guarded and unhappy, it gutted me. I'd never had anyone willing to set the world on fire for me before, and I knew Elle would quite literally do it for any of us if she had to. She was the closest thing I ever had to a maternal anything, and I didn't want to disappoint her. Ever. And, deep down, I didn't want her to change her mind about loving us the way she did. About loving me. I want caribou, Thea shouted as she ran down the deck steps, past the garage and skinning shed, to the smokehouse. Elle ambled after her. We should make enough for the others, Thea called behind her, in case they come home. I thought they would have been back already, and wished I'd gone with them the moment I changed my mind. It was Beau's first trip, and even though I didn't think Jackson was going to let him actually hunt, I'd wanted to be there when he shot the rifle for the first time. But the moment Phil had said he wanted to go, to represent Woody's group, I decided to stay behind. The way he flirted with Sophie annoyed me, and the way he kept urging her to be stronger and faster, better than she already was, pissed me off too. She was perfect. She didn't need to be something she wasn't, just to suit him. And even if everyone else seemed to forget that Phil and Woody kidnapped her and Elle, I hadn't. I glanced at the cabin Sophie slept in and the one Phil stayed in sometimes beside it. Things between Sophie and me were far too complicated to insert myself more than I'd already tried. She was my best friend, at least the closest thing I'd ever had to one, but anything beyond friendship felt impossible. She saw too much. She could feel things in me that I didn't want to feel, at least if I let her get close enough. The stronger her ability grew, the harder it was for me to ignore all the things about myself I hated, and all the things I never wanted her to see seemed to push their way to the forefront of my mind. Horrible decisions, regrets, and the moments I was at my absolute worst. She didn't need to see that. Hell, I didn't want to remember it. I didn't want her to think about me differently, or for things to change between us more than they already had. And I knew they would if I let her get too close. I chugged the last of the water in my bottle and was about to toss it aside and dive back into work when I heard laughter coming from down by the river. My heart pumped an extra, excited beat, and I dropped my tools and headed toward the river crossing, behind the barn. 3 heads bobbed between the tree line as they crossed the walking bridge. Feeling a wash of relief and excitement that they were home, I took my baseball cap off, drenched with sweat, and ran my hand over my head, waiting for Sophie and Jackson to step fully into view. I saw Jackson through the trees first, the butt of his rifle poking up behind his back on one side, and a large bag of meat slung over his other shoulder and backpack. Sophie walked beside him, with a sack of her own slung over her shoulder. Her dusty rose t-shirt was wet with sweat around her armpits and neck, as well as under her breasts, though I tried not to notice. Her hair was pulled up into a high ponytail, and strawberry blonde wisps of hair fluttered around her face. She wasn't like the Sophie I'd first met, with scared, crystal-like blue eyes and a frantic smile. She was more confident now, and as much as I hated to admit it, Phil was probably to thank for that. He wasn't a self-defense master or anything, but he'd taken what Woody had taught him and shown her. Now that Ross was around to help them too, Phil and Sophie were attached at the hip, always practicing, always laughing, always tired. But despite the circles under her eyes, she gleamed in the sunlight as she drew closer. I reddened with a different kind of heat as I walked toward them, realizing how much I'd missed her. "Race ya!" Bo called as he and Luna shuffled past her, a smaller sack of meat in his arms and his back loaded with his camping gear, like the others. Luna trotted toward Tyga, her mate and Beta, and Littlefoot and Rocky, who scurried out from whatever shade they'd been lounging in, happy to have their mother home. "You'll win!" Sophie called after him, and she grinned automatically at Phil as he came up the wooded path behind them. My smile fell. Fucking Phil. Exhaling my displeasure, I hurried closer to help them with their gear. When my gaze met Sophie's, her grin broadened, making her eyes twinkle, and relief washed over me. She was excited to be home too. Maybe even happy to see me. "You survived," I teased, taking the sack of meat from her. They had to have walked a couple dozen miles at least. "It was Sophie's hit," Jackson said proudly. "She didn't even try to be humble about it either." He chuckled, as we all continued toward the house. "Yeah, Sophie's a badass." Phil leaned closer so that his shoulder brushed hers. "Everyone watch out." With a wink, he squeezed her biceps gently, and I nearly lost my lunch. "Here." I forced myself to ignore him and switched the meat to my other hand, feeling my forearms strain. I took Sophie's backpack to lighten her load, my nostrils filled instantly with the scent of citronella and sunblock wafting off of her skin. "Thanks," she said with a huff of relief, and when her eyes met mine, she smiled. Jackson stopped mid-step, his eyes fixed forward. When I glanced up, Elle was standing in the smokehouse doorway, a barely contained grin pulling at her lips. Thea poked her head out from behind Elle. "What did you get?" she called happily, and then shuffled up to us, eyeing the bags of meat. "A moose," Phil told her, and he rumpled her head as he passed her. Thea glared up at him and smoothed the top of her hair back down again. "Get him, Thea," I silently cheered. "Well," she put her hands on her hips, "I hope it wasn't a baby." Her voice softened with concern. "Of course it wasn't," Bo snipped from the smokehouse. He dropped his pack in the dirt and frowned, waiting for us slowpokes to catch up. Thea shrugged. "How would you know?" "It was a bull, I could tell. Trust me." Bo turned and started for the house. "Hey," Elle called out, glancing back at him. "That's not where your pack goes." Bo grumbled as he lugged it back up onto his shoulder again. "Put your stuff in the garage, bud," I told him. "We need to unpack it and put it all away." Elle hurried toward Jackson. Her eyes locked with his. A smile parted his lips, his mustache and beard taking on a life of their own as a massive, happy grin engulfed his face. Watching them was both heartwarming and heartbreaking in a way I wasn't sure I quite understood. The instant Elle wrapped her arms around him, I felt like an intruder in their private moment and looked away to find Sophie staring at me. Her eyes caught the sun, brightening her whole face, and we walked over to the skinning shed to unpack the meat. "It looks like you've been busy," she said, pointing toward the pasture. When I glanced at our progress down the hill, I saw Ross making his way up from the gate. "Yeah, we put a good dent in it." "You're always working on something." "That's how it works, right? Pull your weight or get the boot." I smiled, but something in Sophie's eyes held my gaze. It was a flash of pity, and I didn't like it. "It's not like Survivor, Alex. You don't get voted off the island. This is your home now. We're your family." My heart did a triple pump, and I swallowed thickly. She had no idea how much those words meant to me, but I didn't like the knowing gleam she sometimes had, so I flashed her a smile instead. "I don't know, Soph. You got pretty freaked out when I accidentally used your shampoo. I think I was on the blacklist for a while, but don't worry. I've steered clear ever since." Sophie rolled her eyes and took her pack from me to set by the door. "Come on, let's get this meat clean before I put you back on it." Sun from the skylight filled the 12 by 12 space, the knives and pans hanging on the wall blinding us when they caught the light. "It looks like you guys brought home a bunch more work," I joked. Jackson came into the shed behind us, followed by Thea and Elle, who stopped in the doorway. "Does that mean we don't have to go to bed soon?" Thea asked, leaning against Elle. I opened the sack and pulled out a hunk of thigh meat. "I was just going to make dinner and get her ready for bed," Elle said, glancing at Jackson. "We were thinking tacos." "No dinner yet?" Jackson looked surprised. "We've been working all day," Thea explained with exasperation. "Like all day." Jackson eyed Elle for a moment, then glanced from Thea to me, then to Sophie. "I have a better idea." He looked at Thea again. "You guys get something quick together to eat. We'll get the meat cut and hung, and then we'll all go for a late night swim. We'll be in bed before midnight." "Really?" Thea chirped. "I think it's okay to bend the rules once in a while," Jackson admitted, and a silent conversation passed between him and Elle before the corner of her mouth lifted with the hint of a smile. "I think," he continued, "we could all use a night off from chores and pesky bedtimes." "I'm in," I said, the water still calling to me. It was the perfect end to a long, hot day.
4. Sophie. Pulling my tank top over my bathing suit, I tried not to worry too much about what I looked like in my bikini once I got out there. I'd never worried much about my body in the past. I never had a reason to show it off in a small town with below zero temperatures, and I was always too slender to worry much about weight. I'd gone swimming with Phil and Bo a couple of times, and I'd waded in the water with Thea catching pollywogs. But coming home and seeing Alex's gorgeous smile, it was like I'd been deprived of it for months, not days. I hated that I couldn't wrap my arms around him, the way Elle wrapped her arms around Jackson, because Alex was afraid of my touch. I hated that I couldn't tell him how much I missed him, because he would internally freak out, the way he always did. He'd put even more distance between us, and that was the last thing I wanted him to do. I hated that I knew all of those things, and yet I still wanted him. And I had hope that there was some way to make him come around. I stared at my bony shoulders and bruised arms in the cabin's bathroom mirror, ignoring the circles that darkened my eyes and my gross, unwashed hair. Whatever was between Alex and me was such an awkward mess. I needed to use whatever arsenal of weapons I had tonight to remind him that I was still here. I was the Sophie he flirted with back in Whiteley, and I wanted him to remember what it felt like the first time we touched, the way the air hummed, and how I could feel his heart beating in tandem with mine. But I didn't feel feminine or beautiful. I didn't have much to work with, and the old sunburn peeling off my shoulders, and my nose, pink from too much sun, didn't help. All I wanted was to look, well, girly, and I looked like a complete mess. Letting out a deflated sigh, I pulled my hair up into a ponytail, grabbed my towel, and scooted into my flip-flops. I'd originally chosen to live in the cabin instead of the house because I wanted space, distance from unintentional arm brushes and hallway run-ins. I wanted to be able to disconnect from everyone's incessant energy so I could decompress and shut down completely at night. But all the previous months of being cooped up with everyone made my current seclusion feel more like a punishment. Self-imposed, but a punishment nonetheless. Alex, Bo, Thea, Elle, and Jackson all slept in the house, confined and together, even if we were no longer sequestered into a single room. I missed Thea's wild hair first thing in the morning, and Bo's affectionate hugs and cuddles before he woke up enough to remember he was angry at the world, or at Thea, whichever came first. I missed the scent of Jackson's strong coffee wafting through the air, and Alex's morning humming. Elle and I still woke up and watched the sunrise together sometimes at least. Like me, her mind was busy. It never truly shut off. But all in all, distancing myself from the others had proven both lonely and pointless. My mind never quieted, and I was alone for nothing. Flinging the door open, I stepped outside my cabin and walked right into Ross as he passed by. The 3-cabin apartments were situated snugly together, and we'd nearly ran into each other on more than one occasion. The instant I touched him, our eyes locked. Until I met Ross, I didn't realize emotions had color. Or maybe not color so much as a brightness or darkness. Regret was an aching bone white that commingled with a hanging gray cloud of guilt. Both were always present with him. The first time we'd been introduced and Ross shook my hand, he'd been drunk, and his mind was masked in a thick veil of fog that I struggled to feel or see through. Tonight, however, Ross was sober, and the deaths and paling life forces he'd felt since the outbreak clung to him like leeches in his thoughts. "Sorry," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if it was for running into him or because he was so lost in all the gray. Unlike me, who could relive someone's worst and best memories, Ross could only feel what came with death. I could practice and hone what I could do, even if it was a work in progress. But what could Ross do? He couldn't practice like I could, and even if he never touched a dying person again, he'd already seen and felt enough to last him a lifetime. "My fault," he said with a nod, and continued walking with his pack lugged over his shoulder. "Hey, Ross?" I dropped my arm to my side, indifferent that my towel hung in the dirt. Everything was dirty these days, and there were worse things. He stopped mid-beeline for his Chevy, parked by the house, and like he knew what I was going to say, he hesitantly turned to look at me, and his red-tinted eyebrows lifted slightly. I tried and failed to think of the words I wanted to say. I was sorry, but that wasn't helpful. I was sad for him, and I wanted to support him, but I didn't know how. I know how it feels, consuming the bad things. The openness of his gaze tightened, and Ross swallowed. Yes, I could see his ability weighing him down like a barbell rested across his shoulders. "If you ever want to talk, or—"
"It's okay, Sophie. Thank you, though. You've got enough shit to worry about. You don't need mine, too."
He flashed me a reassuring smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. It never did. And I wasn't sure if him walking away made me feel better or worse. Ross was alone in his struggle. At least he thought he was. And I knew the dark path he was wandering down. I'd been down it and seen my worst self in it. Nightmares, sneaking pills and Slana, desperate to both get some sleep and stay awake. The loneliness. "Just keep it in mind," I told him. "Okay?"
"I will,"
he called back. But we both knew he wouldn't. I was just a kid after all, at least to him. Like my mom and Jackson, and sometimes Elle, the adults tried to protect us from all that they could, no matter the cost to them. I saw the world so differently now, and it was hard to explain the way it was for me to everyone else. I didn't need protection. I needed to feel connected. I needed to feel the good things so they would outweigh the bad. It was probably why I clung to the idea of Alex so much. He was good and felt right, no matter what he thought.
"Hey, Sophie, tell Alex the pasture gate's finished for me, would you?"
Ross nodded toward the barn.
"I'm going to check in on Woody and Stanley at the prison, see if they have any news from the lower 48. Otherwise, I'll be at the hydro plant probably for the next couple of days."
Ross swung open the truck's passenger side door.
"Have Jackson call me on the radio if he needs me."
I held my palm up with a slight wave of acknowledgement, and then Ross put his sunglasses on and climbed into the driver's seat. As he backed down the driveway, I wondered if he'd be conscious at all while he was away, or if he would drink himself into complete oblivion. I eyed the pasture Ross and Alex had started on as I crossed the gravel drive to the house, wondering if we'd find any livestock to fill it. My mom had a love for animals. I'd always thought it was so out of character, especially when she insisted we head into the city to volunteer at the animal shelter on occasion. And I was even more surprised when I found out she made large, monthly donations to the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center. But I guess I shouldn't have been all that surprised. I saw that now. My mother wasn't heartless. She'd just been bred not to fail. And once she'd found out she was pregnant with me at 18, everything she knew was shattered. She was no longer perfect. She was a blemish to my grandparents' name, and they disowned her. Since my father never actually loved her, she strove to regain control and excellence in everything she did. From her job as the mayor to her hair, perfectly curled each and every day. She felt a kinship for discarded creatures, I think. And somehow, it felt like I'd still have a small piece of her if we could find a little collection of lost creatures, too.
Soph!
Bo called from up on the deck. He smiled when he saw me.
You ready?
I lifted my towel in answer. He called to Luna and hurried down the deck steps, and just as happily, Luna went running after him. The night he and Thea confessed what had happened to their mother, or rather, what their mother had tried to do to them, and how Thea had protected her big brother. I worried Bo would pull away from me like everyone else did, but it had been the opposite. Unlike Alex, who kept everything about himself so close it was suffocating, Bo was grateful he didn't have to keep secrets anymore, and everything was out in the open. Between us, anyway. Even if Bo still struggled with the knowledge that, as Thea's big brother, he couldn't protect her the way she could protect herself. He didn't feel as alone anymore, and that made me happy.
Wait for me!
Thea chirped and hopped down the steps.
Bo! Wait!
She called and loped down the dirt hill after him, a dust cloud trailing in her wake. Slowly, I followed behind them.
Thea!
Alex shouted as he stepped out onto the deck and lifted her pink towel.
You forgot your...
It tore out of his hand, like Thea herself yanked it from his hold, and floated in the air after her.
towel,
he muttered, and the kids and Luna disappeared into the trees, the towel floating after them.
I'm not sure I'll ever get used to that,
Alex said as he strode up beside me. His pace was faster than mine, and he forced himself to slow down to walk with me. I snorted. Yeah, me neither. He was in his swim trunks and t-shirt, and I tried not to feel self-conscious beside him. I definitely noticed how he'd changed in the past few months. All of the hard labor had made him stronger and bigger. I could tell by the way his shirt stretched a little at his shoulders, but I tried not to stare. What did Alex notice about me?
This is going to feel so good,
he practically sang and clapped his hands together. Tell me about it. The crusted sweat and dirt from the past 24 hours made my skin gritty and tight, and I noticed a little pep in my step as I thought about submerging myself in the water. I heard the screen door open and close up at the house, and when I glanced back, I could hear Phil, Elle, and Jackson chatting as they plodded down the steps. Phil hurried to catch up with us, flashing me a smile as he clomped closer. He was the same height as Alex, though a little leaner, and as he walked with his hands casually in his pockets, I imagined he was a jock in his past life. Cool, collected, and with an easy, boy-next-door way about him that I'm sure got him all the cheerleaders.
If I were home, all I'd be doing is swimming. Cannonballs all summer long,
he said longingly. His brown hair flopped into his eyes with each step. Let me guess, I said. You were on the swim team? Water polo? He smirked, skeptical.
Water polo, actually. How'd you guess?
I shrugged. Woman's intuition, I told him.
Liar,
he grinned.
You saw it, didn't you? One of my many fascinating memories.
I shook my head. No, actually, I'm just that good. And it was true. I might have liked Alex, but I noticed Phil too. It was hard not to. He never seemed to be in a bad mood. He was curious and wasn't afraid to ask questions, and he answered them just as freely, which made being friends easy. I didn't have to worry if I accidentally touched him or stood too close. He was just good-natured, open Phil, who accepted me just the way I was, and I was thankful for that. But I do remember something about dirty laundry and a Speedo, I admitted with a wink. Ha! I knew it! He pointed at me. What else in that noggin of yours?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I smiled and stepped over a protruding rock. I'd seen plenty about Phil. Not purposely. At least not after I got to know him. It hadn't taken long to trust him. He was the man of the house after his dad died, and took good care of his mother and sister. He was lighthearted because a long time ago, he had to hide the hurt. We'd be at a championship right about now, he mused, and his thoughts drifted a little. If I was still home and still playing, of course. If you were still home, a lot of things would be different, Alex muttered. And even though Alex wasn't a huge fan of Phil after the whole kidnapping thing, I knew that wouldn't be the case if he understood Phil more. If Alex knew Phil had missed his championship match because his sister was sick at school and his mom couldn't get off work to pick her up, Alex might cut him a bit of a break. Especially if he knew Phil had lied to his mom and told her the match was canceled due to the weather because he didn't want her to feel bad. But just like I would never tell Phil anything about Alex he didn't ask about himself, I wouldn't tell Alex why Phil was a nicer guy than he gave him credit for. Do you ever think about it? I glanced at Phil. I mean, how different things would be if you were in Florida during the outbreak. He nodded, and I hated that a little cloud hovered over us, but I couldn't help myself. I thought a lot about how different everything would be, and I knew Phil would humor me. Yeah, I used to be angry that I wasn't home to be around my friends and the rest of my family, he admitted. But then again, I doubt any of them are still alive. Being here has taught me a lot, thanks to Woody. And you guys, of course. I might not have anything like this if I was at home. He cleared his throat. I might be alone.
Well, you're not,
I said, trying to lighten the mood again.
Though I might take being alone in the Sunshine State over the mosquitoes here. Oh, do you remember that giant water park in Miami?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're from Florida too.
Phil smiled, and it made me feel better about darkening his mood.
Yeah, I used to love that place. Did you go a lot?
No, never, I sighed. I remember seeing it from the overpass, though I didn't get to swim much like you. My mom wouldn't let me.
What? Why not?
Phil looked at me, but it was the sympathy in Alex's eyes I noticed first. I got made fun of a lot as a kid for having a club foot. She didn't like me going out in public. She thought she was protecting me, but I think it only made it worse. I was the only kid in my neighborhood who was inside almost all summer long, so they were always curious and made up a lot of their own stories. Phil nudged me teasingly.
Don't worry, Soph. You're strong now. Ain't nothing gonna get you down.
I barked out a laugh because he sounded ridiculous and nodded to the river.
Time to get your water fix, I told him. Further down from the house, where the pebbles progressed to boulders that looked like they tumbled out of the spruce trees that separated land from the water, the river was broader and deeper, and we had our own little cove. Luna yipped at the bank, and Bo and Thea giggled as the wolf splashed them, her tail wagging excitedly. I blinked into the reflection of the sun setting on the water's surface. Everything was washed in pinks and yellows. Lifting my face to the breeze, I inhaled the scent of the river, heat and moisture swirling in the midnight sun. Finally, Bo grumbled when he noticed us. And he brushed a pesky mosquito off his leg before he ran into the water. Like a good brother, he'd waded ashore with his sister, who was still new at swimming, even if he seemed to be put out by it. I kicked off my flip-flops and pulled my hair out of its noose, watching Thea's face fall as Bo splashed deeper into the water without her, and her bottom lip protruded a smidgen. Careful of the rocks, Bo, Elle called as she came up behind us. They might be slippery, Elle winked at Thea. Don't worry, we'll still have fun. She knelt down beside Thea to help her out of her shorts. You bet we will, Jackson said, and his low growl had Thea giggling as he swooped her into the air and made his way into the water, one heavy footfall at a time. Jackson wasn't a giant or anything, but he was a big guy, and he was strong. Thea probably felt like she was riding on the back of a bear, laughing giddily as they waded into the water. I dipped my foot in the water and cringed. Oh, jeez! Goosebumps grew over my skin. The river was refreshing, but it was cold. Not glacier cold, but still cold. You've handled worse, Alex said quietly with a smirk. I tugged off my tank top and shorts, drawing in the breath I needed if I was going to wash away the day. Too nervous to see if Alex was watching, I hurried into the water before I could lose my nerve, screeching the whole way in. When I submerged myself, the water's cold fingers rushed through my hair and over my skin, and I felt instant gratification. Until Whitehorse, I'd never swam in a river. I'd never felt the kiss of cool water rushing over warm skin. Not in a way that was enjoyable, anyway. Not like this. The sweat, the dust, and the moose gut remnants that likely clung to me were washed away, taking the tension of the past couple of days with it. The trek to Cantley Lake in search of moose was beautiful but long, and the terrain was rough. Although I was slowly becoming an outdoorsy sort of girl, the muscle and exertion it took to do just about everything these days took some getting used to. That and all of my self-defense practice with Phil worked muscles I didn't even know I had. Water dripped down my face and hung in my eyelashes as I came up for air. It feels so good, Phil groaned, swimming closer. He looked easy and relaxed, like he was made for the water. Sure, if you like swimming in shards of glass, I joked. Phil chuckled before diving underwater again. I peered around for Alex. He was still up on shore, chatting with Elle as he pulled his shirt off, exposing bronze skin and sinewy muscle. He muttered something, making Elle chuckle before he climbed up onto the rock. He scaled the larger one beside it until he was 12 feet off the ground. Then he jumped into the river. The water splashed and rippled, and Thea clapped for him as we waited for his head to poke back up. I'd never do something like that, not knowing if I'd hit the bottom. I wasn't sure if I was simply afraid or just smart. When Alex finally came up for air, water dripped down his face, the scar on his right temple glistening in the sunlight, and he swam over to me. You should jump off the rocks, Soph. It's fun. But I was shaking my head the moment he uttered, you should. Nope, I'm good. With my luck, I'd hit the rocks on the bottom. It's really deep over there. I promise. You won't hit the bottom. I jump off it all the time. I glanced back at Bo, swimming with Phil, Jackson, and Thea, then back at Alex. All the time? What? Did you guys just swim the whole time we were gone? Melting in the sun? Just me, he teased, and wiped the water from his eyes. When I needed a quick cool down. I forgot you run hot. It must be all that exotic blood running through your veins you're always talking about. My feet searched for the slimy rocks at the bottom to stand on. A slight smile crept between his lips, and he lifted an indifferent shoulder. I like to think so, he said, flippant. I couldn't help but splash him. You're so full of yourself, you know that? I splashed him again, and he splashed me back. I'm only teasing you. He flashed me a playful smirk, but I knew Alex's confidence was all for show. Still, when he flashed those heart-stopping smiles my way and made his eyebrows dance like he hadn't a care in the world, it was easy to forget the vulnerable Alex he didn't want me to see. Exotic blood aside, I'm just miserable in this heat. He nodded toward the boulders. Come on, you know you want to. No, actually, I muttered. But as Alex swam over to where the rocks were bathed in sunlight, I followed him, glad to have some alone time with him. Plus,
It was easy to give in when Alex wanted something because he never really asked for anything. Even if the old me didn't do adventurous very well, the new me would. And that's what I was trying to be. New and improved, stronger. I wanted to be a different Sophie. Alex climbed out of the water, his feet clutching the rock's surface as he pulled himself up. As I began to climb up behind him, I tried not to notice how his shorts clung to his thighs. The boulders were as high as they were awkward to climb, and as I leaned forward to grip the surface for balance, Alex reached for my hand to help me up. "Such a gentleman," I began. But the moment his fingers laced with mine and I felt it, a warmth blooming through my body, exponentially stronger the longer we touched, I tucked my hand away. "Sorry," I bit out. There was an unspoken rule that we weren't allowed to touch. His rule, not so much mine. I'd be perfectly content if he let me hold on and never let go. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I'm sorry. I forget sometimes." "It's okay." I breathed out the words, hating the chill in the air between us as he backed away. "It's not like you'll melt or something." Alex winked. "Well, that's good to know. I was worried. You know how I hate the heat." His smile grew, warming the blood in my veins again, and mine grew along with it. I really, really loved his smile. "Oh, I don't know," I said with a sigh, and sat down on the boulder. "The heat's not so bad." Alex plopped down beside me, his soggy shorts dripping wet. "And you've been sneaking down here to swim, so I don't feel too bad for you." I leaned back on my palms and held my face up to the dying sunlight. Goosebumps prickled over my skin, wanting more. Or it might have been Alex's gaze. I could feel his eyes on me, trailing over my body, which sent another wave of goosebumps over me before I gathered up the nerve to look at him. The instant I did, his eyes snapped to mine, and his dark cheeks reddened. Even if I hated awkward moments with a passion, there was something exhilarating about them too. I wanted Alex to look at me. I wanted him to like me the way I'd liked him since the day I first met him. I didn't want the constant space between us. Alex cleared his throat and showed me his bicep. As he moved his arm, I tried to ignore the way the muscle flexed, differently than it used to. It was bigger, not huge, but just enough to make my fingers twitch with the need to reach out and touch it. "The heat's not so bad, huh? Tell that to the heat rash on my arms." Heat rash? I studied the little red bumps in the crook of his elbow, wanting to run my fingers over the rash to soothe it. But I pressed my fingertips against the rock to refrain instead. That sucks. With an exhale, I forced myself to look away. At least you didn't have to burn 3 times over before you learned your skin just hated the sun. The corner of his mouth lifted in amusement, and he glanced at my body again. "Up here, googly eyes," I teased. On my shoulders. I craned my neck to pick at some of the peeling skin. "It's so gross." "It's just a sunburn." His eyes latched onto my shoulder. "I know one thing I bet you didn't know about me," he said, goading me with his insatiable smile again. "Oh? And what's that?" "I love peeling off the skin." I blinked at him. "That's absolutely disgusting." With a chuckle, Alex shrugged and looked back out at the water, and I noticed the giant welt on his shoulder. Holy hell, you weren't joking about the mosquitoes either. I reached out to touch his shoulder, instantly feeling the heat again as my fingers brushed his skin. I felt the pull to him that made me almost dizzy, and I saw an image this time too. Of me. Of the whole gang. Then one of his dead mother, lying in a pile of her own vomit. Shit, I bit out, snatching my hand away. My eyes latched onto his of their own accord, like I needed instant forgiveness and reassurance that he didn't hate me. Sorry. I ran my hands over my hair and let out a deep breath. I didn't mean to. Alex's eyes narrowed on me. Then his cheeks burned bright again. A muted ache and sense of fear flowed through me, like a distant echo I didn't want to feel or see. They were his feelings, and Alex knew it.
You say we can touch, huh?
The frustration was rough in his voice.
I don't think so.
Alex. He shook his head. It's fine. Really. I don't care what I see. I leaned closer, willing him to look at me. Seriously, it's like that with everyone. I'm working on controlling it.
Well,
he said, picking angrily at an innocent reed.
I don't want it to be that way with me.
It won't be that way forever. His gold-flecked eyes darted to me.
You don't know that.
This time, I glared at him. Yes, I do. I knew it was true, because I was determined. I'll figure out a way.
You don't have to do that for me, Sophie. I'm not a burden.
I didn't say you were a burden. I reached for him again, feeling the sudden need to ease him in some way. But he scowled at my hand and I dropped it back onto the rock. I wasn't sure what else to say, other than, I'm sorry. I didn't like the meekness of my voice. It was the old Sophie inching her way back in, and that made me angry.
This is why I hate this,
he grumbled, mostly to himself.
You shouldn't have to be sorry because of what you can do. I don't want to make you feel that way, but I can't help how I feel either. And if touching me makes it worse for both of us, then...
He shook his head. Then what? You're never going to touch me? The words felt raw and too intimate, and I blushed as his gaze slowly shifted to mine. You know what I mean, I grumbled, and I licked my lips.
I don't want you to see the dark parts of me, Sophie. I don't want that to be what you think of when you look at me.
It's not, I promise.
Yet.
I rolled my eyes, hating that this was even a conversation. Alex. I wanted to tell him to stop being an idiot and just deal with it, because we both liked each other, but I knew he wouldn't listen to me. Every reassurance out of my mouth would just make things worse, like it always did. So, this is just how it's always going to be with us then, I muttered. Great. I climbed to my feet, determined to jump off the stupid rock since it was suddenly too warm and we were definitely too close.
Soph.
I didn't hear the last of his words. The water splashed up around me, and I submerged myself in the two-toned depths of the river, letting it cool the burning tingle on my skin. How could someone be so perfect and infuriating at the same time? Alex jumped in, and I felt the water shift beside me as I came up for air. I didn't want to have this conversation anymore, and brushing my hair from my face, I swam toward shore.
Sophie!
Alex called. Phil, Jackson, and Elle looked over at us. I could feel my cheeks redden even more. I turned in the water, treading until I could find a rock to stand on. What, Alex? A muscle flexed in the hard set of his jaw.
If you really want to figure it out, we will, okay?
If I really wanted to figure it out? I glowered at him. My instinct was to ask him if he wanted to be close to me too, or if this was all just to placate me.
Come on, don't be mad. Tomorrow night,
he said, his gaze flicking to everyone on shore.
We'll meet here and practice or something, okay? Away from everyone else.
He said the last part quietly, and I could imagine why he wanted privacy. But I wasn't convinced he wouldn't change his mind.
Won't that make you feel better?
You look at me like I'm poison, Alex. How is that supposed to make me feel? The apprehension on his face softened.
I'm sorry, okay? I don't think you're poison, and I think you know that.
I felt a lick of warmth on my cheeks and averted my gaze. Maybe because I didn't want to get my hopes up. Or maybe because I didn't know if he meant what I wanted him to mean. When I looked at him again, I tried to read him. You really want to? He dipped his chin, but it looked like he was holding his breath. If he didn't want to do this, he wouldn't have offered, I told myself. So, instead of searching for more reassurance, I nodded. Fine. Tomorrow. Our eyes lingered on one another a moment longer, perhaps trying to gauge how genuine each of us was.
Hey, Soph!
Phil called.
Nice jump!
Alex's gaze shot to Phil and hardened, but I could only smile, feeling slightly hopeful and excited about what tomorrow would bring. Alex was finally going to let me in. 5. Elle. I stood in front of the foggy mirror, in my towel, staring at my altered reflection. I barely recognized myself anymore, and all the hot water in the world couldn't wash away the remnants of the past 8 months. I studied the dull green of my eyes and my skin that was 2 shades tanner than it had ever been in my life. Then I blinked away. If Jenny were still alive, I'm not sure she'd even recognize me anymore. The sun, the heat, the exhaustion. It had a way of creeping up on you as time moved in a continuous stream of blurry hours and days between wake and sleep. I neglected myself as much as I neglected the dusty, brushed metal fixtures in front of me and the tiled floor I stood on. Chunks of mud and bits of gravel, tracked in from shoes, didn't seem important when time was against you and your future was so uncertain. My palms burned with the threat of fire, churning just below the surface of my skin. And, if I allowed it, they would burst into flames. It was a mighty, monstrous thing I could do, and my gratitude for it grew exponentially as our uncertain future seemed to stretch on. Jackson shut the shower off behind me and let out a heavy sigh. I watched him through the fogged glass, as he ran his hand over his loose hair that nearly hung to his shoulders, and as he wrung it out. I wasn't the only person who was exhausted. The droop of his shoulders gave him away. I was still in awe of us, of Jackson, a man I cared deeply for that shared my bed. I'd never shared my bed with a man for longer than a few months, and although it had only been that long for us, being with Jackson felt different. It felt like it could last forever, even if he was a man with a history as dark and twisty as my own. Maybe the difference was I actually wanted a future with him. It was good what you did tonight, I told him, and handed Jackson a clean towel over the door. Water dripped from his nose, and his wet lashes blinked lazily at me. Swimming? I explained with a weak smile. He dried his arms, his tattoos moving with his muscles like the creatures themselves were alive.
It's been a long week. They needed some spontaneity. And you?
He clicked the shower door open and ran the towel over his face and buffed his hair. His hazel eyes trailed the length of his legs as he dried them. Then they fixed on me, waiting. I tightened the towel wrapped around my chest. What about me?
Did you even sleep while I was away, or have you been working and worrying the entire time?
Oh, sleep? I huffed out a breath, or maybe it was a laugh, and I shook my head. Yes, a little.
Did you eat?
Yes, of course I ate. Though it was more like nibbles in between projects, if I remembered correctly. Since we didn't have much of a daily routine, especially without Jackson to officially call it a day, I'd failed to adhere to any sort of regular lunch or dinner schedule, and the more I realized it, the worse I felt, for Thea and Alex's sake.
You can't keep going like this, Elle,
he said, using his authoritative voice. I appreciated it when he was talking to Bo and Thea, but I bristled a little with his eagle-eyed stare focused on me. Like what? I crossed my arms over my chest and met him glare for glare. Focused? Determined?
Jackson wrapped the towel around his waist and stepped closer, his eyebrows pulling together with unnecessary concern. Exhausted. Anxious. So, I'm a wreck now, huh? You sure know how to make a woman feel sexy. His head tilted, and the twitch of his lips meant he was refraining from an eye roll. No, you're beautiful, he said as his eyes scanned over me. But I think you know what I mean. And the others aren't blind. Alex sees how hard you're working, and he wants to work just as hard. Your fear is their fear. I think anxiety is only natural. Elle. My name was a breath passing between his lips. I worry about you. You don't have to worry, I said with a smile. But a strange sense of unease crept over me. Did he? You more than any of us know how pointless it is to live in a constant state of what if. He took my hand in his, staring at my palm against his. Back in Slana, you told me I couldn't change the past, that considering all the different things I could have done differently when... He cleared his throat. When all that happened was eating me alive. And you were right. There was only so much I could have done. Just like there's only so much you can do now. I felt the snow in my bones all over again, and remembering how worried I'd been about Jackson back then struck a chord. When he'd retreat to wherever the hell he went at night, I'd be concerned. And I was perpetually distracted and uneasy when he'd withdraw into himself and close out the rest of us for days. You're right. I gulped down a breath. What ifs followed me around for years after I'd left Dr. John, only to be replaced with fears about the general. I felt the coil of unease in every muscle and filling every thought. I don't want any of you to have to worry about me. Not like I'd worried about Jackson, and not when everyone deserved some peace of mind after everything we'd been through. Jackson's gaze was a living thing that pulled me closer to him without him saying a single word. And he tucked a wet tendril of hair behind my ear. You're not afraid, then? I asked. Not of Winter or Harrodson's goons finding us? I assumed I already knew the answer, because any sane person would be afraid. But Jackson was almost always the perfect picture of calm. I'm conscious of the precarious situation we're in, but no, I'm not afraid. That seemed doubtful. No? Jackson snaked his strong and protective arms around my waist and peered down at me. Winter will be rough, but it won't be like before. It won't be like Anchorage or Slana. We know what we're up against now, and we aren't in Alaska anymore. A chill trickled from the back of my neck down my spine. I'd never been so cold as I'd been in the days before we made it to Slana, through the storms that made driving on roads impossible, and walking on foot through blizzards our only option. And yes, he continued, Harrodson is dangerous and a constant threat, but he always will be. And until there's even a whisper of him coming all the way up here, thousands of miles closer, we have lives to live, and we're not helpless. I feel like I've heard that somewhere before, I mused, recalling every argument he and I had while he'd been lost in a bourbon haze. His eyebrows drew together. It's taken me a while, but I see that, now more than ever. He brushed the crook of his index finger against my cheek, and his gaze was warm, making the heat inside my chest flare to life again. But I'm talking about you right now, not me. Despite my deflecting, I knew Jackson was right about one thing. We weren't helpless. We had emergency plans in place. Our little dirt road to the lodge was heavily camouflaged now and nearly impossible to find. Our fuel stores and extra weapons were staged in hideouts throughout the city. No dangerous person could completely catch us off guard. Sometimes, I breathed. When I close my eyes, I can see them. The men from Slana. Jackson's hands gripped me a little tighter. They could smell us. I reminded him. What's to stop others from finding us the same way? That's what I can't get out of my head. Elle, Jackson said quietly, his voice an earnest calm. That night. He closed his eyes, like he was trying to quell his own fear, or perhaps his regret. I don't blame you, I whispered. Look at me. I reached up to cup the back of his head, willing his eyes to open. When they finally did, I refused to let him look away. It's no one's fault, no matter what you think. Not yours, anyway. But you can't blame me for being worried about it. His hands tightened on my waist, and his thumbs made little circles on my lower back. If anyone comes, we'll know. I'll know, he promised. Whatever Woody's little birds don't pick up on first, I will. Then you can fry their sorry asses. He said it so matter-of-factly that I laughed. It's just... I smiled, more with defeat and exhaustion than with amusement. I don't like feeling like we're at a disadvantage again is all. Neither do I. His voice was quiet and thoughtful. But we wanted a real life here too. Don't forget. There it was, a tinge of fear in his voice and a slight desperation in his eyes. But it wasn't about surviving. It was about living. He and Ross were both right. And while they'd lost everything, I'd gained so much, and I didn't want to let go. I placed my palm against his bare chest. Ross told me the same thing today. I flashed him a rueful smile. It's like you're best friends or something. Yes, brilliant friends, he said with a self-satisfied grin. But like always when it came to Ross, Jackson's thoughts began to wander. So, I said, hopeful. The last thing I wanted was Jackson descending down a rabbit hole of his own, one with haunting shadows. About this self-care you're lecturing me about. Does that apply to sleep and food only, or are there other, more extracurricular activities I should employ more frequently? Jackson's eyes flashed with anticipation. I dragged my index finger down the center of his chest to where his towel was tied around his waist. I mean, I get it if sleep is more important. Well, exercise is important too. His voice was low and gruff, and his lip twitched. He picked me up in his arms, causing me to shriek as my towel fell from around me. I covered my mouth, hoping I hadn't woken Thea and Bo down the hall, and snickered. I'd say once a day, he shrugged. At least. I stifled another laugh as I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled his mouth to mine. Whatever you say, you're the life coach, I said, and kissed him through my smile. With a growl, Jackson kissed me back, more fervently this time. I missed you, he said, and nestled his nose against the column of my neck with a contented sigh. His beard tickled. His lips were warm against my skin, making my insides roil and burn, and every tightly wound inch of me needed him. Desperately. I missed you too, I breathed, and pulled his mouth against mine. Let me show you how much.
6. Alex. The breeze rushed through the open windows of Jackson's Tacoma as I led the caravan into Riverdale, a neighborhood in Whitehorse detached by the Yukon River. It was only noon and there was still a lot to do before the end of the day, including helping Jackson unload emergency supplies in one of our many hidden bunkers. You both helping me finish the bus's biodiesel conversion today? Bert asked from the back seat. I still have to finish the pasture, I told him, but Phil nodded. I'll head back with you, Phil said, sitting in the passenger seat beside me, eyeing Bert, who sat crunched up in the back. For an old guy, he was nimble. I'd give him that. Why don't you like sitting in the front? Phil asked, glancing over his shoulder. I feel like an asshole sitting up here while you're all folded up back there." Call it a quirk," Bert muttered. We'd come to learn he was full of them. Aside from the bushy gray hair that hung down to his shoulders, he was a Willie Nelson lookalike. He had the big, unabashed smile, the raspy voice, and just as many wrinkles. He even wore a camo bandana around his head every single day, switching it out for an American flag or a pink paisley one that Thea insisted looked the best when Elle made him wash the others. I didn't know the particulars, but Ross had mentioned that Bert lost his wife in a car accident while fleeing Fairbanks during the outbreak. Between Bert's grief and Ross's, the 5 months they spent palling around together before White Horse were dark, and, if I was to guess, a drunken haze. "It's just up here," I told them, and turned off the main road. Our supply bunkers throughout the city had everything from medical supplies to weapons, food, and clothes in case we ever got holed up there for a while. Even though Riverdale felt a little too much like Whiteley for my comfort, cut off from everything by the Yukon River and the Mackenzie Mountains, it was an area we could more easily control. And with the hospital down the road, if we needed it, it was one of the safest places we could bunker up in Whitehorse. The streets of Riverdale were like the rest of the city, empty and dusty. When we decided to make Whitehorse our permanent home, Ross, Phil, Woody, and Jackson had cleared the main road of visible bodies, and Bert and I had moved the abandoned cars. Some of them had been a simple jump or hot wire. Others had required Bert's special ability to manipulate the vehicle engine. Even with the streets cleared, the neighborhood reeked of death, and not so much the smell of it, but in the way the buildings stood, looming and lifeless, and the way the wind whistled through the vacant streets, otherwise silent. Most of the time, the place was a giant echo of solitude, and I wondered if it had ever come to life again. A few months ago, I would have said I hated coming into the city. It was like walking through a grave. Even if I couldn't see all the bodies that filled every building, I still knew they were there. The more familiar we became with desolate, sprawling Whitehorse, though, the less it bothered me. The stillness had become expected. The debris tumbling down the streets was just part of the scenery, and the taller the foliage was that poked through the cracks and crevices of the roads and sidewalks, the less lifeless it began to feel. As I turned off of Lewes Boulevard, there was movement in an alleyway to the left, and I slammed on the brakes. "Holy shit," Bert blurted. Phil braced himself on the dash, and the three of us lurched forward. Jackson screeched to a halt in the Explorer behind us. "What the hell, Alex? I almost blew chunks," Phil groused. But he straightened as a dog trotted into the middle of the road, and the three of us caught our breath. The dog looked like a collie of some sort, with matted tan fur, but he wasn't skin and bones, like I would have expected. It had been a couple months since we'd seen any animals roaming the streets, domesticated ones at least. Most of them starved to death, which was bad enough, but at least they didn't have to wander aimlessly through the streets, suffering with little access to food, especially after having barely survived the winter months. "We need to put more food out for them," Bert said, mirroring my thoughts. But I shook my head. "We tried that. The squirrels and weasels take it all." "Too bad we can't take it home. Sophie would love that." I looked at Phil. "What do you mean?" Bo is the animal lover, not Sophie. She's been talking about how excited she is to get a few animals. "Really?" I couldn't help my surprise. Phil shrugged as if the revelation was nothing to him. "It has something to do with her mom." She confided in Phil more than she confided in me these days. I knew that much already. But about her mom? Even if it wasn't all that surprising, it still hurt a hell of a lot. I watched as the dog lifted his nose to the air, finally eyeing our movement inside the truck. Then trotted to the opposite sidewalk and between two apartment buildings, like he had somewhere more important to be. "Well," Phil said, "he's not starving, which means he's eating somewhere. I'm just curious where—" As his mind wandered, I continued down the road. Part of me thought we should bring the dog back with us, so the poor mutt's fate wasn't left to chance, but we had so much to deal with already. I wasn't sure Elle would appreciate my bringing home a dog we'd have to feed, especially with 8 wolves prowling around the property most of the time. At least Luna, Tyga, and the rest of the pack were self-reliant, hunting and patrolling whenever they wanted. Glancing into the rearview mirror at Jackson and Sophie in the Explorer behind us, I turned toward the fitness center parking lot, to unload the boxes, crates, and bags the truck and the Explorer were filled with. As I pulled into the parking lot, I flung my seatbelt off. We still had a lot to do before we could head back. Phil cracked the passenger door open as the truck rolled to a stop, and I killed the engine. "Here we go," Phil muttered, and Bert climbed out of the back behind him. Creaking my door open, I stepped out onto the asphalt, but it wasn't black under my feet. The parking lot was grimy from months of melted slush and rainstorms, and what few vehicles were left in the lot were caked in layers of dirt. I lifted my rifle out of the back of the truck and peered around, ensuring nothing looked strange or out of place. It was all the same as expected, desolate and quiet, save for the New Year's membership sale banner that flapped in the breeze. The gym wasn't where we'd hole up if we ever needed to. It would be the small secondary school down the street, but we didn't want to have all of our supplies in one place, and the back room and outside storage container with old equipment was as good a place as any. "I'll sweep the interior," I told them and glanced at Phil. "Start getting everything unloaded. We'll make sure to get the canned food moved in first and out of the sun." "Then I'll help getting this diesel down," Jackson said, glancing at Phil as they all began unloading. I turned for the gym. "Wait," Sophie called, shutting the passenger door of the Explorer. "I'll do a sweep with you." She reached for her gun from the back seat and hurried toward me. "What's that look for?" she asked, eyeing me as she walked past. I gripped my rifle in front of me. "What look?" "That look? The one that tells me you were about to tell me not to?" "I wouldn't dare tell you that you can't do something," I admitted and followed after her. "I know better than that." But Sophie didn't believe me as she hurried toward the boxy fitness center. She was right not to, because my first instinct was to tell her I'd do it on my own. It wasn't a giant gym or anything, but it was big enough that I didn't want to worry about something happening to her if someone was inside. Switching off my safety, I glanced around the parking lot one more time at the towering apartment complex across the street and at the food outlet the next block over, then hurried inside after her with my rifle held tight in front of me. Whitehorse was empty as far as we knew, but it was too big to patrol 24/7. Instead, we relied on stale air and dust as an added security system. If someone opened a door, we'd be able to tell, and if something even skittered across the dusty floor, we'd be able to see it. I raised my rifle as Sophie opened the glass door, and we stepped inside. The city had been swept for survivors before we'd arrived in May, at least as much as Woody could handle between himself, Phil, and Stanley. Even if the wolves made rounds every so often, there was still the chance of drifters we might not be aware of. I kept my eyes fixed as we surveyed the reception area. The overhead lights were off, but I made a mental note to turn off the Powerade fridge in the corner before we left, as well as the vending machine beside it. Even if we had the power, it seemed careless to waste it. And the less inviting everything remained, the better. Sophie's and my footsteps echoed against the cement floor as reception opened up into the main floor and machine room. There were a few mats placed sporadically around, but the warehouse-sized space felt mostly vacuous and empty. Like the other buildings, the air was stale and musty inside, and the lingering moisture of winter and intermittent rain clung to the walls. It was far better than the stench of rot and decay that permeated the air for the first couple of months after the outbreak. But luckily, too much time had passed for that now. "Jesus!" I spat as our reflections in the wall mirrors lining the back of the room practically jumped out at me. We were barely lit by the muted daylight. Sophie snickered and continued through the room, but my gaze lingered briefly on her reflection. She was no longer the wide-eyed angel I saw standing in the doorway of her apartment. Her gaze was fixed and determined, with her rifle aimed at the dark hallways as she made her way toward the aerobics room. "I'll take the locker rooms," I whispered. Sophie glanced over her shoulder with a nod as she continued down the hallway. I veered off through the stair-steppers and ellipticals, the rowing and weight machines eyeing the half-formed boot prints on the dusty floor. They were left over from the guys' first sweep months ago, and weeks of dust already covered part of their prints. But as I drew closer to the locker room, I stopped short. A footprint, bare and much smaller, half the size of mine, headed the same way. Then I saw another one. It wasn't a fresh footprint, but the fact that it was there at all, small and not one of ours, made my heart beat harder and faster. A child's? Something about the thought made my palms sweat. I followed them into the woman's locker room until I saw another larger set of footprints, and not with tactical soles like the guys. "Sophie," I rasped over my shoulder, unwilling to look anywhere but in front of me as I continued further inside. It was dark and dank, and I paused, straining to hear movement. Even if my gut told me whoever had been there was long gone, when I spotted the light switch on the wall, I flicked it on and stepped quickly inside, aiming my gun around the tile and cement room. I froze at the sink and stared at the body shriveled on the grouted floor. The woman had been dead long enough to rot and not smell anymore, but she wasn't a skeleton. I stepped past her, forcing myself to clear the rest of the bathroom. I swept the shower stalls that lined the far wall and the toilet stalls that lined the other. I followed the footprints in a crazy mess throughout the horseshoe-shaped space, the little prints overlapping the bigger ones, like someone had been running around in circles, scared. Making my way back to the entrance, I sidestepped the body, determined to find Sophie, but I stopped at the door when a flash of faded color on the woman's arm caught my eye. Tattoos. I looked at her body more closely. She had dark hair, which looked more like a mass of black string splayed on the floor. Her jeans hung on protruding hip bones, and her torn, long-sleeved shirt was pasted to her torso. There was no meat left on her body, no color in her leathery skin. She looked sun-dried and sunken in, but it was her sleeve of illegible tattoos that gripped me. Something felt off. I hadn't thought of Bella Carson in a long time. She was a 19-year-old girl I'd sold Ritalin to when I was 16. An errand favor for a friend, Harley. I'd needed extra cash for clothes, but I'd gotten far more than I'd signed up for. The first time I met Bella, she was high as a kite, studying for a college exam. I'd left her with a dozen pills, and when I returned a few days later with more, I'd found her convulsing on the floor of her apartment, her tattooed arms flailing around. I ran, scared and not wanting to get caught. I'd told Harley needing to tell someone, anyone but the police, but she'd died sometime after. Her death, just like my mother and stepfather's, had felt like it was my fault, like I could have prevented it. Seeing the three of them in their final moments was nothing compared to how many dead bodies I'd seen since the outbreak, but somehow theirs were more horrifying and difficult to forget. "Alex," I heard Sophie's rushed footsteps and held my hand back, feeling my fingers brush her arms. I didn't want her to see the girl, at least not until she expected it. Sophie stumbled back into the doorway. "Soph, wait. What? I pried my eyes from the woman's body to Sophie as she shook her head. Then her eyes rounded and her mouth clamped shut. She stared at me like she was waiting for me to say something. Then her brow furrowed and she looked down at my fingers clutching her arm. "Bella. Fuck." I silently cursed myself and dropped my hand, stepping out of her way. She probably saw all of the others too, because nothing could just be my horrible memory, not anymore. I dragged my hand over my hair. The body on the floor was nothing compared to Bella's flailing limbs and convulsing body as her eyes rolled back in her head. I stepped past Sophie and headed for the machine room. "The locker room is clear," I told her, hanging my rifle at my side. "So is the aerobics room," she whispered. "Alex, not now, Sophie." I didn't want to talk about Bella or have Sophie remind me once again that I could tell her anything. I didn't want to talk about any of it because I wanted to forget. Sophie would get an inside look at the horrors of my mind soon enough. For now, I just needed some air. As I strode out of the building, I couldn't help but glance at the surrounding apartment buildings. The woman had been dead in the locker room for a few months at least. The question was, had she been there before, or had she shown up after Woody and the guys swept the building? And what had happened to her?
7. Sophie. After 3 months of sleeping in one of the cabins on my own, I trudged up the stairs with my things, finally moving into the house with the others. Elle had been insisting for a while that I'd be more comfortable inside, rather than out there on my own. And after what happened at the gym in Riverdale, I'd decided it was time. I'd felt off since we'd left town, and not because I knew Alex might have had second thoughts about meeting with me. If he did, I wouldn't be all that surprised. But it was something else, a fuzziness,
and sudden sense of exhaustion that I couldn't shake. I assumed it was because of my dreams and sleepless nights, and Elle's arguments to sleep in the safety of the house won out in the end. The house was busy and alive, and I could use the distraction. Thea's hums were soft from her bedroom on the other side of the landing as I reached the top of the stairs. I glanced at her open doorway, content to know I'd be closer to her and Beau. Turning left, I walked past Alex's room and the bathroom, toward the last empty room at the end of the hall. I dropped my backpack in the doorway and stared into my new room. Sunset pictures were framed and matted against the honey-colored accent wall. A leafless ficus was sadly situated in one corner, dead after months of neglect. The queen bed, though draped in white goose down and adorned with fringy, fluffy white pillows that might have once been clean and pristine, had an opaque hue of dust to them and looked forgotten. The windows were large, letting in the natural light of evening, providing a view of the jagged, snow-covered peaks of Mount Logan to the west. It was the perfect room in theory, and Alex had left it for me knowing as much. The writing desk was the dead giveaway, and I had a backpack filled with journals that would cover it soon enough. I yawned and considered plopping down on the dusty bed and drifting off to sleep. But I still needed to unpack the necessities, at least, and I had to meet Alex soon. I'd been waiting for time with him all day, especially after Riverdale. But now, as my mind grew heavy, I considered pleading for a rain check. Not because I didn't want to see him, but because I wanted to be present, completely present, for all of it. Whatever happened tonight would be a huge, defining moment in our relationship, and I didn't want to go into it with a foggy brain. A door slammed open, and I glanced down the hall. "Where are my markers?" Beau stomped into Thea's room and loomed in her doorway. "I told you not to use them! You always forget to put the caps back on and they dry out!" "Nuh-uh!" "Yeah-huh!" He stomped inside and rustled around. "Why are you always so annoying?" He walked back into his room with a Crayola case in his hand. "I'm not annoying! You're annoying!" Thea shouted back. "I wish I had a sister instead of a mean, stupid brother!" Jackson and Elle's bedroom door swung open at the end of the hall.
All right, you two.
Jackson walked out of the master bedroom, pulling his t-shirt down over his chest.
That's enough.
He peered into Beau's room first. His hair was wet and pulled back against his head, his beard freshly trimmed. "Thea keeps taking my things!" Beau tattled, his hands on his hips as he scowled at her. "I just borrowed them," she growled, as they matched each other glare for glare from their doorways. "Don't have a hernia." Jackson and I looked at one another, both of us suppressing a laugh. "I'm not having a hernia," Beau quipped. "Besides, you don't even know what that is." "Yeah-huh." "Nuh-uh."
All right,
Jackson said again, sweeping Thea up into his arms. I pursed my lips, strangely comforted to hear their bickering echoing through the house. It was full of life, and I had missed it. Jackson stepped out of the hallway and onto the landing, and Thea shrieked with laughter as he swung her onto his back.
it's time to help with dinner.
"Can we have potato chips?" she giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. "And pizza. I want pizza."
I don't know about pizza tonight, but I'll see what I can do about sneaking you some potato chips.
"Okay."
You can't tell Elle, though. She likes to hoard them all for herself.
Thea giggled again, and Jackson winked at me as he passed.
Welcome home, Soph,
he said.
There's never a dull moment.
I grinned, completely content.
Come on, Beau. You get to pick a protein.
Jackson called up the stairs. Moose, I mused. Or duck or caribou. But definitely not fish. Beau and Thea never picked fish. "Coming," Beau called, though he was less than enthused. "Come on, Luna," his voice commanded more softly, and the black wolf trotted out of his room as he hurried to the stairs.
I have some markers, I told him, pointing to my backpack in the doorway behind me. I'll let you borrow them if you don't tell anyone I have them. A smile crept between his lips, and with a nod, he headed down the stairs after Jackson and Thea to the kitchen. As I turned for my room, I stopped just shy of Alex's bedroom and peered inside. Fleetingly, I thought I was invading his privacy, but I was just looking. At least, that's what I told myself as I stepped inside. His blackout curtains were drawn, letting the evening sunlight in. A long-sleeve shirt was draped over the wooden chair in the corner, and his bed was perfectly made, with his boots, tennis shoes, and flip-flops in a row underneath his queen-size bed pushed up against the wall. My shoes wouldn't be like that. Their place would be wherever they landed on my floor, and I thought of my mom having to pick up my things all the time. I liked my stuff a little messy. Maybe it was always in spite of my mom's rigidity. Or maybe I just liked the freedom of having a space of my own so that I could do whatever I wanted. Find something intriguing? Elle said from Alex's doorway. I glanced back to find her setting a stack of folded laundry on the foot of the bed. My cheeks flushed and I shrugged. Just comparing, I told her. Everything in here has a place.
He's very particular, Elle agreed. That's why Jackson folds his laundry. They're both that way.
She winked at me. The kids don't care how crappy I fold. I grinned, appreciating how real Elle was all the time. I don't care either. I say, why bother anyway? Elle chuckled softly and threw her hands up.
Hey, I never claimed to be mom material.
Her words sobered me a little, and my smile settled into place. No, but you're doing a really good job. I wanted Elle to know that. She was the big sister I never had, and the closest thing to a mom Bo and Thea would ever have again. And she was better than any other friend we could have hoped for.
Thanks, Soph,
she whispered.
That means a lot, actually.
Her eyes shimmered a little, and she peered around Alex's bedroom. I guess when you move around a lot, you don't have the luxury of getting too comfortable. She stared at Alex's backpack next to the chair in the corner. What is it? I glanced around his room again, uncertain what her pensive expression was for. Elle's gaze refocused on me. You know how Alex always had a backpack by his bed in Slana? In case something happened and we needed to go. I nodded and stared at the canvas bag again, realizing it was the same one. He still has it? Elle didn't have to agree. I already knew what she was thinking. Whether it was to leave this place in a hurry if something happened, or to leave for another reason, he still had his bag, packed and ready to dash out the door by the looks of it. We all had bug-out bags, but this was different. This was Alex's safety net. Even if it collected dust in the corner, he hadn't felt at home enough to unpack it yet. I guess some things don't change, she whispered. A thought occurred to me. Do you still have candles in your nightstand? The corner of her mouth twitched and she smiled sheepishly. Yes, I do, actually. I haven't used them, but I have them there. Just in case. I knew about Elle's stepfather and what he'd done to her growing up. I knew about the sexual abuse and how she lived each day holding her breath in trepidation. She'd never told me about it, of course, because Elle tried to protect us from things that went bump in the night as much as she could. But I'd seen it in my dreams, even if they weren't dreams at all, but her memories. Somehow, the light had always made her feel safe, and maybe it still did. Do you still think about him? I asked. I wondered about it some nights while I was lying in bed, imagining a young Elle wrapped in a robe under the blankets, miserable and sweating because she was so hot, but refusing to take the covers off. Like the layers and the blankets would somehow protect her, fearing her stepfather would be standing in the doorway. No,
she said after a moment. I don't think about John. At least, not like I used to. When I think about Jenny, I sometimes think about our lives before. But it's not the same. Elle moved out of the doorway so I could step through. I'm glad you don't worry about him anymore, I told her. The last thing she needed were monsters from her past lingering, when there were plenty of them roaming around the world now. I turned from my bedroom with a yawn and contemplated sneaking in a teensy-weensy nap before I met Alex. Sophie? Elle's voice was quiet and apprehensive, and I looked over my shoulder at her. Was it bad? When they took Jenny, I mean. I've wondered about it since Whiteley, but I've been too afraid to ask. It's probably better not knowing, but it just... There's this big question mark I can't shake. I think it's that I never got any closure or said goodbye. I thought about JJ convulsing on the stretcher in the hallway of the apartment complex, and the blood sprayed on the elevator walls as she choked for breath. It wasn't good, I admitted, but I don't think she suffered for long. At least, I hoped she hadn't. Elle seemed satisfied with that answer. Or at least she didn't want to press me further. I'm going to go grab one more load of laundry off the line, then help Jackson with dinner. Come down when you're situated. She turned for the stairs. Oh, I said. Alex and I might be late. Elle tilted her head with interest. Late? We're going to practice tonight, I told her, which was all the explanation Elle needed. Her eyebrows rose slightly. I think he's finally going to let me in. Although I didn't talk about Alex much with Elle, she knew I was frustrated that he'd pushed me away. Her frequent reassuring comments that he'd come around gave her away. I'm glad, she said. You two have been through a lot together. You need each other. Pursing my lips, I almost smiled because her words validated how I already felt, and it was good to hear that someone else thought the same way I did. It gave me hope that Alex might finally admit it too. Well, good luck. Elle turned and plodded down the stairs. And get some sleep tonight. You look zonked, she called back. I gathered my bag and pillow from the doorway and tossed them on the bed. Everything needed a little airing out, but with a little attention, it would be perfect. I stared longingly at my pillow, wondering if all of that could wait. Gulping down some of the water from my bottle, I told myself to rally. As I unzipped my backpack, a truck engine rumbled up the gravel driveway. It sounded like Ross's Chevy. I walked over to the window and peered down at Ross and Phil climbing out of the truck. I wasn't sure what was up, but our time between the lodge and the prison was generally scheduled to ensure we always knew where everyone was, especially with no word from Woody's little bird, Nightingale, in weeks. All we knew was that Nightingale had alerted him about the General's followers, the Yellow Bands, lurking in British Columbia a few months back. It was why Woody was so on edge when we'd first arrived. But he'd heard nothing since. While no news was generally good news, it was still unnerving. Nightingale was generally good with monthly correspondence, but had gone dark. It was one of the reasons Elle was so apprehensive. I wasn't sure if Ross and Phil had good or bad news, but they had come for a reason, and I abandoned my stuff in my room and headed back down the hall to the stairs. I stifled another yawn, wondering what the hell was wrong with me. I was used to being tired, but it was becoming a chore to focus. When I reached the living room, Jackson was at the sliding screen door, with Thea still hanging off of his back. I'd be worried you're here if it wasn't almost dinner time, he jested. I stepped outside behind him as Phil and Ross came up the steps and stifled another yawn. Dinner? Great! Perfect timing then. Phil's smile grew to a grin when he saw me. Oh, hey, Soph. I gave him an open-palmed wave. Everything okay? Ross nodded out toward the pasture fence that stretched into the trees. I came to see if the fence was still standing because you're going to need it.
It took me a moment to realize what he was saying. Wait, what? You found some livestock?
I couldn't help the excitement in my voice. Ross nodded and waited for Phil to share the rest. I got to thinking about that dog today, Phil started, and he leaned against the deck railing. He was healthy-ish, and I wanted to know where he was going. After Riverdale, on my way to the prison, I made a detour and headed toward the edge of town, where that dog was heading. And? There's a farm, he explained, the corner of his mouth lifting in a smile. There were 3 cows, though I don't think one of them is going to make it. And while the other 2 aren't in the best condition, the female, Jackson clarified. Phil's grin grew. Yep, she's got a big pasture, and with all the rain, she's had plenty to eat. The inside of the barn is torn to shit, and I'm sure that has something to do with the winter she survived. But they made it. And the dog, he must live in the garage there. There was dog hair everywhere, and probably 20 bags of kibble torn to shreds. It got them through for a while, at least. How bad of shape are the cows in? Jackson asked with less excitement. I don't know. Woody might be able to give us a better idea. Thea climbed off of Jackson's back and pulled the hem of her shirt down.
If it's a girl, can we have milk again?
Maybe, Squirt, Phil said. Ross nodded toward the pasture. I figured we should get them as soon as we can. There's no sense in letting them wander or risk losing them. Not when the fence is ready. Agreed. Jackson pointed into the house. Come on in. You can plan while I cook. Thea bounced her way back into the house, and Jackson and Ross filed in after her.
Elle is going to be so excited, I told Phil as we followed them inside.
There were 3 goats, too, he added. They've chewed on just about every piece of wood in that damn barn, but they're alive. There was a horse inside that didn't make it, though. He had no way out of his stall. I tried not to imagine what else might have been in there, and I changed the subject. If they're alive, I wonder how many other farms might have survived in those foothills. I don't know, but I was thinking we should make a list of all the locations we can check in that area.
Great idea. I followed Phil into the living room, grabbing a spiral notebook and a pen off the side table, and curled up on the sectional across from him, anxious to get started. There was something I was forgetting, but as exhausted as I was just happy to have something to focus on long enough to make it to dinner. If we could sustain a fully functioning farm before winter, so many of our concerns would be taken care of. Dairy, methane, maybe even meat if we were ever in dire straits and needed it. Tell me, I told him. I want to know what else you found.
8. Alex. Leaning against the side of the greenhouse, I removed my Canucks baseball cap and wiped the sweat from my brow. At least the evening was cooling off, even if the sun was still in the sky. Thanks for getting that door in, Alex, Elle said, dropping the last of the dry clothes into the laundry basket. Phil's contagious laughter echoed down from the deck, and I tried to ignore the fact that he was here again. Elle walked around the greenhouse and stood beside me with the basket resting on her hip. She stared at the door with a quizzical expression. What's wrong? Reaching forward, she closed it, jiggled the handle, then opened it again, testing it out like it might fall off the hinges or something. You know, I might not be a carpenter, I admitted, but I can install a door. You don't have to check it. I was only partially joking. Elle's green eyes shined with amusement. I'm not questioning your skills, Alex. I'm praying the weasels don't know how to open it is all. She closed the door with a satisfied sigh and glanced back at me. Unless those critters drop in through the roof tonight, we might get a reprieve from their terror. I don't know. They're pretty determined. Tell me about it. Don't worry. We'll get the greenhouse finished this week. Then it will be critter-proof. I know we will. She winked at me and glanced toward the house. I'm going to see what Ross is here for. Jackson's deep chuckle reached our ears. And to make sure dinner gets made, she said wryly. Sounds good. She headed toward the mudroom, and I turned on the hose. It was time to wash the day's sweat and grime off me, a temporary fix until I could squeeze in a shower. And if I was honest, I could use a good cool down before I met up with Sophie at the Rock, especially after what happened in Riverdale. Finding dead bodies didn't get easier for me, even if I thought it would have by now, and I had a gut feeling everything Sophie saw in my mind today would likely be brought up again too. Holding my breath, I rinsed off my face and ran my hand over my head. The water was cool as it poured over me, and I could taste the salt on my lips. At least there was plenty to do to keep busy, which kept me from stewing all the time. Wiping my eyes with my shoulder sleeve, I shut the hose off. After tonight, though, I imagined I'd have plenty to stew about. With a deep breath, I tugged my cap back on and headed across the property, past the outbuildings that flanked the far end of the house, and toward the tree line. The river's constant whir on the other side was predictable, and I needed that right now, certainty and familiarity, because my stomach was in giant knots. It was worse than any first day at a new school or sitting across from my probation officer awaiting punishment. All of that had just been part of my life, the everyday bullshit I'd grown used to. It had never scared me. Not like this. Nobody ever cared enough to get so close, and it scared the shit out of me. Sophie was my blurry line, my hopeful maybe that I felt an undeniable connection to, despite knowing that anything between us would be like navigating a minefield. How could it not be when every touch or conversation was a trigger? One wrong move and everything would detonate, and I hated to risk what was currently a bearable relationship on what could be. Whether it was to become closer friends or, dare I think it, something more, whatever Sophie wanted would come at a cost. All the death and loss that had resulted from the outbreak was easier for me to accept than it was for everyone else, because I didn't have anything important to me left to lose. Not like Elle, who still mourned her sister, Sophie, who mourned her mom, and Jackson, who'd lost his entire family. Instead, I'd gained a family. The only person I missed was my grandmother, and I'd lost her years ago. I felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of her raspy chuckle. It was the white noise I fell asleep to on her couch, watching reruns of The Golden Girls. Blanche had been her favorite. For me, this wasn't a second chance. It was my one chance, and my chest ached with an overwhelming feeling I had sometimes. The feeling that the bottom would drop out again soon, and I'd do something to lose it. Whatever Sophie and I were, I didn't trust myself not to screw things up once I let her see the real me. I couldn't help listening to the small voice in the back of my head, which told me that no matter how much I wanted this to work, it might not. Sophie might get more than she bargained for when my ability amplified hers. My palms were sweating, imagining Sophie freely inside my mind, and it occurred to me that I might regret what I was about to do, just like I'd regretted so many other things. And I didn't ever want Sophie to be a regret, but I couldn't stand to see that look on her face, like I saw every time I pulled away. The sadness and the hurt. When I got to the Rock, it was empty, but I knew Sophie was inside, settling into her room. I was glad she was moving into the house. It hadn't felt right knowing she was out there, away from all of us. Regardless of what happened today, I might at least be able to sleep a little better knowing she was closer. Leaning against the boulder, I told myself to stop spiraling and shut it all down, all the fear and anxiety. I was doing this. I'd already told Sophie I would, and it was all she'd ever really asked me for. She was my rock, even if I never told her that. We'd been through everything together from the very beginning. Even if she didn't know it, she pushed me to be stronger, and I had to be that for her. I liked being that for her. I wanted her to trust me and rely on me the same way she wanted me to trust her. After a few more agonizing minutes, I began to pace. If I could amplify what she could do, I would see all of Sophie too, and I felt a strange mixture of intrigue and discomfort, knowing we'd both be an open book. I glanced toward the house. The longer I paced, the more I questioned whether or not she was even coming. The sun was sinking lower, and it felt like nearly an hour had gone by. The realization I might have been stewing for nothing stung a little, and I tried not to be annoyed. Then, it dawned on me that something might be wrong. Shit. With a long stride and determined footsteps, I hurried back to the house. Here I was, pacing around like an asshole, while Ross and Phil were back. If they were back, it meant they must have had news. It couldn't be bad news, right? Phil had seemed as carefree as ever standing on the deck. I broke into a jog. Something came up at the hydro plant, maybe. Issues with power meant our reinforced, state-of-the-art prison was useless to us. Maybe Woody had finally gotten word from Nightingale about movement in the lower 48. That didn't seem likely as I rounded the lodge and hurried up the deck steps, chastising myself for being a damn idiot. Everyone was inside, probably having a meeting, and I was late to the party. When I slid the screen door open, I stopped in the doorway. There was chatter and clinking pans in the kitchen, but only Phil and Sophie were in the living room. Sophie grinning on the sectional, a notebook in her hand. Her eyes enlivened as she looked at me. "Hey, they found some livestock. Cows, even," she said happily. My heart sank as I looked from her smiling eyes to Phil's, and then my blood began to boil. "Cows?" Phil nodded. "Cool, huh?" Cool? I was losing my mind out there, and she was curled up inside laughing with Phil? Sophie's eyes lit with sudden realization, and she opened her mouth and jumped to her feet. "Shit, Alex." She squeezed her eyes shut. "I forgot. I was on my way out there, and I don't know how I could forget." She blinked worriedly at me. As apologetic as she looked, my pride wouldn't let the reality of her forgetting me for Phil simply fade away. "Don't worry about it," I told her, and headed for the stairs. "I need a shower anyway." I took the steps 2 at a time and couldn't get away from either of them fast enough. Sophie had stood me up for Phil and a cow. I tried to sleep, but it was pointless. My head hurt from thinking too much, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sophie's face as she'd stood in her bedroom doorway before bed. "I'm so sorry, Alex. My mind was fuzzy. I think I was just super tired. You know that's not like me." No, it wasn't like her. At least not like the Sophie I knew when Phil wasn't around. I saw the regret in her eyes. I even heard it in her voice, but it didn't make it hurt any less. All of the anxious mind chatter I'd waded through all day, all of my apprehension, had been for nothing. I talked myself into it for nothing. Still, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to hate Phil for being her distraction, but even then, all I could focus on was my wounded, stupid ego. I didn't want Phil to matter, but he did. I wasn't dense. I knew I needed to get used to him, but still, I'd wanted to matter to her more. I'm not sure how long I was lying in bed before I heard murmuring in Sophie's room. I sat up, but couldn't make out her words as I strained to listen. Pulling the blankets off, I climbed out of bed, listening, waiting for footsteps or another voice, but the house was quiet again. I was about to crawl back into bed when I heard another muffled sound. I opened my door and stepped out into the hall. Everything was dark, and Sophie's bedroom door was closed, but I stepped closer to listen. Her murmurs were quiet, and I could barely hear them through the door. "Soph," I whispered. Suddenly, she cried out, and I flicked the hall light on and flung her door open. Sophie's outline shook beneath her blankets as I ran over. She was asleep, and I wanted to wake her, but I hesitated. There was something intimate and strange seeing her so unaware. When she whimpered, I leaned closer. "Sophie?" Shadows from the hall played over her face as she frowned. "Sophie," I said more firmly. I wanted to shake her awake, but was reluctant to touch her. "Sophie." Finally, her eyes peeled sleepily open. "Phil?" she whispered, and my heart shuddered to a stop and my blood ran cold. I struggled to find my tongue again. "No, it's Alex." I clutched her blanket in my fist. "You were having a bad dream, I think." Sophie's eyes flitted closed again, and she turned to her side, oblivious to my standing there. She didn't make another sound as she fell back to sleep. Once again, I was left with the sour burn of disappointment and Phil's name hanging in the air between us.
9. Elle. How much do cows eat anyway?
Bo asked as we loaded the goat pellets into the back of the Tacoma. The truck bed squeaked as he propped one sack up against another to help me make more room. A lot, but they'll graze on the grass while it's growing. And if we can get them to have a baby, we'll have to feed them even more.
A baby?
Thea chirped. Hopefully. I nodded to the truck, loaded with sacks of grain, pellets, and vitamin supplements. But it's after summer and fall that we need to think about, and food for all the animals, when the ground freezes and things will stop growing for them to eat.
What about the goats?
I smiled, grateful Phil and Ross had found a few of them too. Goats will eat just about anything, but this will tide us over for a bit. We weren't exactly ready for livestock, but we could stock up on enough food for now and consider long-term plans later. More than anything, we wanted to keep the animals alive. I doubted they'd last through another winter without our help. Bo nodded.
We'll get them settled in before winter comes,
Bo said, and he seemed perfectly content with that, happy even, which was reassuring. It was difficult to know what went on in his head sometimes, and I was grateful for the small things that made him smile. Exactly. I slammed the tailgate shut. Bo's affection for animals made sense since he communicated differently with them, especially with the wolves. I imagined he had a respect for all animals now. Hey, Bo, I asked as a question I'd thought about a dozen times popped into my head. Does it bother you, eating moose and caribou, or any animals, now that, you know? I glanced at Luna, panting by his side. Bo had never said anything, but I also tried to imagine having a connection with animals and then seeing them on my dinner plate. Bo shrugged.
No, not really.
Are you sure? Because you don't have to eat everything we eat. We can figure something else out. He jumped over the side of the truck bed, landing in the gravel with a thud.
The wolves eat caribou, he explained. I guess it's just the way life is. We have to eat to survive.
He glanced at Luna, waiting patiently for a quick pet beside him. Bo scratched behind her ears, and her eyes flitted closed. Then he looked at me.
It's not like I can talk to other animals anyway. Only the wolves.
I could see him trying to work it out in his head, and I could tell he'd thought about that part of it before. I'm not sure why, he said more quietly. Well, if it ever starts to bother you, or if you have questions or something, you'll tell me, right? Bo shrugged.
Sure.
Will you promise?
Yeah, I promise.
All right then. I peered down the dirt road that led back to the highway. The good thing about a sprawling city was not always having to go into the city to find what you needed. The old feed store was on the fringe of Whitehorse, where there was more land than road. I grinned as my eyes landed on a hidden find. Did you see that? I glanced at Bo. He squinted toward the road.
See what? Bushes?
Not just bushes, Bo. Raspberry bushes. I was unable to hide my gaiety. Raspberries were my favorite. They had been since I was a little girl. It conjured some of the few happy memories I had. Picking berries with Ginny, up on the hill by the house in the summertime. Come on, get your sister, I said. We need all the fingers we have to fill the baskets. Bo turned for the feed store.
Thea, come on, he grumbled. We have to pick berries.
He made his way inside with Luna trotting in beside him. Bo was her human, I realized. If, like dogs, wolves had humans. She was always at his side, and maybe even looked at him as one of her pups. But while the others remained more like wild wolves, living on the periphery of our lives, Luna, Littlefoot, and sometimes Rocky were very constant.
Thea, come on,
he grumbled again from inside. Clearly, Bo wasn't as excited as I was about berry picking, but he'd appreciate eating the jam when we were finished with it.
I'm coming,
she shouted back. Grab some extra containers for the berries, I called,
We're going to need them! As I turned for the bushes, I noticed footprints in the gravel next to my feet. Thea's shoe prints were smaller next to mine. Smaller than I realized, actually. I smiled. Ross was right. Even if we were sometimes afraid and still had hurdles, we were also lucky. I went from having only an estranged sister to a whole clan. Tightening my ponytail, grateful to have my hair off my neck in the heat, I headed over to the raspberry bush tucked just off the road. It was lush and brimming with red berries, though some of the exposed fruit had been picked away at by the birds. Deeper in the thick of the green, were dozens of velvety leaves and bursts of red. Eagerly, I reached in to grab one. Perfection! I popped it into my mouth, enjoying the soft sweetness against my tongue. Then I reached for another. Nothing I owned wasn't already stained or tattered in some way, so I lifted the hem of my tank top for a makeshift basket, crouched down on my knees, and began to gather what I could reach. "You guys are missing out!" I called. Berries were everywhere, and the more I picked, the heavier my harvest became. I could feel my shirt stretching and could see the red juice seeping into the yellow fabric of my top. But I didn't care as I popped another berry into my mouth. For every handful I picked, a few made their way into my mouth, and the deeper I reached, the more I found. I heard soft footsteps in the gravel and felt a shift in the air behind me and smiled. I should let one of you crawl in here. I tried not to crush the mound of berries weighing down my shirt as I collected the last few I could reach. You can pick the ones I can't. Filled to capacity, I pulled out of the bush and turned around, but no one was standing there. A chill ran down my spine. "Thea?" I glanced at the truck in the empty lot, and then into the doorway of the store as Bo, Luna, Littlefoot, and Thea came out. Bo and Thea each had a giant feed scoop in their hands. "Will these work?" Bo asked, walking closer. I stared between them. "What?" Bo's head tilted to the side. "They're metal buckets if you want." I held up my hand. I could have sworn one of you was out here already. Bo and Thea looked at me like I was crazy, and maybe I was. I heard something. I glanced around. One of you was standing here. Bo pointed to the finch on the branch a few yards from me. "Maybe it was the birds," he said. I looked at Luna, who seemed as bored as Bo was. If someone had been here, she would know. But even as I told myself I was just mistaken, the certainty I'd had seconds ago lingered. There was a shadow, wasn't there? And I'd heard footsteps. I glared at the little finch hopping along in the gravel. Thea's brow creased with worry, and I realized I was acting crazy. "You're right," I said, rising to my feet. "It was the birds. You two are such slowpokes. Look how many berries I already have. Can you two sneak in there and get those ones I can't reach, please?"
"I want to go into the bush cave first,"
Thea declared, and she brushed past Bo and crawled inside. "Whatever," he muttered. Bo was nothing if not predictable. The day instantly grayed as a cloud drifted in front of the sun, and I peered up at it. The shadow could have been a trick the sky was playing on me, even if that didn't feel right either. I glanced around at the lot again, looking for something else that might have been amiss, but there was nothing I could see. Save for the wolves, the kids, and our new finch friend, we appeared to be alone. "We'll just fill these up and head home," I told them, keeping my eyes on the wild grasses and woods surrounding the vacant lot. Even if I was making something out of nothing, it was a reminder not to let my guard down. Refusing to leave the kids, I clinched my shirt basket tighter in my hand and felt for my holstered pistol with the other, reassuring myself it was there.
10. Alex. I stared up at the steel-sided behemoth that peeked out from behind the metal wall surrounding the prison. How do you reinforce a state-of-the-art correctional facility whose entire front 3 stories are bulletproof but not ability-proof glass? You spend countless days of backbreaking work hauling tons of steel over from the scrapyard, and you use hundreds of gallons of fuel to power cranes that can lift beams and sheet metal nearly 50 feet over your head. Unless you can get your 7-year-old pseudo-sister to use her telekinesis. Between Bert making sure we had working lifts, Thea's mental brawn, and my ability's extra oomph, we'd been able to tackle the big, grueling prison project in a matter of weeks, not months. After weeks of scavenging tools and extra rechargeable batteries, finding the scrap material we needed, sketching blueprints, researching structure retrofitting and foundation restrictions, in case we decided to add underground tunnels later, and supercharging the electric fence, the prison had become the fortress Ross had imagined 3 months ago, save for the drawbridge and moat. The CB radio in the truck clicked on. "Hey, hot stuff, where you at?" I rolled my eyes at the unfortunate handle I'd been stuck with, thanks to my penchant for spicy foods. "Pulling up to the gate now. You gonna let me in?" While Bert and Stanley got monikers like Dozer for Bert's mechanical inclinations and Uno for Stanley's inability to say the word instead of shout it when he played the game with Thea, I got the nickname that made the others nearly piss their pants with amusement every time they heard it. The steel gate rumbled and rolled open, and I pulled the Tacoma inside the walls of the prison, parking between Woody's Blazer and Bert's van. I assumed Ross's truck was around back, and I knew Elle, Bo, and Thea were out getting animal feed, so as usual, I seemed to be the last to arrive. I climbed out of the truck, glancing up at the darkening afternoon sky, and wondered exactly what it was that Ross needed to talk to us about. The gate rumbled closed again, and I peered down the dirt road to the row of spruce and pine trees that lined the highway. We were hidden, unless you already knew we were there, and even if we couldn't protect ourselves from every single ability mutation, we could at least stand a chance now, and put up one hell of a fight. Ross rounded the corner of the building, the bill of his baseball cap covering his eyes. "What's going on?" I asked him. He looked at me but said nothing. "Where is everyone else?" Ross glanced up at the sun, like he was trying to gauge what time it was, then shook his head. Sophie's in the cafeteria practicing with Stanley, and Phil, I think." Of course she was. His gaze darted to me. Then he pulled the steel-paneled door open for us to walk inside. I peered up at the darkened windows of the prison's entryway. The facility was 1,000 times nicer than any place I'd ever been in, but had the same feel to it. Even the shiny modern finishes, the birchwood desks and spacious welcome lounge, couldn't stave off the chill of my 4 visits to juvie. It was just as vacuous inside, and the squeak of the door and our heavy footsteps echoed as we walked through the reception area. Echoing footsteps had always been an ominous sound. We walked past the processing and booking rooms, which were used as storage, toward the first cell block. The first wing was our main area of operation. It included Stanley and Woody's offices, 3 stories of cells where we all had a room to sleep in when we stayed, the cafeteria, and a small, covered fitness quad where we ate lunch and dinner on the nights we stayed late working. "What do you think about the metal sliding?" I asked, glancing up to the covered windows. The only natural light coming in these days was what filtered in through the seams in our reinforcements. "What's left to finish, the back of the building?" Ross didn't answer at first, which I would have attributed to him not hearing me, but he scratched his jaw, distracted. "What is it?" "I think we're getting sidetracked," Ross said, as we walked through the double doors toward the cafeteria. The stark white walls reminded me of the first time I was hauled in after being truant from school for 3 days. Probation was fussy like that. "And I think," he continued, "we're spending a lot of time trying to prepare for a maybe." His words surprised me and irritated me a little. Are you for real? We'd worked our asses off, and this had been his idea to begin with, staying here, making this place the fortress he wanted. You know as well as I do, this could all be for nothing. The General's yellow bands or black bands or whatever the hell bands he has now come looking for survivors, but they might not give a rat's ass about us either. I stopped, uncertain of what exactly I was hearing. And if he does and we're not ready? I shook my head. Where the hell is this coming from all of a sudden? This is what you wanted. Yeah, well, Ross nodded for us to keep walking. It took us nearly 2 months to get this far. Imagine how quickly it could be torn apart by an entire army of mutants. Wow, you're a ray of fucking sunshine today, I grumbled. Are you going to give Jackson and Woody that pep talk when we get in there and really brighten everyone's day? Or am I the only lucky one? Ross didn't seem drunk, and that's when he was the most brutally honest. So I was beginning to worry he knew something we didn't. I clamped my hand on his shoulder and forced him to stop and look at me. Ross was about 6 feet tall, with shoulders a bit broader than mine, but otherwise the same size as me, and I looked at him right in his baby blues. What's going on? It's too early in the day to start off with this doom and gloom crap. That's Woody's job anyway. Ross took his cap off, dusting it off on his knee, then met my gaze with hesitation. The water level is dropping. There was only one reason I could think of as to why the river level would matter. Is this about the hydro plant? Ross stared at me without answering. What's that mean, exactly? Because clearly it's not good. The natural rush of the water kept the turbines circulating and the power grid working. That much I knew. It's not like the river dries up. But as the words sank in, I realized I wasn't entirely sure that was true. A lead weight dropped in the pit of my stomach. Does it? With less glacier runoff, the water isn't rushing like it was. And without the high water level in the current, there's not enough to drive the turbines. I had learned about water and wind power in 5th grade. I did a science fair project about it, actually. I was proud until no one came to see it on science fair day. I imagined a pool of water collecting around the engines at the energy plant, stagnant and useless. We'd only been in Whitehorse for the spring and summer, when everything was wet and melting. But what about the rain we've been having? Ross shook his head. It's going to stop eventually. The river won't freeze, but if it's too low, the plant will stop functioning. If Ross was right, no power meant the prison wasn't as fortified as we'd thought. The locks weren't as reliable or strong, and the alarm and camera systems weren't operational. I imagined Woody and Stanley's little command center dark and utterly useless. We'd spent nearly 3 months working on the prison, leaving the house a second priority. We hadn't prepared for a winter without electricity. Shit. Wait, that makes no sense, though. What did the plant workers used to do from October to March? By the looks of it, they used those massive rusty fuel-injected backup generators we rode off to pull the extra weight when the water got too low. But generators need fuel. I leaned against the wall. Fuel wasn't something we could rely on for much longer. Quantity wasn't the problem. There was a ton of it since there wasn't much use for it anymore. It was quality that was questionable. And even if the fuel were stored in the best possible conditions and with enough stabilizers to zap out every imperfection, the shelf life would only last so long. We'd be taking a huge risk relying on it. Ross crossed his arms over his chest and heaved out a breath. You have a brilliant plan, right? You and Bird have thought of something and you're just making me squirm. He started back down the hallway again, like he didn't want to answer that. He passed Woody and Stanley's offices and headed toward the cafeteria. Ross? Not yet, but we need to come up with one soon.
11. Sophie. I was Stanley again, and sat in Woody's cluttered office, wishing he would clean the damn thing for once. He would be much more productive without having to search for notes and schematics, the things his mind never shut off about. He would be less scatterbrained and more grounded. He poured 2 fingers of scotch into a glass, and I took in the dark circles beneath his shadowed blue eyes, wishing he would listen to me when I told him he needed to take better care of himself. For all of our sakes. For mine. I cleared my throat. Statistics show that 83% of people who are organized are less distracted when it comes to... Stanley... Woody groaned. Not now, please. Here. He pushed the glass across his desk to me. Have a drink and give that brilliant brain of yours a rest. Woody's eyes held mine, like it was more of a plea than a request. He didn't like me worrying about him. But what Woody didn't realize was that someone needed to worry about him, because he was always worried about everyone else and the bigger picture.
He'd been alone for too long before he'd found Phil, and my coming to find him. He seemed to forget we needed him, like I knew he needed us. The memory felt strangely intimate, and I tried to move past it, but it clung to me as my cerebral fingers searched for something that wasn't about the general, knowing I didn't need more of that to dream about at the moment. Woody looked down at the second glass he began to fill.
So, what do you think of the new arrivals? That Elle's got a bit of fire in her, doesn't she?
Realizing his own pun, he chuckled and held his glass up to mine.
If we're going to have any sort of establishment in Whitehorse, we'll need good people. Honest people. People who don't know about or want anything to do with Gregory.
Yes, troublesome Gregory Harrodson, the bringer of doom and dark fates. The heartless son of a bitch who...
Stanley?
Clearing my throat, I lifted my scotch to Woody's, then took a drink. His eyes didn't leave me as he knocked back the contents of his glass. I, on the other hand, hesitated before taking a large swallow. The scotch was hot going down my throat, and until I'd met Woody, I wasn't sure I'd ever even had it before. The general never let me consume anything other than infused vitamin drinks to ensure my health, coffee on the days I was commanded to work more than 12 hours, and water. From what little I could remember about myself from before the outbreak, I'd never been much of a drinker. But around Woody, I indulged for reasons I was only just beginning to understand. It helped with the nerves. It helped with the incessant hum I felt when he was around me.
So?
Woody hedged.
What?
I took another sip of my scotch. Sitting back into his seat, Woody clasped his hands in his lap and smiled ever so slightly.
The new arrivals,
he reminded me in a soft voice. That was one thing Woody never was. Cruel, or short with me when my mind wandered or spun a million miles a minute. Side effects, I assumed, from an unknown number of mind wipes and control sessions. Because that's what Harrodson did. He controlled people's minds.
I think they're honorable,
I told him. But you already know that.
Yes, I do. Thanks to you. But what do you think of adding a whole brood to our humble little family?
Woody meant Phil, him, and me. All of us strangers until a couple months ago. Phil had been with Woody since December. I'd only started hoping the whisper of the crazy man whose name I'd heard circulating around the colony was more than a rumor. The one that got away from the general years ago, before I finally got away myself. If I could trust anyone, I knew it would be Woody, the man who tried to warn the world about what we couldn't see, and everyone scoffed at him. I think they are a welcome addition. If they will forgive you, if they can trust us, they will be useful. I felt a warmth spread through me, into my chest and cheeks.
What if he finds us here?
I whispered.
If the woman does what you said she can do, if they all do what Phil says they can do,
I added in a rush,
then they are important to us. They can help keep us safe from him. We need them.
Stanley, Woody said, his voice almost tender. He reached his hand out to cover mine. I stared at it, at the heat of his palm on my clenched fist that relaxed beneath his touch.
Even if Gregory came here himself, I would protect you. He'd have no power here.
He pointed to his mind.
You're safe.
I swallowed as warmth blazed in my chest and palms, and I forced myself to look into his blue eyes. They grounded me when they were steady, which was rare, and I believed that Woody would do whatever he could for all of us. For me, there was something that bound us together, even though I couldn't explain it. I forced the memory away this time and looked for another, less worrisome memory amidst the dark shadows of Stanley's mind. I didn't want to feel the fear, so I was going to stop practicing until I saw more gray and reached for the memory. I walked down the aisle of a warehouse among a group of soldiers. a tall man with salt and pepper hair and straight shoulders walking in front of us. It was General Harrodson. I knew his stance all too well from Stanley's memories, and my apprehension and fear were an acrid taste in the back of my throat. While I didn't feel the fear in Stanley as I had before, I knew any memory of the general would be a disturbing one, so I braced myself. "Atwell," the general called to a large man, built like a semi, crouched in the shadows beside boxes of inventory tucked in the aisleway. He looked guilty the moment he turned around, and I wanted to tell him not to lie, whatever he'd done, because he'd already been caught. "How is your patrol going this evening?" General Harrodson's voice was sharp and clear, a tone commanding every ounce of attention from everyone working in the warehouse. "Nothing unusual, sir," Atwell reported, stepping away from the shadows. It was his first lie. Even if I hadn't known the timid girl from Atwell's past was planted there as a test, I knew innately that Atwell was lying and afraid. I could feel it, like thick smoke in my lungs, oppressive and thick. "How are the ability transfers going?" he asked, as if more questions would keep the general distracted. The general eyed him carefully, the twitch of his trimmed mustache the only indication he was displeased. But Atwell didn't know him well enough to notice. "Have there been any new developments?" the soldier continued. "I know some of the men would like to get outfitted with regeneration or telekinesis." They were abilities that would never be his to hone. I detected Atwell's heart rate spike, and I could see the sheen of sweat on his brow. An unexpected hatred poured out of him that I could feel in the air around me, a humming that brushed the tiny hairs on my skin. It was in the shrewd glint of his eye and the tightness of his jaw that indicated he was barely holding it together. This was his admissions test into the elite, and Atwell had failed. The general took his time to respond, and finally clasped his hands behind his back. "Not yet, no. However," he said smugly, "we have had an interesting breakthrough on another project. We're calling them regens. They're reanimated corpses, more or less. They even retain their abilities, though they've altered somewhat from what they were during their first lives." Though I remained quiet, the slender girl in the shadows was watching the conversation before me unfold, like she was both curious and afraid. "The process wipes their minds completely clean," the general continued, "making them very easy to influence. No need to deal with pesky memories or morals." He eyed Atwell a moment longer, then cleared his throat. "As you were," he said with a nod, and we took a few more steps down the aisle before the general paused. He smiled to himself and turned his head toward the girl in the shadows. "CL01, the general called. And like a daisy popping up to reach the sunlight, she stepped out at the general's beckon. Atwell's eyes narrowed on the girl he'd been trying to hide. "Come here, CL01. The pale girl stepped into the aisleway. She looked from the general to Atwell, whose face was heavy with dread. CL01 was young and of Asian descent, and she looked far too innocent to be in a place like this. My heart ached for her. She walked slowly toward the soldier. "CL01 is a particularly amazing regen. Don't you agree, Atwell? We just finished her the other day." The general's voice hardened as he eyed the liar standing in front of him with disdain. "Take their weapons, my dear." As I tried to pull away, I saw a flicker of Atwell's face. Only this time he was strapped to a chair, and I couldn't bring myself to leave the memory behind. I was in the colony again, in a laboratory with the general standing in front of me, and the female doctor with teal eyes standing beside him. She wore a white lab coat and held a stack of manila files to her chest. "Darling," the general said to her, and he pointed to a bald doctor hunched over the machine Atwell was wired to, with a large dial and blinking flat buttons. "Did you want to check on Dr. Maxwell's progress?" Dr. Maxwell fumbled with his pen and cleared his throat as he looked up from his notes.
Oh, yes, of course. Dr. Wesley.
As he stepped out of the way, she shook her head. No, please. I don't wish to interfere. I just wanted to see how things were going. I couldn't look away from Atwell, strapped into the chair with wires attached to his forehead. His face was slackened, his skin ashen, and his head lolled to the side.
Fabulous, actually. You've just come in time. I've discovered the higher the electrotherapy, the stronger the Regent's abilities become. In his case, it's his strength so far as I can tell. He's only growing stronger.
A knot thickened in my stomach, knowing the soldier was only a shell of who he once was. With a thick, lifted brow, the general peered back at me, waiting for a confirmation that the doctor's claims were true. I, Stanley, nodded.
Good, the general said. Just as you suspected then, my dear.
Pleased, the general reached up and stroked Dr. Wesley's cheek with the back of his fingers. She flinched imperceptibly at his touch, though her eyes gave nothing away.
However,
the general continued, and glanced from Atwell to Dr. Maxwell.
Let's keep the electrotherapy at a minimum, shall we? I don't want the Regents getting too powerful.
Right, of course, sir. Dr. Maxwell licked his lips.
It's MA01's daily electrotherapy application. Would you like to watch? I'll turn the voltage down, of course, per your instruction.
Harrison dipped his chin in answer, and with a single curt nod, Dr. Maxwell smiled and turned around to flip a switch. The machine hummed to life. When Dr. Maxwell spun the large dial slightly, Atwell's eyes snapped open, and a high-pitched cry tore from his throat.
Miss Sophie?
There was a bright flare in my mind's eye, and Atwell, the general, and both doctors flashed to nothingness. Opening my eyes, I blinked at Stanley, his slender frame prominent in the wide expanse of the cafeteria. I let go of his hands and grounded myself back into the room. It was large and stark, with only long tables and attached bench seats that squeaked with every movement, though I could barely hear it over the sound of my thrumming heartbeat. I wiped my hands on the thigh of my jeans and wanted to unknow everything, for a little while at least. Science was something I used to like. Now, it was as if I'd seen behind the curtains and I could never look at it the same way again. Not a single one of Stanley's memories seemed to be good, and right now, I needed something less frightening than wretched souls, mutant experiments, and tyrants to think about. Searching Thea's mind that night at the Ranskins, trying to uncover what she and Beau were hiding, was one thing. I'd learned to grab hold of a single thread of what I was looking for and pull it closer. But in Stanley's mind, it was too mangled and messy. Nothing was clear or easy to navigate, and I knew the general's evil doctors were to thank for that. I think I need a break, I told him. His pointy chin dipped, waiting and expectant. I ignored the memory of his conversation with Woody and thought of Atwell.
Are you okay?
Yeah, fine. Stanley's brow furrowed slightly, like he was trying to decide if he believed me. I didn't see colors, I explained further. Only shadows. I've had enough of those memories for a while.
Ah, yes, the colors. Well, I can't say I'm very surprised.
Perhaps you should practice with someone whose mind is untouched and a bit more manageable.
That cancels just about everyone out,
Phil jested from the bench behind me. I couldn't help but wonder if Alex would have been curious enough to sit behind me while I practiced. Had last night gone the way I'd intended, maybe I'd even be sitting with him now, and we'd be practicing together. Regardless, he'd hate it. I still struggled to move beyond the memories and emotions that pulse the brightest, no matter their colors, and those tended to be the worst ones. I need to practice with Thea. At least then I'll get to play with frogs and eat honey all day. Stanley's lip curved a little, and I could tell he wanted to smile. He and I both knew, no matter what jokes were made, there was no playing down the truth. Horrible, terrifying things had happened, and more than anything, I knew now we were the lucky ones in the scheme of things, no matter what came next. "Are you sure you're okay, Miss Sophie?" Stanley dipped his chin again, eyeing me closely. I scoffed. "Yeah, I'm fine." The question should have been, how could Stanley be after everything he'd been through? "Because I could feel your fear this time." Stanley lifted an eyebrow, waiting for his words to sink in. "Wait, you what?" With a curious grin, he nodded. "I could feel it, like it was my own. But it wasn't. It was yours." But I knew that whatever had happened to me last night, whatever fuzziness was in my head, was because of my ability. It was the only thing that made sense, and this proved it. "It's changing again, isn't it?" I was as terrified as I was hopeful. Like not just getting stronger, but it's different. He nodded, glancing between Phil and me. "Perhaps your abilities will continue to transform, and this is only the beginning." Phil's brow lifted. "You mean, like into bigger, different abilities?" "No, well, I'm not sure I would say that. I think they would be reminiscent of what they are now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to change as you learn and age. Like your bodies, your minds will mature to their full potential." I took a drink from my water bottle to wet my throat. It was a little overwhelming to think that this lack of control and uncertainty was only the beginning. "Are you trying to freak me out, Stanley? Because it's working." "No, of course not." "I think it's cool," Phil said, nudging my shoulder. "You would," I grumbled. "You think everything about our abilities is cool." "That's because it is," he chuckled. "I'm serious. If you keep getting stronger, that just means you'll have more control. Try to see the positive. Right, Stan?" Stanley stood with a knowing grin. "I'm going to leave you to practice with a more amiable mind." He lifted his leg over the bench seat and glanced at Phil. "Really?" Phil's eyes alighted with excitement. "Wait, what?" My head whipped back to Stanley as he headed toward the coffee pot on the countertop. "No," I told him. Phil would do a lot for me, and I appreciated that. But I didn't want him to have to see some of the things I had in some messy, accidental transfer of horrors. "Oh, Soph, why not?" Phil's face fell a little. He took my hand in his, and the warmth of it, the intimacy, made me blush, and I pulled my hand away. Phil had never openly told me how he'd felt, but he didn't hide it either. He cleared his throat. "Look, I know you want to get this figured out, so let's get it figured out together. That's what you're here for, right? To practice?" I narrowed my eyes at him, incredulous. He seemed gung-ho, but then Phil wasn't Alex, which was something I seemed to have a difficult time remembering. But it wasn't Alex's fault for the distance between us today. That was on me. Even if I could blame my ability for screwing with my head, it didn't change the fact that I'd hurt him. I knew I did the moment he stepped into the doorway, and it all clicked back into place. Maybe getting my ability under control was the only way to fix things. Maybe it would be my peace offering to him. Finally, I conceded. It was impossible not to see the potential fun in practicing when he acted like such a kid at Christmas about it. "Great. Plus, it might help you with your dreams." "What dreams?" I startled and looked over my shoulder as Alex stepped into the cafeteria. Though he sounded concerned, his green eyes narrowed on me. I tucked my hair behind my ear. "It's nothing." "It's why she's been so distracted," Phil said over me, and I could hear the bite in his tone. I hadn't told him what happened with Alex, but Phil wasn't dense either. It was obvious that Alex had been angry last night when he walked away.
I'll get it under control, I told them both. It's just part of how this awesome ability of mine works now, apparently. Alex's brow twitched, and he looked from me to Phil, considering something. I wanted so badly to know what he was thinking, and when he looked at me again, his expression softened a little.
I didn't realize. Maybe if you'd ask her how she's doing once in a while, you would,
Phil said curtly. Phil, it's fine, I told him. He didn't know how it was with Alex, and I didn't like the edge in his tone. Alex didn't either, because he took a threatening step closer.
You got something to say to me, Phil?
Phil rose to his feet.
You've been around all of what, 5 minutes?
Alex growled.
Suddenly you think...
I jumped up, my blood boiling with annoyance.
Stop it!
I told them, looking to Stanley for help. Stanley looked concerned and dumbfounded as he glanced between them, but was no help to me whatsoever.
Just leave it alone,
I ground out.
Why does everything have to be a pain in the ass?
My head ached just trying to think without having to worry about dealing with them two. Phil scratched his shaven jaw, his eyes cutting away from Alex to finally look at me. Alex moistened his lips, drew in a deep breath, and then finally, his shoulders eased a bit. God, I breathed. You're both idiots. A pissing contest was the last thing I needed to deal with. I grabbed my journal, annoyed. The dreams, all of the crap I was going through, was about me. Yet somehow in the past 5 seconds, it had become about them. I turned to leave.
Wait, Soph,
Alex said, surprising me. Hearing the regret in his voice, I paused in my brusque rush to leave and looked at him.
Why?
I couldn't help my impatience. I was tired, I was irritated, and I didn't know if he was fluffing his feathers because Phil was standing there, or if it was because he really wanted me to stay. For a single second, I hoped he would tell me he forgave me for last night, and he wanted to talk. But then I saw the hesitation in his eyes. I knew it was neither of those.
Ross needs to talk to us, and it's important.
My thoughts tumbled as I looked away from him. I knew I'd hurt Alex, and I hated myself for that. But part of me thought I deserved just a little bit of a break. Deflated, I sat down at the table again. I opened my journal so I could focus on anything other than Alex standing behind me. It might have been utter exhaustion, but I wasn't sure I had it in me to keep fighting for what could be between Alex and me. I was beginning to wonder if the only thing Alex had ever fought for in his life was to survive. I couldn't fight for the both of us.
12. Alex. Sophie sat back down at the table, refusing to look at me, and opened her ink-smudged journal. My heart was pounding back into place, and even if I'd wanted her to stay, not just for Ross, but because I didn't want her leaving angry, I wasn't going to say that with Phil standing there. I didn't want him having any part of this. He already made everything harder between Sophie and me. He didn't get to insert himself in this, too. I glared at him as he sat back down at the table with a huff and loosened my tightened fists. That Phil thought he understood any of it was infuriating, but it was that Sophie might have actually confided in him that pissed me off the most. Of course I knew Sophie was having dreams about Phil. Part of me almost wished I'd just touched her last night, so that I'd know exactly what she was dreaming about. Then I'd at least know what Phil knew. But everyone's focus shifted to Ross when he walked in, and I forced all thoughts of Sophie and Phil aside. "What is it you need to talk to us about?" Phil leaned back against the cafeteria table, his arms crossed over his chest and his legs stretched out in front of him, like he had somewhere else to be. He was a cocky asshole, I'd decided. Stanley resumed his seat beside Sophie and capped his pen, discarded in his notebook. He studied Ross carefully through his black-rimmed glasses. I pulled out a rolled-up bag of jerky from my back pocket and leaned against the wall, settling in for Ross to give everyone the bad news. "We're waiting for Jackson and Woody. Ross said and tossed his baseball cap onto the table. They needed a few minutes more. He glanced at me. Nightingale reached out again. My jaw tightened on a salty strip of jerky. They did? Ross nodded. I don't know the details yet. He walked over to the coffee pot on the long, mostly empty counter, grabbed a clean mug from the upside-down stack, and poured black coffee to the rim. He either didn't know what they were chatting with Nightingale about, or he didn't want to say quite yet. When Ross turned around, blowing on his steaming mug, his brow instantly furrowed. He surveyed the room, all of us in our respective corners. Everything okay in here? You could choke on the tension filling this room. It's fine. Sophie, Phil, and I all muttered at once. Then Woody's voice echoed down the hall. Jackson came in first and beelined for the coffee pot next to Ross. Well, what do you know? Woody said, pausing at the doorway with a larger-than-life grin. Here are my favorite group of rascals. He ran his fingers through the nest of his wild blonde hair as he made his way over to the cafeteria table and plopped down beside Stanley. I wasn't sure Woody ever brushed his hair. He perpetually looked like he'd been struck by lightning. The gap between his front teeth was only icing on the cake. You're all getting along nicely, I hope? Phil and I glanced at each other. But unlike Woody, with his half-baked smiles, Jackson stood stoically at the coffee pot, staring out at us. Well, I said, shoving the bag of jerky back into my pocket. What did Nightingale say? Was it something about Harrodson? Phil's voice deepened with apprehension. Woody shook his head and held up his palm. Easy, Fido. Harrodson has bigger things to worry about than us right now. His voice was light with an unexpected amusement. I braced myself against the wall with my foot. What's that mean exactly? It means all of his pet projects, his precious regens, didn't only take up against him in the rebellion in March. Rumor has it they've started a colony of their own in California. His eyes locked with Stanley's. They've banded together, and if I were Harrodson, I'd be losing my shit right about now. Woody glanced at Sophie. Pardon my French. She waved his apology away. So, what are you saying? That there's going to be a war or something? I'm saying that General Harrodson's well-honed, regenerated army has not only deserted him, they've become stronger than him in just about every way imaginable. I wasn't sure about the rest of the group, but I needed more of an explanation than that. Look, Woody leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. Maybe it's worth reminding you that all of Harrodson's pet projects have been programmed and created in a way that will suit him best, to be a stronger asset to him in every single way. They're like his militia of attack Labradors on steroids, and now they're no longer at his side. He paused, waiting for his words to sink in. That means they're fighting for themselves, not for him. Do you see where I'm going with this? I nodded along with the rest of them, but I was still anxious to learn what, exactly, that meant for us. Now, Woody continued, with a barely containable grin, I'm not sure if regens hold grudges, but even if half of them want retribution, he'll be looking over his shoulder, even in his sleep, if he's even getting any, that is. As Stanley here knows, he's implemented enough electroshock therapy to have the regens' abilities shooting out their fingertips like lightning bolts. He's not safe if they are against him. Woody chuckled, all too pleased by the situation. I dared to hope the regens would annihilate Harrodson, but I was beginning to wonder if Woody hadn't completely lost it this time. With our power source in question, could we really be so lucky? It seemed unlikely. But then, things changed quickly. We'd gone from trying to survive the winter to learning that a megalomaniac might be coming to kill, brainwash, or experiment on us, or a combination of them all. Now the general was indisposed for a while. Trying not to get lost down the rabbit hole of hopeful what-the-fucks, I crossed my arms over my chest, heaved out a steadying breath, and chewed on my jerky, waiting. Woody had to have more good news, or at least more than the crazed, gleaming look in his eyes and big smile to back up his story. Nightingale told you this? Phil said, looking from Woody to Jackson for confirmation. Jackson dipped his chin, thoughtful. I was trying to determine if he believed it or not himself, but his face gave nothing away, no surprise or hope, no skepticism either. "Yep, good old Nightingale came through for us again," Woody said easily, as if that was all the explanation we needed. But we didn't know who this Nightingale was or what their credentials were. What made Nightingale trustworthy when the general had already brought so many people into the fold? "What if your Nightingale is wrong this time?" I asked, because I knew everyone else was thinking. Woody was smart in a lot of ways, but he was also desperate for the general to fail. "Or," Sophie interjected, and her eyes narrowed with disbelief, "what if they're lying so that you think General Harrodson is distracted?" Woody scoffed. "Look at all of you conspiracy theorists. I'm so proud." He practically beamed. "Truly, but she owes me," he said flatly. "Nightingale wouldn't deliver me maybes." "She?" Sophie confirmed, and I was certain my eyebrows nearly reached my hairline too. "Yes, she. I saved her life during the outbreak, in a matter of speaking, anyway, and she owes me." He pointed at Sophie, "And those are her words, not mine. I call her Nightingale because she always seems to have good news." He leaned back on his elbows and peered around the room at us. I had a dozen questions, but it was all I could do to absorb his words. Jackson watched Woody too, like he was waiting for something or maybe processing all of the things he knew that we didn't yet. When Woody's eyes met Stanley's, Woody smiled warmly. "Trust me, we're all working together in this." There was one thing I'd noticed about Woody and Stanley. However deep their connection went and whatever bond of hatred they shared for Harrodson, Woody was very protective of Stanley. I wasn't sure if it was because he felt bad for the guy, having been the general's puppet, or if what they'd been through by the general's beckoning had made them kindred spirits. Either way, Woody would never put Stanley in harm's way, and the tension in my shoulders eased a little. "Does she work for the general, or did she, like Stanley used to?" Phil asked. "Is that how she knows so much?" I glanced at our bow-tie-wearing friend, who, by the looks of it, would rather melt into the wall than talk about the general. Stanley didn't like attention, and Woody cleared his throat, so all eyes shifted back to him. "She's military, but I wouldn't say she worked for him. Not knowingly, at least," Woody explained. He'd actually pull off a military uniform well, if it wasn't for his crazy hair and his belly that stuck out a little too far to be completely convincing. "She definitely got into some thick shit when the virus finally hit Alaska, though, and she knows people in Washington and Hartley Bay. She's got connections and knowledge. It's how she stayed alive this long." Sophie bit the side of her lip. "Then what was it you did that saved her? I mean, if she knows so many people, why did she need you?" He glanced around the room at our anxious faces. "I think it's safe to assume that Nightingale came to me because I've never been quiet about my hatred of Gregory, even if I've never been stupid enough to call him out by name. I've been on watch lists most of my life, and who else would you go to if you needed help but didn't trust the people who you worked for? The crazy guy everyone writes off. Am I right? You all might think I'm paranoid," he continued, "but it's kept me alive this long, hasn't it? Now look what's happened. I, of all people, would be skeptical of her if I didn't know how badly she'd wanted to disappear back in December. She reached out to me over the radio waves, on a secure station only I use, and it freaked me out that she'd found me. I'm not going to lie. She had intel somehow, a way of finding me, and I nearly lost my shit." He looked at Sophie. "Excuse my French again." She bobbed her head, impatiently waiting for him to continue. But I recognized the fear in her voice. She needed the fastest way out of Alaska, undetected, and she was willing to give me any and all information she could in exchange for it. "How did you get her out of Alaska?" Phil asked with awe, which was my next question as well. Woody smiled as if it was all a game of espionage and intrigue. "The permafrost tunnels." "In Fairbanks?" Jackson frowned. "What? Don't tell me you believe they're just a couple of research tunnels from the 60s. Woody shook his head and laughed. It was the 60s. They didn't care about science back then unless it helped their wars. It's not a coincidence that Alaska has so many military bases. The North is the perfect smokescreen because no one wants to actually be here. A person could go crazy thinking about all of this, Jackson muttered. I scrubbed my fingers over my head. Yep. Secret tunnels and code names were enough to make my head spin. But then again, I was getting used to that these days. Ross, you know what I'm talking about, Woody said, in need of backup. But Ross only shrugged. I was infantry. I was on a need-to-know basis, he explained, and I was never stationed in Alaska. I know nothing about escape tunnels. Whatever. The point is, Woody huffed, growing restless, that Nightingale is the one who confirmed General Harrodson was behind this to begin with, and she was the one who told me how the outbreak spread so quickly. The shipping ports, I recalled. Woody had told us about the sleeper cells Harrodson had throughout the U.S., ready and waiting for the word so they could infect the ports, transporting the virus more efficiently through the world. The northern ports were a perfect bridge to the rest of the Arctic. Nightingale hasn't given me a reason not to trust her yet, so I'm not going to start doubting her now. I still couldn't believe that Woody, of all people, was telling us that we didn't have to worry about the general, or at least, it seemed, we could sleep a little better now. If we don't have to worry about Harrodson at the moment, Ross said, his voice booming in the charged silence, I suggest we talk about the hydro plant. Everyone, including Woody, looked at him. We've only got a month or so left of rushing water, which means a month or so left of guaranteed power. And with those words, everyone's faces tightened with worry, and all sense of momentary relief was gone. We never considered the fluctuations of the river when we decided to make this place our fortress, he continued, and the water level and current are decreasing. But you were all here last winter. Sophie glanced at Woody. Then her pleading gaze landed on Phil. You were fine, right? She looked at Stanley, hoping for some reassurance, like maybe they had figured out a way to do it before and might be able to enlighten everyone, but I'd already learned why that wouldn't work. When we came last year, Woody said, everything was still running. It had only been a few weeks after the outbreak. He looked at Phil like he was remembering something and then rubbed his temples with a sigh. I considered the water level fluctuating, but I never considered how much. We've been a little preoccupied, Stanley added in Woody's defense, and he pushed his glasses higher up the bridge of his nose. Sophie's eyes met mine before she looked to Jackson. He always had an idea. Between him, Ross, and Bert, they'd be able to fix anything. Is that where Bert is? I asked. At the plant. Ross took another sip of coffee and nodded. He's calculating how much time we actually have before we'll need to rely solely on generators. And we need to figure out realistically how far we'll get with the fuel quality we have and what to do after. And we need to consider alternatives for the lodge, Sophie said. Maybe solar panels or something? Do we cut more wood for the fireplaces? And what about the well? She glanced around, fear and uncertainty shining in her eyes. I mean, do we abandon this place for now? But while all of that would help, I knew there was another, more reliable option, if we could make it work. What if we only needed another energy source to keep everything running, an energy source besides the water? I didn't understand much science, but I got car engines, and the turbines were essentially engines of their own. I stared at my hands. What if we don't need fuel? When I glanced up, everyone was looking at me. I have an idea. Jackson's gaze met mine, his eyebrows drawn together in consternation. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
13. Elle. The water was cool against my feverish skin as it gushed over the last of the freshly picked raspberries from our excursion in Whitehorse. Though it was nearly 7 o'clock, the sun was still warm, and the breeze I'd woken up to had settled to naught. Since what had happened in the feed store parking lot, the shadow I saw but didn't see
I'd been running hotter than usual. It was the fire in my blood, stoked by a nagging apprehension, and I couldn't seem to shake it. Jackson would know if something was wrong, I kept telling myself, because that was true. He could sense those things, and he'd have radioed or come home sooner if he was worried about something. Momentarily satisfied, I pushed the thoughts away and glanced at the 4 large salad bowls of red berries on the counter. With the 3 baskets of crab apples inside the pantry, we'd have plenty of natural pectin for blueberry and raspberry preserves to add to our stock by the time I was finished. Plus, we still had cranberries and huckleberries to pick in the surrounding woods, so we'd be set with dried fruit for the winter. Each new task had felt overwhelming when we'd first decided to stay out here. And while I was far from an expert in canning and building and all the other things that went with living off the land, I was learning, just like Jade, Dell, and Took had taught us. All of us were becoming more self-reliant, little by little. Every time I remembered Jade's caribou stew recipe without looking at my notes, I thought about her and how proud she'd be. When I told Jackson not to burn the spruce, only the birch, I thought about the happy moments we'd had with the Ranskins in Alaska. And when Bo and Thea made their own fishing poles, the way Jackson had taught them, I thought just maybe they'd be okay out here on their own one day. And it made all of the sleepless nights and long days worthwhile. Loud and excited footsteps scurried down the stairs as the rumble of the Tacoma echoed up the drive.
"They're home!"
Thea shouted and ran into the living room.
"Maybe they brought me something."
The sliding door screeched open as she ran out onto the deck. Bo muttered something, probably an annoyance, and the screen screeched shut behind them. If Jackson, Sophie, and Alex were home, it meant the day was winding down, which should have given me a sense of peace. But I thought of the shadow again. If someone had been standing there, Luna would have been the first to sense it, and I trusted her more than I trusted my own instinct. But still, the feeling of not knowing needled at me. Bo and Thea's excited voices drew closer again, and I heard Alex's easy, rich chuckle as they walked around the deck. After a few moments and 2 more rinsed bowls of raspberries, Jackson's heavy footsteps made their way into the kitchen. "You'd be proud of me," I told him as soon as I heard his boots on the hardwood floor. "The venison is seasoned, the salad is made, and I even boiled the potatoes already. All you have to do is turn on the grill." He came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his chin on my shoulder. "So, you took what I said to heart, huh?" Shutting my eyes, I leaned into him, letting the water drip from my fingers. "Wait, like I don't listen to you or something?" Jackson kissed the side of my head, then pulled away. "You mean like you listen when I tell you something's too heavy and you should wait for me to help you, only you don't?" He walked over to the dining room table and set his backpack down. "Or when you throw out my holy socks, even though we're supposed to be." I glanced over my shoulder at him with a furrowed brow. "There is absolutely no reason you have to wear holy socks, especially the ones I've already mended that sprout more holes." I ran the final bowl of raspberries under the water. "I think you get my point, though," he said flatly. I grinned. "Fine. Also, you'll be glad to know we also picked a ton of raspberries today. It was fun and not a chore on the list of things to do." He chuckled softly, if a little exasperated. "Good. I'm glad." He walked to the refrigerator, scratching the back of his head. "And I'm also relieved dinner is ready, and not for the kids' sake this time. I'm starving." The door creaked as he pulled it open. "Other than berry picking, how was your day?" There was a hesitance to his voice, or perhaps exhaustion. "It was good. Busy, but nice. We went to the feed store to get some grain for the cows, so we'll be ready when we bring them home tomorrow. I tried to blow a strand of hair from my face, and when that didn't work, I brushed it away with my shoulder. When Jackson didn't reply, I glanced behind me. He stood in front of the fridge, staring into it like Alex tended to do when he couldn't decide what he wanted. Only Jackson was frowning. "What's wrong?" Wiping my hands off on the dish towel, my mind swirled, thinking about the shadow and that I'd been right. Something was definitely bothering him. "Jackson?" I stepped over to him. As if stirred from deeper thoughts, he stared thoughtfully at me, then grabbed the water pitcher from inside the fridge. He did look exhausted. Jackson was so imposing in appearance. It was obvious when he was out of sorts. His shoulders slumped more, his brow puckered with contemplation, and sometimes he even worried his bottom lip.
"It seems we don't have to worry so much about Harrison at the moment,"
he finally said, pouring himself a glass of water. In the heat of the evening, the glass instantly beaded with condensation from the cool water. Hearing Harrison's name made my heartbeat quicken, but then Jackson's words settled into place. "We don't?" I might have sounded cool and collected, but my mind was spinning a little, and my palms were sweating at the mere thought of that vile man and every horrible, monstrous thing he stood for. "Why? What do you know?" I took the water pitcher from the countertop and refilled his glass.
"Apparently his army has deserted him. More than that, actually. They could be preparing to move against him."
Against him? While the news was good, it seemed unlikely. Then again, they had rebelled against him a few months ago, so what was to say they wouldn't take it further? I thought of Stanley and what he would like to do to General Harrison if he had the chance. So I could picture an entire region army wanting a piece of him too. I stared down at my feet. My shoes were dusty from berry picking, and my laces were covered in stickers from the bramble. I had a million questions and could list 100 reasons why it couldn't be that easy. The general wouldn't go from sociopath and world dominator to running away scared so easily. I looked at Jackson. He was watching me from the brim of his water glass. "How do you know?" He wiped the water from his mustache and ran his index finger down his water-beaded glass.
"Woody's Nightingale reached out to him again. I'll tell you about it, I promise. But right now, the general isn't what I'm concerned about."
Jackson worried his lip, thinking. "Then," I said with bated breath, and my blood whirred in my veins. "What are you worried about?" Jackson walked over to me and wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me protectively closer. His hazel eyes were dark and fixed on me, and as anxious as I was for him to speak, I feared what he'd say as worry lines etched his face.
"We only have electricity for another 4 to 5 weeks. Even if we can get solar panels up in time to run the house and the prison, they won't do us much good in the dead of winter."
I exhaled as his words resonated. "No, they won't," I agreed, and swallowed thickly. No more electricity? The hydro plant had been the perfect conductor, run by nature so we wouldn't have to worry much about it. We'd focused on everything else. Irrigation, to ensure we'd always have water diverted from the river if the well ran dry. Firewood to keep warm. Food, and even candles and kerosene. We could figure everything else out if we needed to, but we needed electricity to keep the prison running, to keep us safe. It was one of the few things that had helped me sleep at night, and everything was electric. From the lights, sensors, cameras, and locks, to the electric fence and cell doors. The communication equipment, I realized. I peered into Jackson's eyes, my mind starting to corkscrew as my to-do list tripled in length. As I began to tally all the things we'd have to prioritize now, I was overwhelmingly confused. Why is this an issue now?
"Nature,"
he mused.
The water level is lowering.
Jackson scratched his beard.
We were ignorant to think it would be so easy.
I saw the swirling trepidation in his eyes. Jackson pulled a set of plans out of his bag.
The generators were so old, we thought they were left from before they'd modernized the station, and they hadn't replaced them because they were used for emergencies.
He unrolled the plans across the dining table. I walked over and peered down at the blueprints and maps of the power compound. The river is only a problem in the winter, until the glaciers melt again, right? I had to ask, to make sure I was seeing the whole picture. The prison will only be up until spring? Jackson nodded.
Bert says they have to have water level measurements and logs somewhere, only nothing is analog anymore. Everything is digital. Stanley's going to do some searching in their database tonight to see what he can find.
I don't understand why you're so worried, I said. Can't Bert use his ability to run the plant? He looked at me as if that were doubtful.
Powering the entire facility would drain him. Could even kill him,
Jackson said carefully.
Just working on the vehicles the way he does zaps him. He can't be on all the time, feeding a machine like that for months.
Well, I threw my hands up. Does he have any other ideas? I couldn't help my frustration. This was what I'd been worried about. Not being prepared or ready for what it meant to live out here. We'll put the greenhouse on hold and I can get everything canned and off my plate this week. We'll all put our heads together and focus on another energy solution. There has to be one.
There is,
Jackson said, and I almost smacked his arm. Then why didn't you start with that?
Because Alex came up with it and you're not going to like it,
he answered in a rush. My heart did a double thud and I swallowed thickly. Why? What did he say?
His ability,
Jackson explained, and all too quickly I began to understand. You want him to amplify Bert. Jackson dipped his chin.
Like what Alex did with Bert and Thea while reinforcing the prison, boosting their abilities to make them stronger and able to work longer.
It seemed like the perfect solution, and as relieved as I felt, realizing there was a way around this mess, I knew the cost it would have on all of us. For the prison to stay up and running, Alex would be living at the hydro plant all winter. Or so I assumed. He couldn't just think about something and make it happen. He had to be touching Bert, and Bert needed to be where the power was needed. Jackson's eyes lingered, and his jaw worked beneath his beard as he waited for me to finish processing. Other than overnight hunting trips or late nights at the prison, the six of us hadn't been separated since December. It's just the way it was, and it was safer. And if Nightingale was wrong, and black bands or yellow bands or goddamn purple bands with rainbow hearts showed up in the meantime, he would be in the heart of the city, with Bert, alone. You're okay with this? I needed to see the certainty in Jackson's eyes. I needed him to tell me this was the best way, because I wasn't sure it was worth the risk. Jackson reached for me and rested his hand on my shoulder.
I don't want this, Elle. But what's the better option? To abandon the prison for the next 3 months? Or have Alex and Bert bunker up at the plant and wait it out?
You make it sound like he's going on vacation or something, I grumbled.
It could be worse, Elle. I know you're worried, but it makes sense. And he's the one who thought of it. If he wasn't willing, he wouldn't have even offered.
You know that's not true, I told him. Alex would do whatever was needed, despite being alone, cold, and potentially scared all winter in that cold metal place.
Elle, he's not a kid.
I know that, but it's Alex. My chest tightened, and I wasn't even sure why. He was capable, smart, and probably more even-keeled than the rest of us. But bad things happen when we're apart. I thought of the men that came to Slana, and the car accident. I thought about Bo falling through the ice in Mentasta Lake, and all of the close calls since.
He'll be less than 5 miles away, and we'll have the converted snow machines once we get them finished. It's not like Alex will be completely abandoned or alone. Bert will be there.
While Bert was great and all, he wouldn't be the person I'd want to spend all winter cooped up with, so that wasn't exactly comforting. Are we sure there's no other option? There's not, Alex said from the living room. I spun around as he walked toward the dining room table. Not unless we go without power and leave the prison vulnerable. His t-shirt was bunched around his hands, shoved inside his pockets. Like this was just another day, and he wasn't offering to leave the safety of home, and the safety we had in numbers. Sophie stood quietly behind him, her mouth pursed in a none too pleased line. Alex, I said, taking a step closer. We still have a month to figure it out. Maybe. Or Bert and I can use this time to make sure this idea works, or build up to it if we have to. His expression was level and determined, and it wasn't my place to argue with him. Okay, I finally agreed, resolved but unhappy about it. But I don't care if we're without power for a night or two. I expect you to be here for family dinner, at least once a week. I held up my index finger. And we'll see if Rocky or one of the other wolves will stay with you, just as an added precaution. Sure, Alex said with a small smile. Whatever you want. And, I said, stepping closer. I peered into Alex's determined green eyes, imploring him to understand. If at any point you change your mind, if you think for a single moment that you could get hurt or that it's taking too much of a toll on you, swear to me that you'll tell us. Alex tried to flash me one of his broad, toothy grins for reassurance, but I shook my head. Swear to me. Slowly, his smile waned, and I watched as the sincerity gleamed in his eyes, knowing how much this meant to me. I swear. It wasn't that I didn't believe Alex, but when it came down to it, he would do whatever he needed for us, regardless of the consequences. Working late with me so I wouldn't have to do it alone, spending time with Bo and Thea when he really wanted to go hunting with Jackson or scavenging with Ross. And I had a hunch he kept his distance from Sophie, not just out of self-preservation, but in fear of what would happen if the group dynamic shifted too much. Thank you. I eyed him closely, then I turned away. Careful, Elle, Alex said wryly. You're starting to sound like a mom. Oh, goodness, no. I'm far too young for that. Maybe a cool older sister, though? I winked at him. With a smile, Alex turned, bypassing Sophie as he headed through the living room and up the stairs. Alex could flash the most warm, charismatic smile, but even I could feel his cold shoulder as he passed her. I walked up behind her, suddenly concerned with what his decision was really about. Everything okay? I asked quietly, though it clearly wasn't. Yeah, sure, she said, brushing her hair over her shoulder. She flashed me an unconvincing smile. Let me know when you need help with dinner. Quickly, she turned and headed out to the deck to join the kids, pulling the screen closed behind her. I must not be part of the cool kids group anymore, because I have no clue what's going on. Jackson pulled me against him with a small curve of a smile. Tell me about it. It wasn't that long ago that I was trying to navigate guys and adulthood, and despite my best efforts, I'd been horrible at it. I hadn't had abilities and the end of the world to worry about, even if it felt like it sometimes. Lord help us, I muttered, breathing Jackson in. At least he was a constant I could grab onto when it felt like the world was beginning to wobble. His arm tightened around me and he huffed a laugh. I think we'll need more help than that. 14. Sophie. I lay beside Thea in her bed as the house fell silent for the night, her head resting perfectly in the crook of my arm. The rain pitter-pattered outside in the muted evening, but no light seeped in through the blackout curtains. Thea and I had taken to reading before bed. At first, it was to make her feel more comfortable as she eased into her own room, away from everyone else after months of cramped living quarters. Gradually, though, it became our nightly routine, poring over my journals, her giggling at my sketches, and trying to discern one plant or type of fish from another. She pointed to my hasty rendering of a lodgepole pine.
Can you eat pine needles too?
I rested my cheek against the top of her head. Remember the tea Jade made us the first night we met her, when Elle was recovering from the car accident? Thea scrunched her nose.
I didn't like it.
No, you didn't. But you like spruce tips.
Only in tea,
she clarified. I don't know about that, I said, recalling Thea's many facial expressions when it came to food, specifically the ones she didn't like. Elle might not have been versed in cooking, but she followed recipes to a T, when there was one, and her candied spruce tips had been quite the hit before Thea knew what they actually were. You like them when they're drizzled in sugar.
Everything's better with sugar,
she said with a yawn. This is true. I brushed her hair from her face and craned my neck to look down at her lazily blinking eyes. Time for bed, Munchkin? I wasn't sure if it was the long days filled with energy-zapping sun, or if Thea was growing more comfortable in the house after the past 3 months. But she didn't protest as I closed my journal and slid my arm out from under her. I tucked her goose-down comforter up around her shoulders as she struggled to keep her eyes open. Night, Munchkin. With an air kiss, I switched off the table lamp. The room was cast in a muted pink glow from the starlights that hung along the opposite wall. Thea wouldn't have her creature comforts if the power shut off and her room was shrouded in darkness. She might not even sleep in her own room anymore. Those were the little things that made Alex so willing to leave for the plant, I kept telling myself. Not me. I stepped over Rocky, a tawny fluff ball curled up on the floor beside the bed, and out into the hallway.
Sophie?
Thea chirped through another yawn. I turned to find her eyes were closed. Yeah?
I don't think the bad guys like wolves,
she said as if she'd given the idea a lot of thought. I looked at Rocky on the floor. You don't think so? Rocky's wolfy eyebrows lifted as he peered up at me. Then his bushy tail thumped happily on the floor. It was difficult to imagine not having the wolves, now that they'd become a fixed part of our home and our lives. Thea barely shook her head.
I think it's why we're safe here.
That she even had to worry about bad guys nearly broke my heart. We didn't talk about it with Bo and Thea much, other than to tell them that we were safe, and that they should both use their abilities in any way they could to protect themselves if anyone ever tried to hurt them. I think you're right, I told her. I wouldn't want to mess with them, especially before their breakfast.
Or when they're tired,
Thea yawned again, her eyelashes barely fluttering open.
Luna gets grumpy when she's tired.
True, I whispered. Very, very true. With a final exhale, Thea tucked her hand under her pillow.
Night.
Night, Munchkin. I pulled the door closed halfway and gripped the journal in my hand as I stepped onto the landing, ready to head to bed myself. I thought the others had gone to sleep, but the lights were still on downstairs, and I peered over the rail into the living room. No doubt Bo was sneaking a midnight snack, or maybe Jackson. With a yawn of my own, I made my way downstairs to find Ross asleep at the breakfast bar. His arms were folded on the granite countertop, his head resting on a stack of chicken scratch-covered paperwork. There were plans strewn around, and building sketches of the hydro plant. For all of Ross's worrying, the severe lines that often etched his face were softened by sleep. I'd never seen Ross asleep before. Like me, he struggled to shut his mind off, an undesired side effect of seeing and feeling too much. His brow twitched and creased, and his russet eyelashes fluttered. It was probably a bad dream, but I hesitated to wake him. Ross, I whispered. He twitched again, and a moan rumbled in his throat. Ross, I bit out, and reached for his arm. Ross, wake up! Instantly, I was lost in the dream world. I was Ross, huddled in the corner of a living room,
dressed in an Alaska State Trooper's uniform as I rocked back and forth, sobbing. Despite the lights on in the room, only darkness surrounded me, and I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing myself to breathe. An inexplicable emptiness was all-consuming. Then everything flashed to white. The wind was biting cold, and my throat was so thick with dread I couldn't swallow. I stood in the parking lot at a bus station, scouring the haphazardly parked, snow-covered cars for one that looked familiar. A specific one. The one. Heart thudding in my chest, I trudged on weak legs numb with cold, along the half-covered tire tracks, fear weighing down my every movement. A dying hope flared to life when I spotted a dirty white Outback. It was Kelsey's car, the one I'd changed the oil in only a few weeks ago. And I could see her outline through the frosted glass. Everything inside of me shuddered with cold and fear. I couldn't feel my feet or hands, but I didn't care. Taking a few fumbling steps closer, I stopped a yard away and stared through the driver's side window at Kelsey's unmoving body. Kels. Her name was barely a breath as I opened the door, and then I began to wail. Like me, she was thinner and harried, but unlike me, she looked dead. My lungs wouldn't work as I tried to breathe. I'd followed her trail for days. I hadn't slept, and I'd barely eaten so that I would find her in time. And I was still too late. Anger consumed me. Anger toward myself for not being there when she needed me. Toward her for leaving to get that stupid medicine for her mother that she'd never returned from. The note she'd left me in her wake had grown less coherent, and it was a miracle I'd found her at all. Still, I'd held out hope. Every note had meant that she was still alive. I just had to find her. I couldn't tear my gaze from Kelsey's milky blue eyes, or the dry lips of her gaping mouth, as the cold wind made her blonde hair dance around her face. She looked like she'd been dead too long, but somehow she still felt alive in my arms. "Why didn't you wait for me?" I sobbed. "I was coming. You should have waited." I held her against me, resting my forehead on hers. Even if I hadn't wanted to admit it, there was no reason for her to be so emaciated or dehydrated, and all I could think was that she was so sick, so changed. I was lucky to have found her at all. Suddenly, she gasped for air, and I fell back into the snow. "Kelsey!" I shouted, and scrambling back to her, I pulled her limp body into my arms again. Her eyes shifted slowly around, unable to focus, and her lips smacked, cracked and chapped, like a skeleton in need of water. I could somehow feel it, the last essence of life drifting from her. It was a blackness unlike any fathomable feeling, a void. The virus had eaten away at her mind. She wasn't Kelsey anymore. She was something else. She'd turned into one of them. "Kelsey!" I whispered through hot, incessant tears. No matter how much I shook her, no matter how much I shouted for her to hold on and fight to live, death was hovering, and I was helpless against it. "Stay with me!" Feeling a light somewhere inside her mind, I clung to it. I didn't understand it, but I could feel it, a fading beacon I tried to hold on to. Even as my mind tried to help her move forward, my heart was pulling her back. She gaped and groaned until finally her heartbeat waned. A pang of fear was followed by confusion, and remnants of whatever was still inside her dimmed. I sat with her wrapped in my arms as the virus ate away all that was left of her. The complete darkness that had consumed her mind was gone like a puff of smoke. And then the chills covering my body dissipated. As Kelsey took her final gasp, I felt a rush of air escape from my own lungs. And the woman I loved, the stranger in my arms, left the world forever. Then shame settled over me, and I knew I would never be able to live with myself again. "Ross!" I nearly shouted, and his head shot up. He blinked at me. "You..." I paused to catch my breath.
My heart was a battering ram against my ribcage. "You were dreaming," I said dumbly, and swallowed my horror. It was too raw and real, and I could feel his shame, even if I didn't understand it. Ross glanced around at the papers surrounding him, then shot up to his feet. "I was, just trying to see how much power we'd need." He wiped his mouth with the back of his arm. His cheeks were damp with tears. "For the hydro plant." I turned for the water pitcher that was on the kitchen counter. "I was just finishing up." He scrambled to gather all of his things, his mind clearly moving at warp speed. "I must have dozed off." "It's okay," I told him. "You're okay. Here." I handed him a glass of water. He needed one. I needed one. "I'm fine," he breathed, clutching his papers to his chest. "I'm fine." But Ross wasn't fine. Ross hadn't been fine since I'd met him, constantly suspended in a second chance he felt he didn't deserve. All of the death he'd seen bred a new sort of horror. To know what each final breath might have brought with it, and to know how it felt. "Have some water," I told him. "You don't have to rush out." If anyone knew how horrible the memories were, I did. You shouldn't be alone. "It's fine, Sophie. I'm fine." His gruffness was back and desperate. "It's not all like that," I told him, because it couldn't be. "The virus, what it did to her mind, that's not what happens to everyone." I refused to believe it. She was sick. "Good night, Sophie." He gave me a curt nod, then hurried through the living room and out the sliding glass door to his cabin. Once again, I was left alone with a barrage of unwanted feelings and gut-wrenching memories. But unlike Ross, I didn't have anywhere to retreat to. 15. Sophie. I tossed and turned in bed, my mind a fuzzy haze as it flitted between sleep and wake. Familiar faces flashed in and out, blips of things I'd forgotten or didn't want to remember, flaring to life again like one card after another pulled from a Rolodex of memories. Phil was curled up in the corner of a hotel room, shaking with fear and cold as he grieved for his mother and sister dead in their bed. He stumbled down an abandoned street with wind-chapped lips and the deep burn of hunger in the pit of his stomach. JJ flailed, convulsing on the stretcher, and a trail of blood stained the carpet as the EMT wheeled her into the elevator. My mother's empty promise that she would come home when it was safe echoed in my ears. Her brittle goodbye as she sent me away, knowing she would never see me again. Elle's hands burning hot with flames as Jackson's father gurgled his final breath in her grip. Elle's body, engulfed in flames, as she singed the intruder at the house in Slana to ash, a commingling of sulfur and charcoal scenting the air as I took a deep, steadying breath. A younger Ross flashed to my mind. He sat against a cement wall, debris and blood covering his fatigues as he stared down at his shaking hands. But it wasn't his blood. He stared at the rifle in his lap, then at the dead child lying beside him. The boy's eyes were open. His mouth was gaping and a bullet hole dotted the little boy's heart. Ross was a shivering mess. Then I saw Alex, barely 9 years old, standing on stairs that were threadbare, in a house that smelled strangely sweet. He stared down at his mother's heaving form, hovering over his stepfather, who was motionless. "What have you done?" his mother squealed. Her face was swollen, her lip was bleeding, and the sobs that tore out of her were nearly deafening. Fretful tears and confusion filled Alex's eyes. "Why?" his mother screamed. Sobbing, she stared up at the ceiling. "Take Alejandro! Take him instead!" "Mama!" he sobbed, and dared to take a step closer to her. I tried to open my eyes as the memory faded, but Alex's misery pulled me back in. My mind cried to wake up, my body grasping for any good in the darkness. And then I saw him. Alex was standing in the light. But it wasn't my Alex. He was a young boy, desperate for love and affection, desperate for acceptance as he sobbed, pulling me back into unwanted horrors. An old woman with kind brown eyes reached for his face, her thin, wrinkled fingers trembling and weak. Tears filled his eyes as the life in her began to fade. "Don't go, abuela," he pleaded, taking her soft hand in his. He squeezed. "Please." He lowered his forehead to her arm and cried, "I need you." "No, mijo, you are strong." She paused to draw in a strangled breath. "And you are good." "No!" Alex shook his head with a sob, knowing that wasn't true. He'd torn his family apart, and his foster home didn't want him either. His mother was dead, his stepfather was dead, his sister had been taken away, and it was all because of him. His abuela was all he had left in the whole world, and without her, he had no one. His greatest fear of all. "Why does everyone always leave?" he cried into her hand. The years progressed, and a taller Alex slept restlessly in a hedge outside, with only a jacket and a beanie to warm him. I could feel the cold in his bones and the depths of his despair. I could feel his self-loathing and regret, but it was his loneliness that gutted me. At the thought of his sister and her uncertain fate, something hardened inside of him, a shell encasing his sadness, and I couldn't stand it anymore. "Alex," I breathed, finally opening my eyes, wet with tears. I sat up in bed, frantic to wipe the dampness away. I peered around my room, focusing on my stacks of journals on the desk, cloaked in dark shadows as I caught my breath. I tried to focus on the chill in the air and the sound of raindrops tinking against the gutters outside my window. I tried to focus on anything but my mind, brimming with too much feeling and too much emotion. But all I could think about was Alex, and I couldn't bear it anymore. All the memories felt too big and overwhelming. They were crushing me along with every hopeful feeling I clung to. I didn't want to feel the pain and emptiness anymore, and I couldn't bear the loneliness. There had to be good too. I had to show Alex that there was something good. I flung my covers back and hurried out of my room, sniffling back the desperate ache that still lingered. I needed to see him. An older, stronger Alex. My Alex. I needed him to know. "Alex?" I called, and turned his doorknob, pushing into his room. Alex stumbled back, barely out of bed and unsteady on his feet as he blinked himself awake. "Soph, what's—" I flung my arms around him, wanting him to feel my warmth, wanting to tell him he was loved and wanted. "I'm so sorry," I breathed. "What?" he whispered. His arms tightened around me. "Sophie, are you okay?" His words were a rush of concern, and I shook my head. With abandon, I pressed my lips to his in a silent promise. "You are not alone." He would never be alone again. He was safe and warm and here with us. He was here with me. I'd seen the memories before, but tonight they felt more like they were my own, real and aching inside me. And Alex was my remedy. Or maybe I wanted to be his. I wasn't sure if I kissed him for me or to reassure him, but the spark between us, the draw I had to him, warmed the coldest parts of me, and I pulled him closer. I wanted to push away his fear and sadness. I wanted him to see the good. For the briefest of moments, Alex kissed me back. His lips were soft and his arms were strong. She was right. "You are good," I whispered against his mouth. As I thought of his mother and his father, and I thought about the fear I'd felt inside of him spreading, I kissed him harder. I never wanted him to feel unworthy or lost again. Then suddenly, Alex pulled away. I saw it in his eyes first, the sheer confusion and shock. And then understanding dawned on him, and I, too, realized what I'd done. He could see each and every memory as piercingly raw as I could, because he was touching me. I was touching him. everything he never wanted to think about again was more alive than ever between us. Instantly, I panicked. "Wait!" I said, reaching for him as he moved back. "None of that matters. You're good, Alex. They were wrong."
"No," he growled. "Stop."
"Alex!" I grabbed for his hand, but he tore it away and backed into the nightstand, and it crashed against the wall, stopping me where I stood. I'd never seen him look so horrified. "Please, Alex." I shook my head. "I know, I seem crazy right now, but
"You pity me,"
he rasped, and I saw the disgust on his face. "No, I don't."
"It doesn't matter. We're not talking about this right now. And don't look at me like that,"
he demanded, and my heart ached at his words. I tried to swallow my emotions before I lost whatever composure I had left. "Like what?"
"With sympathy," he bit out. "Like you feel sorry for me."
He was angry. Alex had never been angry with me before. My eyes clouded with tears as the distance between us became colder and colder the further he drifted away. "I don't."
"You can't lie to me, Sophie. I know exactly how you're feeling."
"Then you know how much I care!" I bit back at him.
"What's going on?"
Elle said, rushing into the room. Her hair was mussed, her eyes like saucers, and her face was cast in hallway shadows.
"I heard a bang and shouting."
Her gaze swept over me. Then she looked at Alex and stepped into the room. Jackson appeared in the doorway behind her.
"Is everything okay?"
he murmured. But Alex just stared at them, and finally, he glared at me. Everything continued to spiral. "Alex," I whispered. "I'm sorry I said anything.
"Everything's fine,"
he ground out and sidestepped me. He grabbed his sweatshirt, hanging on the back of his door, and strode past Elle and Jackson, putting as much distance as he could between us. I stopped breathing for a moment, waiting for him to turn around and come back, until finally, I felt the permanent distance between us. I exhaled, and my chin began quivering again. My heart wasn't only heavy with memories and dreams, but in that moment, I knew deep down that this was the point of no return. My legs gave out beneath me and I crumbled into a quaking heap on Alex's bed. I wasn't sure if it was my changing ability or if it was what I'd seen in Ross's dreams that brought so much to the surface, but I could barely think straight. "Shh," Elle whispered. "I'm here, Soph." She wrapped her arms around me, but she didn't ask me what happened or tell me everything would be okay, because she knew, as she held me, that there was nothing that could be said to mend a broken heart. No matter how much I wanted it, things would never be easy between me and Alex, and whatever remaining hope I'd had that we'd find common ground was gone. Probably forever.
"16. Alex." Idleness wasn't something I'd ever been all that good at, so while the rest of the world slept, I made my way around the property, checking on everything after the rain. I wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway, not after what happened with Sophie, so I hadn't even tried. I made my way around the greenhouse, tipping the extra water off the top of paint cans and out of the potted plants so they would dry in the sunlight. I repositioned the tarp over the stack of 2x4s outside the pasture fence, waiting to be installed in the barn loft, and I stared at the muddy pasture that would make one hell of a slip and slide if Thea and Bo noticed it before it began to dry. The trough was a quarter of the way full with water, though, which was a plus since we were getting the livestock at some point today. As I made my way back toward the house, dreading the awkwardness once everyone was awake, I noticed movement in my periphery. Luna, black like the shadows, trotted between the trees and deeper into the woods, Rocky and Littlefoot following after her. The wolves had it easy, coming and going as they pleased. They operated on primal instincts, focused and without confusion or second thoughts. Meanwhile, it was all I could do not to think about Sophie. I stared up at her bedroom window as I drew closer to the house. "I'm so sorry." The rawness of her voice still hummed in my ears, and in that blurry moment, between what I assumed at first was a dream and then reality, I thought she'd been talking about us. For a split second, I'd even embraced it, allowing myself to forget about Phil and about her leaving me in the lurch the other day by the river, but that wasn't what she was talking about at all. She wasn't in my room because of us, she was there because of me, because I'd completely undone her without even meaning to. Her kiss, which had allowed me to see for a single second how badly I'd wanted her to do that, left the bitter taste of pity in my mouth. I hated the sympathy in her eyes. I hated it like I hated every dark thought and lingering regret. She wanted to fix me and make me better, and all I wanted was to forget all of it and never look back. There was too much feeling, too much remembering, too much of everything I'd tried to move away from for so long. More than anything, I knew Sophie needed to be free of me so that she could get better, because I wouldn't be the reason she lost sleep at night. I wouldn't be the reason she cried or why agony crumpled her face like that again. Stopping at the cabins, I ran my hand over my face, exhausted and disgusted with myself. I wasn't sure I could say what needed to be said, but after last night, I had to, and that's why it hurt so much. Sophie was part of my life and my closest friend, even if it was hard sometimes. I felt things for her I'd never felt for anyone, but it was too much for both of us. She needed to get her ability under control so she could close her eyes and simply sleep. And I needed space. Each time I touched her, it felt like every scab was being torn off and every wound reopened. I wasn't ready for that either. I couldn't forget if I always had to remember. A cupboard slammed inside the house, followed by the muffled voices. Thea was clearly awake. When you were the shortest one in the house, you found creative ways of doing things to get what you wanted when there was no one around to help, but that didn't mean she was quiet about it. "Alex!" The deck creaked as Elle walked up to the railing and peered around for me. I should have known she'd be worried once she realized I wasn't in the house, and I couldn't prolong seeing Sophie any longer. Scrubbing my hands over my head, I walked toward the deck. When Elle heard my footsteps, she glanced down at me. "There you are," Thea chirped, stepping up on the rail to see me better. "I'm having cocoa." She licked the chocolate from her lips and lifted her mug. "Like clockwork," I told her. Elle leaned her elbows on the railing, and the scent of bacon met my nose as I drew closer. "Do you want breakfast?" she asked. Her dark hair hung down around her face, and I could see the concern in her green eyes. "Jackson's making some bacon and hash browns." I stared down at my stomach as it rumbled in answer. Apparently. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I made my way up the steps. I took them slowly and one at a time, knowing there was something more she wanted to say. She watched me as she sipped on her coffee, a contemplative and bemused look in her eyes. "I'm fine," I told her. I might have been an exhausted, conflicted mess, but I would survive. "I should probably talk to Sophie, though." Elle nodded, staring at me over the brim of her mug. "Sophie went for a run," Thea chirped, licking hot chocolate from her lips. Her hair was a tangled mess, and she still wore her princess nightgown. "She said she needed to sweat." "She just left a few minutes ago," Elle added, glancing in the direction of their run route. "And you didn't go with her?" That seemed odd. Elle shrugged, but I knew she couldn't have been as nonchalant as that. "She was extra anxious this morning. She didn't want to wait for me to finish my coffee." I frowned. "We're supposed to do everything in pairs," I reminded her. It was Elle's rule, not mine. And even if we didn't have to worry so much about the general now, there were other reasons to stay together, reasons that had 4 legs and sharp claws, reasons that walked on 2 legs and could look friendly when really they were fiendish. Elle took another sip from her mug, eyeing me like she was waiting for me to catch on to something. "What?" She shrugged again. You could still catch up to her if you leave now. Ah, yes. I inhaled a deep breath, realizing it was all part of Elle's plan. She really shouldn't run alone, she added. I glowered at her, but Elle's mouth quirked in the corner. With a sigh, I resigned myself to grab my tennis shoes. Give me a hammer and busted fingers over cardio any day, because running wasn't my thing. Regardless, it looked like I was going to talk to Sophie, whether I was ready to or not. When I finally caught up with Sophie, she was only a mile out. Her pace was steady but faster than I was comfortable with. And while she was barely breaking a sweat, my heart was pounding and my body tensed in protest. "Soph!" I rasped. Her hair swayed with each bouncing step, and she peered behind her, doing a double take. "Alex, what? You didn't think Elle would let you run alone, did you?" I allowed myself to slow a little and fell into jogging steps behind her. Her eyes twinkled as she took in the sight of me, and she tried not to smile. "What's so funny?" I barked, wiping the sweat from my brow as I forced myself to keep pace with her. I might have been stronger and had bigger biceps than her, but she was the athletic one. "Nothing? I've never seen you run before." I rolled my eyes. "What, like it's hilarious or something?" Sophie's eyebrow lifted in surprise. "No, that's not—" She shook her head and refocused on the road ahead. "Never mind." I glanced ahead, where the road began to bend, and wondered how far we were going. "How far do you generally run?" Even if the air was still damp and chilled against my sweat-dampened skin, I could already feel the heat of the morning sun. I didn't like it. 5 miles. Well, 4.5, she amended. "I think I'll make the full 5 today, though," she said beneath her breath. Groaning, I slowed to a walk. "Soph," I breathed. It was too hard to keep up and talk at the same time. "Sophie!" I called as she jogged further away. She made me stew for a few more steps before she finally slowed down. She waited another painstakingly long second before she braced her hands on her hips and reluctantly looked at me. "What, Alex?" "I know neither of us want to, but we should talk about last night." With a forced laugh, she threw her arms up. "Unlike you, I have no problem talking about last night." I smiled, because she was so full of shit. "So, about that kiss, then?" Her red cheeks bloomed even brighter, and she glanced away, like the hills lining the road were suddenly much more interesting. "Yeah, that's what I thought." Narrowing her eyes, she glared at me. "Yeah, I kissed you. It didn't go over very well. What about it?" I stepped closer, tentatively so as not to give her the wrong idea. Or maybe it was to buy myself more time before I got too flustered and lost the determination I'd been rallying all morning. "Well?" she said, heaving a breath. Her nose was pink from the cool morning, and her chest was heaving. She was beautiful, actually, and I hated that this was so damn hard. "Look, I know things between us are complicated. There's no need to glare at me. Alex, things are complicated because you make them that way. It's all pretty straightforward to me." I clenched my teeth together. She was good at spewing rebuttals and reasons, but half the time she didn't believe them. Not wholeheartedly, anyway. "So, you like seeing all that shit when you touch me?" My voice was harder than I'd meant, but it needed to be if I was going to be able to say all that I needed to. Her mouth opened, but she couldn't bring herself to lie to me. "Well, no, I don't, but not because I think differently of you." "No." She stared at me, unblinking. "No, I don't." Her tone was terse and unwavering. "So when you kissed me last night, it was because you woke up and thought, Alex is hot and I really like him. I'm going to walk in there for an impromptu makeout session?" Her eyebrow twitched, but when she said nothing, I continued. "It wasn't because of all the crap you feel because of me, because of what I feel, or how overwhelmed you were because of it. Because when you touched me, Sophie, I was overwhelmed. I felt everything you were feeling, and it was 1,000 times worse than the shit that's in my head. Her jaw clenched, and her eyes shined crystal clear, but she continued listening without argument. Sophie, we can't do this. The words were almost a plea. This isn't the way it should be. What do you think I've been trying to tell you, Alex? It doesn't have to be this way. Yes, it does. Why? Because you're scared? Hell yeah, and for a dozen other reasons. I tried to steady my breath, but my chest was too tight. She rolled her eyes and looked away from me, like I was being ridiculous. You're overthinking it, all of it. Am I? I took a few steps closer, more determined for her to accept the truth, the more she refused to listen. Sophie, you came into my room last night, devastated and in tears because of me. How could I possibly want that for you? It's hard enough for me to get it out of my own head. I don't want to be in yours, too. I won't be the reason you're distracted and not sleeping. I won't be a burden to you. You're not a burden, she nearly shouted. Stop saying that. While her words were like a sweet song to my ears, I couldn't get that look of anguish on her face out of my head. I couldn't ignore the sadness and the misery I'd felt blaring so much louder than all the other feelings that had consumed her in that moment. You're only saying this because of what happened with Phil the other day, she said, and it almost felt like a scolding. It's why you're so willing to go to the plant. You're punishing me. What? No, I'm not. Give me some credit so you're not mad, she bit out. Yeah, I shrugged, searching for intelligible words. I was pissed, but I get it now. And I'm not blaming you for what happened, but you need to get your ability under control or you're going to go crazy, Soph. I thought about her dream of Phil and how peaceful she'd looked when she'd said his name. And I'm a huge part of that. Yeah, well, I'm working on it. She crossed her arms over her chest and sighed like I was being unreasonable. Maybe I was, but it didn't feel that way. It felt like distance was the only option for now, anyway. I flexed my hands at my sides, willing myself to say the painful words I knew needed to be said. I started, forcing my tongue to work. I think we should take a step back and you should keep practicing with Phil. He can help you and be there for you in a way that I can't. Every word out of my mouth was a sledgehammer against my heart. But it was the truth. What? She spat. Why does that sound like a breakup and we're not even together? I smiled, exasperated, and shook my head. The situation wasn't funny, it was maddening. I didn't know the words to say or how to make her understand. I started. You're able to be different with him. We both knew it was true. He's easier for you to be around than me, even if you won't admit it. Alex, we can't even touch, Soph. And I can't bear to see you in tears because of me anymore. Her nostrils flared, and her arms dropped to her sides. You act like you want me to be with him or something. The words were acerbic, like she hated me for thinking it. He's my friend. That's what Phil is. You're you. You're different. I trust you more than anyone. I mean, you've been there through everything. Her voice broke a little as she took a step closer, and I hated the words that came out of my mouth next. But it's too hard, I admitted. For me. Sophie's eyes shimmered like fresh rain in the sunshine, and her lips pursed as my words filled the morning air. I knew it. This isn't about me or Phil. This is about you because you're scared. You're pushing me away because you don't want me to see things. Well, I already have, Alex, and you can't take them back. No, but I can stop it from happening ever again, I told her. It was all I could do not to shout the words. Why aren't you listening? I don't want to see you like I did last night again, ever. Sophie began to pace, her head shaking, and I knew the tears were coming. I could feel them in the backs of my eyes, too. She was right. We were breaking up. I felt it in every tightly coiled part of my body that was just trying to get through this. But as much as I hated to see her upset, I hated to see her suffering more. And Sophie knew I was right about this, even if she was being stubborn about it. "Sophie, I get it," she shouted, her eyes darting to me. She wiped a tear from her cheek. "We're nothing. You're going to disappear. I'm not surprised." Her gaze fixed on something in the sky beyond me, her eyes round and riveted. "Alex." With sickening dread, I peered over my shoulder. "What?" "Run!" she said, just as I saw the swarm blotting out the sky. A cloud of mosquitoes was coming toward us. "Hurry!" she shouted, and burst into a sprint. I fell into step behind her, racing down the highway a dozen yards before she veered into the trees. "What are you—" "There's a cabin," she called, though I could barely hear her voice beyond my grasping breath and crunching footsteps. The earth was moist from the fresh rain, and I realized it was prime mosquito weather, especially so close to the lake. Damn it! Branches whipped over my skin and crunched under my feet, and my eyes burned from the cold air as we ran, probably faster than I'd ever run before. My chest burned with the need of more oxygen, and I wondered what Sophie's plan was. Tiny flying insects that craved blood had a way of finding it, and no crack or crevice ever seemed too small. As soon as the swarm caught up with us, we'd be in hell itself. We ran through a grove of trees and over an old walking bridge at a narrow bend in the river. The seconds felt like eons, and I could hear the nascent hum of the mosquitoes behind us. "Over there," she called when the cabin came into view. But as she pointed, she stumbled on a branch and it got caught up in her feet. She landed on the ground with a yelp, and I dropped down to help her to her feet. She grabbed hold of me as I pulled her up. I felt a spark of fear and pain when she leaned against me, and together we hobbled toward the cabin. She grimaced but kept moving until we reached the door. I shoved it open, practically ramming into it, and we stumbled inside. Slamming it shut behind us, I gulped for air. My throat and chest were on fire, and my calves burned with fatigue. Light filtered in through imperfections in the siding. It was a big cabin with a loft and some broken furniture, but nowhere else to go. I took an unsteady step back, trying to catch my breath. We were caged inside, surrounded by a swarm of mosquitoes whose hum was so deafening my ears rang. They zipped and buzzed around us as the light filtering inside the shack became speckled with black. "Here!" Sophie shouted. She picked up an old painting tarp and plopped on the ground in the corner. "Hurry!" We were a flurry of sweaty limbs and heaving breaths as I pulled the tarp tight around us, tucking it in. It was damp from the rain and smelled of mold, and I nearly gagged as I tried to breathe in. I forced myself to ignore the zing of electricity between us as our shoulders and arms touched, and we settled into the corner of the shack. "We just have to wait it out until the sun rises higher, until it's warmer," I reassured her and myself. "We just have to hold on a little bit." "Shit." I smacked a mosquito on my leg and looked at her. Sophie was shivering. No, she was trembling, and in my effort to ignore the exchange between us, I'd missed how scared she was and how much her thoughts had spiraled. "Soph," I whispered and put my arm around her. She covered her face with her hands and shook her head. It wasn't just fear and the pain of her ankle, but everything from the past 8 months that came pouring over her at once. How tired she was of being out of control and feeling weak, how lost she felt. It was all catching up to her, and I was a dark cloud in the center of her thoughts. Sophie wanted her mom back. She wanted her to tell her everything was going to be okay, that she wasn't losing her mind, that things would be better soon. But her mom was dead and never coming back, and Sophie was far from in control. Shaking her head, she began to cry. "It's okay," I murmured, pulling her tighter against me. "Everything will be okay." She nestled her face into my skin, her feeling of weakness seeping into me as if it was my own, and the helplessness she hated began to consume her. "I don't want to feel this way anymore," she whimpered. "I know," I whispered. "It will get better, I promise." Because I was going to take myself out of the equation. I kissed her forehead and willed her to think about summertime and swimming in the river, about catching frogs with Thea by the water, and the cold nights we all played card games and drank hot chocolate. Like things were actually normal in the world. I tried to think about anything that would distract her from the swarm buzzing around us, and the fear that she would never be normal or happy again.
December. 4 months later. 17. Sophie. Even in the heated building, December found a way to seep inside. It was a briskness that hung in the air. Maybe it was the size of the facility that made absolute warmth impossible, or the fact that I knew it was snowing outside. But either way, I shivered and crossed my arms over my chest as I leaned back in my desk chair. The lights in the administration offices were bright and humming above our small command center of sorts. It was the heart of our questions, queries, and search for answers after everything that had happened, and something for Stanley and me to do when we were holed up inside during a snowstorm. Rusty, the old collie dog mix that we'd found in Whitehorse a few months back, stared at Stanley as he paced in front of the whiteboard.
"The question is,"
he muttered. And when his voice trailed off, Rusty looked at me, and I shrugged. He was a member of the small livestock herd that we'd rounded up in August. The 2 cows we'd originally found hadn't made it. We thought it was due to grass tetany, after starving most of the winter and then gorging themselves on the lush, water-saturated grass after all the rainfall. But the goats did, and like them, Rusty had settled into his new home just fine once he realized he was fed regularly and had a warm place to sleep.
Dr. Wesley would have considered which biomarkers would thrive and which would die off when she was engineering the virus,
Stanley continued. I was surprised the carpet wasn't threadbare as he walked back and forth. Each of his steps was more determined than the last. In the 6 months I'd known Stanley, I'd learned he was a verbal processor, even if I was more of a contemplate and silence type. So I let him pace, and I tapped my pen on the edge of my desk, which had belonged to Sarah Joran, the warden's secretary, according to the nameplate, waiting for Stanley to come up for air. He and I had been pondering the news Nightingale shared with us during her last check-in, over 2 months ago. The region camps in Northern California had been confirmed, and we'd all been relieved they remained in opposition to the general. And, since all the dust had settled from the outbreak, survival numbers were starting to trickle in. Refugees were beginning to see an interesting pattern. Most survivors were between the ages of 5 and 30 years old. While it made sense that younger, able bodies with better immune systems might have a greater chance of surviving, that wasn't exactly the case. Some survivors were sick prior to the outbreak, some terminally ill, but they survived and are better now. In fact, the virus might have inadvertently affected the dying cells, I told him, offering poor Stanley any kernel of wisdom I could. He was like a hungry mouse, hoarding bits of cheese when he found a question he struggled to answer. No fact was too small, and nothing was a coincidence. Everything built to some bigger theory that might never be answered.
Then, that's what she wanted to happen. Nothing about the virus is accidental. It took over 20 years of mind control and countless casualties to perfect for a reason,
he mused. Side question, I interrupted. Do you think Harrodson was crazy before his whole plan to take over the world? Or do you think he was part of something gone wrong? Discovering he could manipulate people and then a whole new maniacal world unfolded for him.
Does it matter?
Stanley asked dryly. I shrugged and went back to tapping my pencil against my notebook. I guess not, I muttered.
So, the question stands, Miss Sophie,
he continued, staring at his whiteboard of hastily drawn lists and pie charts.
Why would they choose to save even the sick?
Maybe Harrodson was a sick kid growing up? Maybe that's why he hates the world. Then Stanley's expression pinched.
Or she did it for herself,
Dr. Wesley?
He nodded. She has kids, though I've only met Peter, and I heard he was a sickly thing before the outbreak.
Great. They reproduced. At least it makes sense now. Why Bo and Thea both survived, I mean. She has a soft spot for kids or something.
Stanley nodded to himself as he turned to me. Yes. Or the more youth that survive, the more powerful their abilities and impressionable their minds. I think the reason depends on who made the decision.
Stanley and I were dissimilar in many ways, and yet we made a good team when it came to putting all the pieces together. Stanley was better with formulas and precision, given his pharmacist alter ego in his past life, and he was obsessive-compulsive about everything, from his immaculate attire, completed with one of 7 bow ties for each day of the week, to his perfectly straight, legible handwritten notes in organized workstations. I wasn't quite as organized or put together. My clothes were generally wrinkled and worn more than once, from my jeans to my t-shirts and sweaters. While his notes were stacked perfectly, and his sketches and equations so legible I'd even measured the distance between each letter to see just how ridiculously perfect he was, my journal was a scratch pad of question marks and underlined words, scribbles and squiggles, either marking out words or connecting them. That's why you've been so worried he'd come for us, I thought aloud, and I couldn't believe I hadn't realized it sooner. You knew he'd want everyone who survived. It would be the only way to have complete control. I shook my head. But I thought you didn't know anything about the virus. I mean, nothing outside of who, what, when, and where. He shook his head with a brittle, almost hysterical sound that resembled laughter. I don't. You only know what Gregory wants you to know. My mind was probably wiped a time or two if he ever worried I might have been a traitor. I know nothing, other than many people only follow him out of fear, like me. I wasn't his friend. I was his toy, just like the rest of his truth guards in the regions. Even Dr. Wesley. Dr. Wesley? Soft spot for children aside, I thought she was the madwoman behind all of this.
Dr. Wesley was always kind to me, Stanley said thoughtfully. I've thought about her often since I left, wondering if somehow he would punish her for the region's rebelling.
Why would he do that? I sat back in my seat, wondering what the hell she would have to worry about as the creator of it all, and if I had the slightest capacity to feel sorry for her. Without her, the General's great transformation wouldn't have been possible. Without her, he never would have succeeded. Without her, everyone we cared about would still be alive.
I don't think she was there by choice, he said quietly.
Woody cleared his throat in his office, and I glanced down the hall. The door was cracked open, and I could hear his chair wheeling around every so often, and a shuffling of papers when Stanley wasn't sighing so loudly. I wondered if he was as restless as he seemed, or just the same old crazy Woody. Only I was cooped up with him, so I noticed it more. All of us were a little stir-crazy. There was only so much we could do when the snow was so thick. I could have been home, but I would only feel claustrophobic. At least here with Stanley, I could keep my mind busy and think about something other than Alex and how much I missed him. He and Bert had been locked up in the plant for a solid month now that full winter had set in, and his plan to keep the hydro plant functioning was working. Sometimes I was angry at Alex for leaving, even if I knew deep down that space between us was probably a good idea for a while. My dreams had gotten better, and my ability was becoming a bit more manageable, but I still caught myself hoping Alex was thinking about me, and this would all blow over eventually. Static screeched to life in Woody's office, followed by a rush of scrambling movements and the squeak of chair wheels. I peered down the hall toward his office door again. "Hawkeyes!" a garbled female voice said, though it was hard to hear. I glanced at Stanley. "Hawkeyes?" I mouthed. Stanley stared down the hall, like he could see through Woody's door. "Is Nightingale? Over." "Yeah, I'm here, Nightingale," Woody said, more animated than I'd heard him in days. "You scared the shit out of me. I thought the demonic bastard finally got you."
Woody chuckled with uneasy relief, and radio static clicked on and off. I waited with bated breath to hear Nightingale's voice again. She didn't check in unless she had something important to say, and my pulse quickened a little. More garbled words emanated from the speaker that I couldn't comprehend.
"Say it again, Nightingale. You're too far out of range. I can't make out what you're saying. Over." "Dead."
Her tone was pitched and anxious.
"I can't understand. Nightingale, do you copy? Over."
He said the words slowly, then clicked over again. When she spoke again, her consonants and syllables were slow and fuzzy.
"Is dead. Do you copy?"
I looked at Stanley. Who's dead? His eyes didn't move from the doorway. Woody's office was silent for so long, I considered barging in when I heard the squeak of his chair again.
"Repeat that, Nightingale, because I could have just sworn you said the son of a bitch is dead."
There was more static, and then a single, unbelievable word. Affirmative. Nightingale slowly continued with a string of words I could barely believe. Regions, Standoff, and Hope Valley. I stared at Stanley, my mouth gaping as I waited for a reaction from him, but he kept blinking dumbly at the door.
"The doctor,"
I heard next, and I rose slowly to my feet. There was more fuzziness. Then she said her final words.
"Dead. Go soon." "Nightingale! Nightingale!"
Woody shouted, and the radio rattled as he pounded on it.
"Don't disappear on me now, goddammit!"
But when he let go of the handle again, there was only static. Stanley's eyes finally met mine.
"If he's truly dead."
Stanley swallowed and shook his head.
"If he's dead,"
he repeated,
"there is no more puppet master."
I tried to wrap my mind around the possibility of General Harrodson being nothing more than a distant nightmare now. He'd left our lives on a whisper, the same way he'd been brought in. Suddenly, the past 7 months felt like a waste, but at the same time, I'd never been so unbelievably grateful for Hope Valley, whatever it was.
"I'll go tell the others,"
Stanley whispered, and took off down the hall to find Phil and Ross. His dress shoes pattered against the linoleum, and then the connecting door to the hallway creaked open. Stanley was gone in half a second, leaving me alone with my incredulity. The tall, menacing man with severe dark eyes and narrowed features that haunted my dreams was gone? Dead? As in forever? In a world where reanimated corpses bred armies, I wasn't sure I could believe there was no more General Harrodson, bringer of death and plotter of mass destruction. And how did Nightingale know this? Had she been there? There was a rustling, an unexpected growl, and then a crash inside Woody's office. Despite Nightingale's good news, I got the feeling Woody wasn't all that happy about it. And while my gut instinct was to take a step back, I inched my way closer instead. Slowly, I walked down the hall to his office, stopping for a moment at his partially closed door. Hating the general and fearing him had given Woody a purpose. With no more plots to sniff out or conspiracies to investigate, what would he do? I knew what it felt like to have your life turned upside down by the death of someone you loved, and in Woody's case, loved to hate. Lost, alone, and maybe even aimless. Woody's office chair creaked, and quietly, I rapped my knuckles against his door.
"Come in,"
he called roughly. I pushed the door open and poked my head in. Woody's sullen face brightened when he saw me.
Sophie."
He waved to the high-backed chair across the desk from him.
the same chair I knew Stanley sat in each evening for their routine nightcap.
Please, come in.
He opened a drawer in his desk as I stepped inside.
Is Stanley with you? I have some interesting news.
We heard, I said, glancing around the room. His office was messy and chaotic, just as I imagined the inside of Woody's mind often was. Papers were crumpled and strewn across the floor. Ledgers were discarded in heaps and looked like they had no rhyme or reason.
Oh, good. Well, I was just about to celebrate with a little something from my secret stash.
His steely blue eyes twinkled as he set out a stout bottle of scotch on the desktop. Then he grabbed a used highball glass, empty, but the bottom of it was stained with amber liquid, and poured a few fingers full.
Care for a drink?
He peered around his office, eyes shifting over the mountains of disarray stacked around him.
I have another glass here somewhere.
I'm okay, thanks. I sat down in the chair. It felt strange to be in a place I'd only ever seen through Stanley's eyes, like déjà vu. Only I knew I had been there before, if only in a dream of sorts. Woody took a gulp from his glass, and his eyes rolled shut as he swallowed. With a quiet hum, he licked his lips.
Sherry and American white oak,
he practically sang. Are you celebrating? I asked. Or mourning? His eyes popped open.
Well, a little bit of both, I'd reckon.
Although his voice was chipper, it was also contemplative.
What about you, Sophie? Not in the mood to celebrate? I think you'd be happier knowing Harrodson can't hurt you all anymore. You don't have to worry so much about Alex in that tin can of a place now.
Alex wasn't on my mind because I was worried about the general, but I didn't bother explaining that to Woody. I'm not sure I've processed the news, to be honest, I admitted. I mean, what if it's not true and he's still alive? What if it's only a rumor or a ploy? Woody bowed his head slightly, like he was holding his tongue, and he poured himself another glass.
You know how you leave the house sometimes, and there's an incessant discomfort in the back of your mind that you forgot to shut off the coffee pot or lock the door. So you go back to check, and sure as shit, you did forget.
I blinked at him. Yeah, I guess so.
It's like that with Gregory,
he explained.
I can feel a part of me is gone. I have for a while now. Only I wasn't sure what it was. The edginess. But it makes sense now.
Woody stared into his glass, and even if I wasn't entirely sure what he was talking about, I could imagine the strange connection they might have shared.
Did you know?
He started again, his bushy eyebrows popping up as he looked at me.
I think some small part of Gregory is alive inside of me.
My lips parted with shock at first, and as I considered the implications of what Woody was saying, it became more of a stomach-churning, abject horror. What? I'd always wondered what happened to Woody all those years ago when he'd known the general, but I'd never considered it was something quite that terrifying. Like, how? Woody had been sure to keep that part of himself private, something he could easily do when I was around, since he could block my ability with a single thought. He leaned back in his chair and sucked air through the gap in his teeth.
I was part of his first experiments,
he said.
Back when I was 20 years old and Gregory was still a lieutenant. The Air Force was recruiting young soldiers for special ops. We didn't know what it was for, but we'd been approached by our commanding officer. My squad leader, Sergeant Miller, and I signed up immediately. 2 young bucks that wanted the prestige of being a part of something bigger than ourselves. They brought us in for an interview, accepted us into the program after a few days of testing, and once we passed, we were separated. They took Miller down one hall and me down another. We thought it was part of training, but I never did see him again.
Do you think he died? Woody looked at me, his thoughts far away. I wondered if he thought about Miller often or if he hadn't thought about him in years.
I have no idea.
A small smile crept over his lips.
Gregory was working with the pretty doctor back then, only she was contracted with King Laboratories at the time, instead of the military.
His eyes flashed to me.
Dr. Wesley.
Wait, like Avian Flu King Corporation? The company that was plastered all over the news during the outbreak? The missing pieces began falling into place. Even if I'd known that getting us to where we were had entailed an intricate web of manipulation and game of strategy, seeing the moves on the board for the first time sent chills down my spine. Wow. Harrodson did have his hands in everything, didn't he? Woody poured himself another drink.
Mind control is a frightening thing, Sophie. And I'm sure Gregory isn't the only one who can do it.
He knocked his drink back and exhaled the fumes like his mouth was on fire. What did they do to you? I wasn't sure I should ask, but I couldn't help it. He was offering more pieces to the puzzle, and I wanted to see the full picture.
Not much at first. For a few months, the doctor was testing my brain waves and response times, at least from what I understood of it, and I was fine with that. I took a lot of aptitude tests and did a lot of physical conditioning as she monitored me. It made sense to me at the time. It was what a soldier did. Strict diet regimen, seclusion training, workout routines that knocked you on your ass. But after a few months into it, everything changed. The doctor stopped coming to see me. Instead, a new doctor, an old guy that smelled like pickled cabbage, started working with me. And a few months after that, Gregory started stopping in more frequently, which I thought was weird.
Why? My voice was barely a whisper.
Because I'd only seen him on occasion before, when he'd come to check on the lady doctor's progress. Suddenly, I was seeing him more and more, and as the months went on and they started injecting me with more and more muscle enhancer,
he drawled using air quotes,
and I kept getting sick, the doctors kept changing. It was like there was a new one nearly every month, and Gregory was growing more and more impatient, until one day, he just snapped.
Woody looked down at his glass, staring at the last amber drop in the bottom.
My mind was fuzzy a lot after that. There were parts of my days missing. Sometimes it felt like weeks. Time seemed to blur, and I had no idea what they were injecting me with. Or maybe I was sleeping in my room the whole time, wishing I was dead. The fevers,
he clarified.
They were brutal.
What do you think was wrong with him?
A woman, Woody said easily. The doctor.
What makes you say that?
Because there are only a few memories I remember clearly during the last few years I was there. And one was the night Gregory came into my bunk. A drunken mess spewing about women and how conniving and vicious they were. He told me he'd prove her wrong, whoever she was. After that,
he shrugged.
Well, we'll just say that Gregory was more involved in the treatments. I knew the instant I got away that I was different, and if it wasn't for the doctor, I wouldn't have known just how different.
Wait, she helped you? He dipped his chin in answer.
I only saw her that one last time. She was like an angel in my dreams. I remember her standing above me when I woke from a fever, and at the time, her words didn't make much sense. She told me about guard changes and to go north and never look back. She told me what my mind was capable of, and that my ability, my nullification mutation, were her words, was the only thing that would protect me from him. I woke the next morning thinking it was all a dream, but then I found my door was left slightly open, and I got the hell out of there. So, here I am. I've been in the North ever since.
Woody scrubbed his hands over his head, making his hair stand on end.
Gah, no wonder you all think I'm crazy.
He laughed his flippant, crazy Woody laugh, but I heard the tinge of hysteria in it now. I knew the years of fear behind it, and I knew without seeing it that Woody was just trying to get by like the rest of us, and he had been for years. But you never spoke out about it. All of your broadcasts and your conspiracy theories that you knew were real.
I do have a few of my marbles left,
he said wryly, and poured himself another gulp of scotch.
And I've never been the suicidal type.
Woody, I breathed, realizing this was all still new to us. We'd been living with it for a year, but for him, how much of his life had the General taken from him? How long were you in that facility? Woody sat back in his chair and scratched the side of his face.
7 years, give or take.
I don't get it, I said. How could Dr. Wesley be both good and bad? Woody's eyebrows quirked up with a ragged exhale.
I guess it just goes to show that people aren't one or the other. At least when she was around, there was a modicum of humanity. Or at least, I think she tried. Stanley and I are proof of that.
I let Woody's story sink in, trying to reconcile the monsters in my mind with the characters in his story. You've always been so private. Why are you telling me this now?
Because even if I don't know what Gregory did to me in those missing years, I felt this hum inside of me ever since I left that place. And the further away I got from it, the less I could feel it. And now, it's completely gone.
I wasn't sure how much of Woody's theory was true, but anything and everything was possible. A super deadly, super secret gene-altering virus couldn't have been the only project Harrodson was working on, especially if he needed to perfect it before it could be unleashed. So, that's it, I whispered. It was over. At least any threat of the General. We just had to hope that whatever and whoever he left in his wake would stay away and we could try to live like normal people again. Or at least as normal as power-wielding superhumans could live. Wait! I shot up in my chair. If there's no more General, that means we don't need the prison to be completely functional, right? I mean, Alex and Bert don't have to live at that plant 24/7 anymore.
Well, I guess not.
Fast and heavy footsteps preceded Phil as he rushed into the office, face flushed and out of breath.
Is what Stanley said true? Is he dead?
Woody pushed the bottle of scotch toward him.
Sure is. Take a swig to celebrate. Hell, take a few. I am.
Woody's eyes were more animated than before, and I was a little bit relieved for him. Wait, Phil, I said. You have the snowmobile, right? I could barely contain the excitement in my voice. Or maybe it was a little bit of apprehension.
Yeah, why?
I need to borrow it. I need to go to the hydro plant so I can tell Alex and Bert the news. If I hurry, maybe we can make arrangements for them to come home tomorrow, for Christmas Day. Phil nodded.
It's getting late. I'll take you.
I rushed down the hallway, realizing how much this changed things. There would be no more prepping and planning to fight shadows and rumors, and we didn't have to look over our shoulders quite so much. Elle is going to freak out with excitement when she hears the news.
18. Alex. After a month of living at the hydro plant, fatigue was a constant, and the distant churning of the turbines 2 chambers over had become white noise and barely noticeable, though I couldn't say as much about my roommate. Her body's nice, but her bush looks like Bob Ross's afro, man. Bert said with a chuckle. Look. He held the unfolded pages out to me, and I leaned away, cringing. Dude, never use the words nice body and Bob Ross in the same sentence, okay? Especially if you expect me to look. That's gross." "I'm just saying it does." "Well, I don't care. It creeps me out that you look at porn while I'm lying right here." "I'm not getting off. It's just to pass the time." "Yeah, sure." "For real, there are actually some interesting articles. Look, January Playmate Kitty Mays finds love and patriotism in the back of a 1969 Chevy. Yeah. I rolled my eyes. And I didn't have to look at Bert to know he was thoroughly amused by my reaction. "Every day it's the same thing," I muttered, and I balled my pillow beneath my head to settle in for the night. In the first week, we discovered how imperative it was that we stay in the same vicinity, no more than 2 rooms or a couple dozen yards apart. Too much strain made Bert sick, like the output was too much and he couldn't stay conscious. It was a rough start to what felt like a long-ass winter, but we were figuring it out. It only took 36 hours to retrain ourselves to always be thinking about the turbines, even if it was far back in the recesses of our minds, so that they wouldn't turn off. Intention was key in all of it. At least we didn't have to touch each other for me to be able to amplify what Bert could do, like I had to do when we'd first started, which had been awkward. After 2 weeks, we'd settled into a reliable rhythm of daily system checks for pipeline pressure and transmission wire concealment. We checked the rotors to make sure they were well oiled to prevent stalling, which we'd learned about firsthand after the first snow. We had dinner in the old break room, each of us taking turns cooking whatever we felt like out of the ingredients Elle brought over. Always adding in an additional surprise ingredient we made each other guess. Bert had yet to guess correctly, and I blamed a lifetime of smoking weed and seared taste buds from cigarettes for that. 3 weeks in, we'd swapped all of our stories worth telling. Bert asking me questions about police run-ins, tween drugs of choice, and my experience with the foster care system, with an emphasis on whether there were any hot foster moms, to which I answered, "Dude, no." We talked about Bert's love of fly fishing, old school rock and roll, and the time he met Johnny Cash. Bert was so excited he thought he was walking on sunshine. When he was feeling more open, we talked about his 3 kids, one of whom hated him, about what a cool grandpa he was, and about his high school sweetheart of 40 years who was the mother of his children, although they'd never married. At night, we lay on our respective cots in the small square bunk room, drained but restless and usually unable to sleep. The ceaseless humming under my skin kept my muscles amped enough so that even in exhaustion, sleep never felt like more than a quick doze. Whatever my ability actually was, supercharged blood, kinetic mind energy, ultra-firing neurons, as long as we were in the same room, my energy feeding off of his, it was always on. It was like I was the grease and he was the friction, and the turbines just kept moving as long as we were together. So it was Bert and me. Together. A lot. Our bunk room was a bit larger than my room at the house, but not by much, and the air had a constant tinge of oil to it that I'd come to appreciate. While the average outside temperature was around 20 degrees, the air in the hydro plant was warm and humid, almost like I imagined Phil's beloved Florida might have been during the summer. With a purr, Grubber, the resident fluffy tabby cat that had survived in the engine room, living on rats and mice since last December, jumped up onto my cot. She'd gone from semi-feral, after being alone so long, to being queen bee in the facility, sleeping with me and eating scraps of food that were otherwise questionable. Her white whiskers twitched as she meowed and rubbed up against my bent leg. "At least someone is getting some action," Bert said under his breath, and I glared at him. "Dude, once again. That's gross." I tossed one of my National Geographic magazines at him, and he chuckled with far too much amusement. "You're like my grandpa's age." While I mostly read stories from the books Thea wrote for me, nature magazines that were left in the lounge, and whatever survival books Bo brought me from the White Horse Library, Bert spent his time reading Playboy and Hustler magazines from the 80s. One of the few gold mines, as he called it, that the crew who used to work at the plant had left behind. a stash of Cheetos, half a pack of cigarettes, and a Where's Waldo book being among the others. "Did you know that black bears can be brown?" Bert mused from his cot. At least he'd moved on from titty magazines. That makes no sense. I set a well-worn copy of Treasure Island on my chest. Why aren't they brown bears, then? I peered back at him. They are black bears, but have light-colored fur. And according to this, their claws aren't as long and they don't have a hunch like this. Bert acted out a hunched-over grizzly, and I snorted a laugh. Good to know. If I see anything that terrifying, I'll be sure to run. There was a knock on the door, barely audible over the sound of the engines on the other side of the room. Sitting up, I glanced at Bert. His American flag bandana half covered his eyes as he blinked up at me. "Are we expecting company?" he asked. I shook my head and rose to my feet. I pulled on my boots, untied and falling off, then grabbed the pistol just in case and hurried down the platform steps to the door. The entire engine room was a maze of metal platform levels and closed-off workspaces. It was late, and Elle and the others weren't going to stop by until tomorrow. When I opened it, my heart beat double time. Sophie stood in a halo from the spotlight, surrounded by dusk. "Is everything okay?" I glanced between her and Phil, who stood behind her. Sophie rarely came to visit, not after the way we'd left things, so I began to panic a little. "Yeah, sorry." Sophie pulled her beanie off with a tentative smile. "Everything's fine. Great, actually." Her nose and cheeks were pink from the cold, and she exhaled a visible puff of breath. Bert practically fell out the bunker door behind me. "What is it? Did something happen?" "No. Well, yeah." Sophie cleared her throat to speak up. "Woody heard from Nightingale." She glanced back at Phil, like she was trying to figure out a way to tell me something. I took a step closer, waiting for the punchline. "Sophie, what is it?" "She said General Harrodson is dead." "What?" I barked. "No shit," Bert muttered. I blinked at her, waiting for an explanation because what she was saying didn't sound right. "I was at the prison when her broadcast came in. Ross went to the house to tell Elle and Jackson. I wanted to come here to tell you." She glanced between Bert and me. "Something happened in California, a place called Hope Valley, near the coast. Woody had heard of it as a possible safe haven, but the general went there and, well, it didn't pan out the way he thought it would, I guess. Woody's trying to find out more." I wasn't sure if what Sophie was saying was true, and I had 100 questions I wanted her to answer. But then she smiled, if a little weakly, and I forgot all of my questions. She took a step closer. "That means you can come home. You don't have to stay here anymore." She looked at Bert. "Neither of you do. You could come home tomorrow for Christmas." Go home? I stared at Sophie, her sparkling blue eyes that burned with hope, but I knew deep in my gut that I wasn't ready. The time we'd spent apart hadn't helped. Not yet. Except that if we come home, there's no power. "So?" she said quickly. "At least you'll be home. We can all have a meal together. We'll have dinner by candlelight, just like we used to." I looked at Bert, wondering what he wanted to do. He threw his hands up. "I wouldn't mind a mini vacay, but I wouldn't want to abandon ship too hastily either. It's up to you, kid." I felt a wash of relief in his hesitance and looked at Sophie. "I think we should stay," I told her, "at least until we know more." I tried not to notice the slight, downward twitch of her smile, or the way she swallowed before she looked away. "Besides," I added, "there are dozens of mini-generals running around out there. He made sure of that. I think it's safer if we stay for now." It killed me to say it, and yet it was a relief, too. It wouldn't be dinner like old times. Phil would be there, and it would be awkward, especially since we were still hazardous together. "And Woody was talking about making this place a sanctuary city, maybe," Phil said behind her. Sophie peered over her shoulder at him and shrugged. "Until we know for certain what we're going to do, maybe it is better they keep the place going." I wasn't sure what Phil's angle was, if he liked the idea of me staying away or if he was trying to help Sophie understand, but I was glad he'd said it. That way, I didn't have to be the only asshole. Finally, reluctantly, Sophie nodded. Okay, well, she smiled weakly as she took a few quick steps back toward Phil. I just thought you'd want to know. Sophie brushed a loose strand of hair from her face and nodded toward the snowmobile. Let's go. Phil flung his leg over the seat and sat down, waiting for Sophie to climb on as she pulled her beanie back onto her head. Seeing them together made my heart race, and my mouth started moving before I could stop it. Soph, I said, and took a step out into the cold. She looked at me. Save me some Christmas dinner, would you? I smiled because I didn't know what else to do. I wanted her to smile away the hardened lines creasing her forehead, or tease me and tell me to come home and get it myself. But she didn't smile or soften. She simply looked away, wrapped her arms around Phil, and they rode off.
Part 2. July. 7 months later. 19. Sophie. I was warm in bed, with my comforter wrapped around me, filling in all the nooks and crannies. The sun was warm on my face, and I reveled in it as I allowed myself a few more moments before opening my eyes to start the day, especially when he was lying with me. There was nothing better than sleeping in the arms of the one person I loved more than anyone, holding me, cherishing me, while the rest of the house woke up to start their day. It was the small and frequent moments when I had him all to myself that I craved more than anything. His breath was warm on the back of my neck as he held me tighter, and I let out a contented sigh. He smelled like toasted, rich coffee beans, with a hint of vanilla. "Did you bring me coffee in bed?" I whispered, beyond hopeful as I tried to rally myself awake. It was my kryptonite, even when all I wanted was to stay asleep forever. Of course I did. Alex pressed his lips just under my ear, and then again softly behind my jaw. How else would we celebrate? Celebrate? I breathed, and as he placed a slow trail of kisses down the back of my neck, my eyes flitted open and I moaned. The sunlight streaming in from the window was almost blinding, and I closed my eyes again. "What are we celebrating?" I rasped. He pulled me toward him, and his lips brushed against mine, teasing me as his hand cupped the side of my face. Us. I mewed happily, and in a euphoric haze, I pulled his mouth against mine, as every single nerve ending I had finally stirred awake. "Don't stop," I whispered against him. It felt like I was finally getting what I'd always wanted, what I needed. Alex, with me now instead of just out of reach, and I wouldn't let him get away from me this time. I kissed him more deeply. "Please, don't stop." With a chuckle, he kissed me harder, and his fingers tangled in my hair, pulling me closer toward him. His skin was hot beneath my fingertips. He was alive, and he was mine. I needed to see his chiseled face, and the way his brilliant green eyes shined bright with need. But when my lashes flitted open, I screamed. Chestnut eyes set in a pale face with floppy brown hair stared back at me. "Phil!" I scrambled back against the headboard, realizing he was half naked and that we were in his cabin. He smiled with lustful eyes and far too much amusement. "You were expecting someone else?" He leaned into me again, but even as I flinched to move away, a stronger part of me leaned closer. "Phil!" I shot up in bed, gasping as I stared around my room, my real bedroom. My sheets were rumpled, my bedspread was bunched up around me, but I was alone, chest heaving and heart sprinting. I covered my mouth, squeezed my eyes shut, and lay back in bed, hating how my dream had felt like both a violation of every fiber in me and a guilty pleasure. I could still feel Phil's lips against mine and the weight of his body. It had felt so real and so right for a fleeting moment. But it was Phil. As much as I wished I liked him the way he liked me, I still missed Alex. Flinging my covers off, I climbed out of bed, desperate for some actual coffee to wake up my mind. On bare feet, I padded out of my room and down the stairs to the living room, wondering how late it was since the house was so quiet. I glanced at the hands on the wall clock in the living room, doing the mental math. It was almost 9, and I'd slept in. Well, sort of. There you are.
Oh, God!
I shouted, spinning around. Phil was standing in the kitchen with a glass of orange juice in his hand.
What the hell are you doing here?
Phil took a gulp, eyeing me over the rim of his glass. Drinking orange juice? During the past 7 months, my ability had become so much easier to control, thanks to Phil. But with that came the knowledge of personal information, like how much he liked me, and that made me feel strangely naked in front of him. Yeah, but why? His gaze ran the length of me, scrutinizing my shorts and t-shirt, looking at me like I was crazy, which, in all fairness, wasn't undeserved. Ross and I came to grab Jackson so we can fix that levee at the dam today, but they got sucked into drawing up plans for the fish wheel. So, he lifted his half-empty glass. Here I am, slurping down some OJ. He leaned against the counter, relaxed and carefree, with a hint of a smile on his face. That okay with you? I waved his question away.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Like I knew how Phil felt about me, Phil knew how I felt about Alex. He had to, even if we'd never talked about it. That's one good thing that came out of passing feelings around, I supposed. I walked past him as he gulped the rest of his juice down, and I reached for a clean glass from the cupboard by the sink. This morning, of all mornings, he had to be here. You want some? His arm brushed against mine as he set the juice pitcher on the counter next to me, and I tensed beside him.
No. I'm good. Thanks.
Phil didn't move or say anything for a few seconds. He only stared at me from the corner of his eye. You okay, Soph? You're acting weirder than usual.
Oh, thanks.
I deadpanned and rolled my eyes. I filled my glass with water from the tap and gulped it down. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Are you still sleeping wonky or something?
Ha!
I barked out a laugh. You have no idea. Phil took a step back with his palms up, like he was afraid to make any sudden movements. Right, well, I'm gonna go and leave you to your morning tood.
Hey!
I turned to him.
I don't have an attitude. I'm just... off is all.
Whatever you say, Soph. Oh, and I found you some vanilla syrup in town yesterday. It's about 6 months expired, but I brought it for you anyway in case you wanted to use it for your coffee, since it's your favorite. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Phil walked toward the living room.
Hey!
I called out, and he spun on his heels to face me. Thanks. With a wink, Phil dipped his head. See you for dinner tomorrow. I waved to him in gratitude and waited for the screen door to open and close. When I saw Phil trot down the deck steps, I let my head fall back with a groan.
What the hell is wrong with me?
I needed a lobotomy. Phil was great, and Alex was over us. But something didn't feel right when I considered something more with Phil. It felt like a lie. Grabbing his glass, I turned for the sink to rinse it, and saw Thea skipping past the pasture where her new pony, Big Red, was eating his morning breakfast. Since the spring, we'd collected ourselves a little Noah's Ark, and every animal we had served a purpose, even if Thea thought Big Red was hers alone. Big Red was sturdy and strong and pulled the loads too large for the wheelbarrow. As she skipped into the trees, I scanned the property for Elle or Jackson, but I didn't see either of them. "Oh, Thea," I hummed, stepping into the laundry room to slip into my flip-flops. I headed out the door and strolled past the greenhouse toward the pasture. Lady, our female goat, bawed at me as I hurried past, likely griping that she was still hungry. She was about to have kids, which meant fresh goat milk for a while. And between her and the 2 males, we had plenty of manure for our methane converter. Our own power source, we'd learned last year, would be important in the winters to come, if Alex and Bert were going to have any freedom. Bull, the ornery pig, who I swore wanted to eat me every time he looked at me, didn't bother to register my presence as I marched by. Unlike the other animals, who had been more easily tameable, he was a nasty one. He'd probably never become bacon, as Jackson intended, since Bo and Thea were attached to all of the animals. But if Jackson won out in the end, I'd be okay with that. As I drew closer to the woods, I could hear Thea's voice. "Thea!" I stepped over a broken branch, realizing too late I was not dressed for kid hunting. "Thea!" "Yeah?" She trotted through the trees with the usual pep in her step. "What are you doing?" I squinted through the birches and pines, hearing nothing now but the sound of the river through the dense brush. "Playing?" I eyed her skeptically. "Playing what?" She shrugged. "In my fort with Arya." I stared into the tree line again. "Since when do you have a fort?" "Since forever," she said with a bit of sass. I looked at her, and her cheeks reddened. "Can I see your fort?" With a huff, Thea traipsed back into the trees. "I already showed Elle," she grumbled, "but it's for kids only." "Oh, well, I'm so sorry to intrude. I won't bother you again, I just want to see where it is." "Who's Arya, anyway? A new frog friend of yours?" "It better not be a snake. I will freak out if it's a snake, Thea." I stepped over a gopher mound, then an anthill. "She's not an animal. She's my friend. Her sister is mean and grumpy all the time, like Bo, so she stays with me sometimes." If I hadn't noticed how much she wanted to play with Bo and how much he pushed her away, I would have been a little worried about her imaginary friend. But the poor girl needed a playmate, and I didn't blame her. "You shouldn't be out this far, Thea, especially not without one of the wolves." "Well, Littlefoot was busy," she said. I swatted a mosquito away. That a wolf was too busy to play with the little girl made me laugh to myself. "All right, then maybe you need to build your fort closer to the house." "But," she whined, "we already made it." She stopped at the base of a large spruce with low-hanging branches. Some of them had been broken off, creating a little safe haven in the foliage. There was a blanket laid out underneath, and one of Thea's coloring books and some of her markers. She had a cushion, I assumed for sitting on, and a box of crackers stuck out from under it. I lifted an eyebrow and looked at her. "Snacking, are we?" She flashed me a sheepish grin. "Well, sometimes I'm hungry out here." Tugging on her braid, I sighed and glanced back at the house. I could see the cabins through the pasture fence and the kitchen window from where I stood. "All right, I won't make you move it, if you promise me you'll have Littlefoot or Rocky with you when you come out here. And you have to tell us when you're coming out." Thea bobbed her head happily. "You pinky swear?" She held out her pinky. "Okay, if you don't, you'll have to move it." I smacked another mosquito off my leg. "Damn it," I muttered, and before Thea could say anything, I held up my hand. "That's not a curse word.
I told her. But still, don't tell Elle. I don't want to cook dinner tomorrow night for everyone. Thea contemplated it, like she was scheming up something. Can I have some honey? And no blackmailing, I told her. I'm letting you keep your fort out here. Oh, all right, she said with a sigh. And after swatting another bug off my leg, I headed back toward the house. I still needed coffee, and to wash away the strange fog that filled my head ever since that dream. Even if it was past 9, it felt too early to worry about mosquitoes, invisible friends, and sex dreams with Phil. Then again, I could be dreaming about less pleasant things, like death and regions per usual. So, I decided to appreciate the silver lining instead.
20. Alex. Sweat dripped down my temple, beating at the top of my nose as I bent over the side of the fish ladder to hammer in the last of the stepping boards, rotted from too many wet winters. I never thought hydroplant operator and engineer would be something I could put on my resume, if I ever needed one again. A natural energy source was too precious to neglect, though, even if we were only keeping the bare bones of it running with 6 pairs of hands. Jackson, Ross, and even Woody could agree on that, especially if Whitehorse could be a safe community again, and since the general was dead, we'd embrace the possibility of what if. What if, one day, more people came? What if we kept up Whitehorse long enough to get more hands and able bodies so that we didn't have to do it all ourselves? What if civilization could thrive here again? Even a year and a half after the outbreak, we were still discovering what was left in the world. The cities that were inhabited, the number of survivors. We'd learned about 4 camps throughout the Western continent, with almost 8,000 survivors reported among them. It wasn't a huge population in the grand scheme of things, but it was more people than I could imagine. And like us, all of them were starting over. We'd only seen a few survivors as they passed through, but none of them stayed. A place like Whitehorse, large, open, and unpopulated, seemed too risky, even if we were proof that it could work. They'd continued south to communities that were a bit warmer, more established, and better protected, like Hartley Bay. I hit the final nail into the plank, content I wouldn't fall in the next time I walked on it, and stared into the rushing muddy water below me. Large, dark Chinook bodies swam upstream in the protection of their wooden trough. A pair of salmon squabbled below, splashing water up at me. With a whip of its tail, one jumped out onto the narrow walkway, thrashing at my feet. "Whoa, buddy, not on my watch." I nudged its slimy body back into the water, careful not to get hooked by its beak. The transition into summer had been easier this time. The days still felt long sometimes, and I still hated the heat and too much sun, but there was always something to do, and I liked to keep busy. There wasn't as much to do at the homestead anymore, not like before, so I worked at the plant, maintaining the equipment, fixing rusted door hinges, and, apparently, talking to migrating salmon. I found that working my butt off passed the time more easily, and I was out like a light by the time my head hit the pillow each night. It meant I didn't have time to dwell on things. Another salmon splashed around. "Hey, now." I covered the opening with an extra board as I waited for them to move on down the line. Bo would kill me if I let one of you die. "Talking to yourself now?" Ross called from up at the entrance gate. Rusty barked, his tail wagging as he trotted along the fence line, eyes wild and latched on the shaking slew of fish. "Gotta talk to someone," I told him. "You're too busy acting like you're in charge up at the dam." Ross didn't seem to mind being the one who called the shots when Bert wasn't around, but he hadn't asked for the job either. "Well, someone's got to keep an eye on things because you're clearly losing it." "I won't argue that," I muttered. I lifted the bill of my baseball cap and wiped my forehead with the back of my arm, eyeing the herring gulls cawing in their nest on the maintenance shed rooftop. Shit monsters, that's what they were. They squawked all day and pooped just as much. "To what do I owe the honor?" I asked, collecting my tools. I clutched the extra planks under my arm. "I just came by to see if you're about ready to call it today." "I could be. Why?" Ross stared at me for a few seconds. Then he lifted an eyebrow. "Dinner. Tonight?" He reminded me. "Really? Didn't we just have dinner night?" I zigzagged my way up the ramp toward the gate. "I did," Ross said, leaning against the fence. "You've missed the last two." "You're the one who reported the river was higher than expected, and the spillway needed manual purging." I pointed at him, throwing his words back in his face. "You even said it was dangerous not to." Ross's lips pressed into a thin line, and his eyebrows rose ever so slightly. "I see what you did there," he mused. "But honeydew list or not, it's dinner night, and Elle will have my head if you don't show up again. She thinks I'm running you ragged over here." "Nah, she knows better than that." I stopped at the fence with a sigh. "All right," I told him. "I'll call it a day. Let me put my things away." I stepped onto the sidewalk and closed the gate, scratching Rusty's head as he licked my hand and tool bag, and I made my way for the maintenance shed. "I'll get the door," Ross said, stepping past me. "Careful of the gulls, they like to shit on everything." I glanced up at them in the nest in the eaves above, staring down at us like they were waiting for their first opportunity. I think they're trying to force me out. Ross peered up at the birds and then looked at me, shaking his head. "Do you really like being out here all the time?" He asked the question like it was hard for him to believe. "Yeah, I don't mind it. Why?" I set my tool bag on the bench inside and took a drink from my water bottle. "Is that hard to believe?" "It's just, wouldn't you rather be at the house?" "Doing what?" "I mean, I'm down to help with whatever, but they have things under control. You guys need help out here. So here I am. It doesn't seem right that you and Bert practically live between the plant and the prison, always working on something, especially not when I can help." "It's different for us, though, kid." I wasn't sure 19 years old was exactly kid age, but I didn't correct him. "How so?" I crossed my hands over my chest. The way Ross watched me, too thoughtfully, made me bristle. "Just spit it out." He and Elle had a way of looking at me that wasn't just curiosity and interest, but bordered on concern, and sometimes I thought I saw disappointment. "Is this still about Sophie?" I felt my brow furrow, and my shoulders stiffened. Why does this have to be about Sophie? Ross threw his hands up. "All right, play dumb. Forget I said anything." He waves me out the door. "We better get a move on. Phil's waiting in the truck." I paused, then caught myself. I didn't loathe Phil per se, but he was not my favorite person. "Not about Sophie, huh?" Ross muttered. I waited for Ross to step out so I could lock the shed. "What was that?" "Nothing," he called over his shoulder and waved toward the truck. "Let's go." Tugging my baseball cap off my head, I wiped the sweat from my brow again and let out a deep breath, rallying myself for what might be a long night ahead. Phil and Sophie were practically inseparable, which I'd fully expected and even encouraged, but it didn't mean I had to like it. When I saw Phil, I had to ignore the desire to stay behind again. "You decided to come, then?" Phil called out the window as I hopped in the back of the truck. "Yep." I climbed into the bed and sat on the wheel well as Ross opened the tailgate for Rusty to jump in. "Cool," Phil drawled. He was about as excited as I was. Ross glanced at me as he shut the tailgate and walked around to the front. As the truck rumbled to life, I peered out at the hydro plant on the other side of the river and watched it disappear through the trees as we drove away. Family night with everyone. Fantastic.
21. Elle. Stepping out of the barn, with my hair piled on top of my head and my jeans covered in muck, I dumped the bucket of manure into our methane compost bins to process later. I leaned against the pasture gate for a little break. No matter how much time had passed, fish guts, horse poop, and caribou entrails still took a little getting used to. I brushed hay from the side of my face with my shoulder and looked around for Thea. "I thought you were helping me this afternoon," I called, knowing she'd probably stole away to her little hideout. I didn't much blame her. Manure wasn't really my thing either. "I'm coming!" she called. A brown and gold butterfly flitted by and landed on the pasture fence. It was hard to believe it was already July. Summer had settled in more quickly than I'd expected, and time felt like it was flying by. I stared at the acreage that surrounded the homestead, dappled with evergreens that butted up against the pale blue expanse. This time last year was a flurry of unknowns and constant fear. But things were different now. We were self-sustaining and safe. This place felt like home, and it was time to start acting like it was. I thought about the Ranskins, which seemed to happen more and more frequently. I wasn't sure we would have considered doing any of what we'd accomplished with the property if it hadn't been for them. It had been over a year since we'd seen them, and everything was different. We were more settled, and even if they'd always been in danger without some ability to protect them, it wasn't the same looming threat as before, making it time for a visit. Big Red clomped over to me and brushed his velvety snout against my forearm, hoping for a snack. Ah, yes. Good afternoon, sir. I reached down and rubbed his copper-colored forelock, hanging messily over his eye. You know, most ladies would kill for lashes like yours. He nudged my hand again and breathed in a deep, heavy breath before letting out a disappointed, disgruntled one when I opened my empty palm. Thea already snuck you 2 carrots this morning, I reminded him. They were a bit piddly, I'll give you that. What few crops were doing well in the greenhouse weren't going to win any awards at the fair, but we had enough to get by, even if Bo claimed most of our produce looked questionably edible. It was a whirlwind raising 2 kids and living with 2 19-year-olds, at least when Alex was around. But animals took the cake. Somehow, they'd proven more sneaky and conniving than the rest, with their big, asking eyes and cute, soft faces. At least most of them had a happy ending in coming to live with us, so far. Big Red's hooves had been overgrown, and his coat was so long and shaggy it was impossible to tell how malnourished he was. But he was a brute now, and thriving. I patted his neck, almost too far down to reach, and then opened the gate to step inside the pasture. The river was barely a hum on the other side of the trees as I pumped the water from the well into the galvanized trough. Thea! I called again. Your pony is hungry! Big Red slurped as the water filled higher in the tub, and I wondered what other chores Bo hadn't done this morning, and where, exactly, he was. 10 years old had brought on a whole new slew of temperaments, and his ability, or lack of it, if you asked him about it, didn't help his mood either. The throaty caws of the ravens roosting in the branches above caught my ear, and I peered up at them. Are you checking on the goats? Thea chirped as she ran up to the gate from her fort. Littlefoot trotted up with her, lapped up a puddle of water by the trough, and continued toward the house, his gray tail wagging the whole way. No, I was actually doing your brother's chores from this morning. Come on, I told her. Come feed your horse and we'll go check on the goats. Thea reached her little arm through the boards and unlatched the gate. While she went into the barn to get some grain, I filled a 5-gallon bucket with water and made my way to the pig pen to fill up Bull's trough, and then to the chicken coop to check the nest for eggs. The chickens were my favorite. We only had 2, but we were lucky to have that many. Done! Thea sang. I want to see if the babies are born yet. She pranced over, and I handed her the half-empty bucket. See if you can lift that. We'll put water in their bin while we're down there. Thea grabbed the bucket with both hands and started down the hill. We did this once in a while, her carrying it half full until I couldn't stand watching her struggle anymore. Where is your brother anyway? This is the 2nd day in a row I've had to do his chores. Thea paused, set the bucket down, and brushed the dirt from her knees. That was one thing Thea and I had in common from when I was little. We both played hard.
I don't know. I'm not his keeper.
Spoken like an 8-year-old going on 17, I thought, and tilted my head slightly. And what about you? I thought you were helping Jackson with the fish wheel today. Thea shrugged and picked the bucket up again to carry it the rest of the way down.
I was, but I got bored.
I see. Well, in that case, once we check on the goats, you can help me pick the vegetables in the greenhouse for dinner tonight.
Okay,
she drawled. I know, it's riveting work. Here. I took the bucket from her. You go check on your goats. I'll carry it the rest of the way. Like me, Thea wasn't a fan of cooking, but we all had to do things we didn't like to, whether it was because they were boring or stinky.
Does Bo have to help too?
You bet your butt he does. You know the penance for slacking off on your chores. She craned her neck up at me.
The what?
It means the punishment. Penance is punishment. Thea snickered.
Cooking is?
I winked at her. Yep, don't you agree? With Alex away, the only one of us who really enjoyed being in the kitchen, we all traded off, and it was my night to manage the dinner brigade.
If you're cooking, does that mean we're having soup?
I barked out a laugh. Am I seriously so predictable? Thea's dread was hard to miss. The ground was rockier the closer we got to the forest, and I held the water further away from me as it began to slosh out of the bucket.
Yes, seriously,
she grumbled.
You kids are killing me.
I shook my head and dumped the water into the goat's trough under the tree. No, that's not what we're having for dinner, thank you very much.
You're welcome,
she chirped. I couldn't help it. When I got good at something, I clung to it, just like tending to the greenhouse. I never thought I had a green thumb before, but once I learned a few tricks, things started to make a little more sense. Like how to keep the pests away by letting ladybugs go inside whenever I found them, or using the livestock manure and compost to mix with the soil for a nutrient-rich base. It was the same with cooking. Soups were easy prep, simple to cook, and fed everyone. They were definitely my go-to in the kitchen.
How many babies do you think Lady's gonna have?
Thea picked up a stick, which she examined thoughtfully.
Do you think Littlefoot will like this one to chew on?
Yes, I said easily. I don't think there's a size he hasn't been able to chew to nothing yet. And, I continued, I think 1 or 2 babies would be normal. 3 if we're lucky. Though I worry we're going to run out of space if we're not careful.
Lots of babies! Goat babies everywhere!
Happily, Thea sang and danced around as she made her way toward the goat's little oasis, where the shade met the rocky hill. Briefly, I wondered who was coming to dinner. It had been months since everyone was together. Everyone had a new groove and new projects. Woody was planning the next phase of his White Horse renovations in hopes it would become a safe haven to others one day, and communicating with Hartley Bay about setting up a visit. It had become his new purpose in life. We already had the foundation. We just needed the bodies and people willing to work to maintain it. Thea's scream pierced the air, and I lunged around the tree. What? I stopped short beside her, tugging Thea toward me. Lady's black and white polka dot head was low as she sniffed one newborn baby and nuzzled another that wasn't moving. Whether it had been alive or was stillborn, I couldn't be certain. But it was dead now, its eyes bloody holes pecked out of its head. Lady bleated and looked up at me. I hugged Thea to me as she turned her head away, and I peered up at the ravens on the pine branches above.
They ate him!
Thea's sobs were one more reminder that the wild was deadly and dangerous in many ways, and it could be cruel and heartbreaking too. I strained to lift her up into my arms. The baby didn't feel anything, I promise. It was stillborn. It might have been a lie, but I hoped it was true. At least they didn't get the other one.
What about Lady?
Thea's voice broke with a sob as I covered her eyes and turned to head back to the house.
We'll take care of them, don't you worry.
I heaved out a breath as I made my way back up the hill. The heaviest thing I carried for very long these days was a 5-gallon bucket of potatoes. How about, I said, pulling in another breath, you get Lady a nice snack while I get the baby that didn't make it. Then, after dinner, we can bury it and have a nice funeral, okay? She nodded against my chest with a sniffle and clung to me tighter.
And the other baby?
We'll make it safe. As I crested the hill, Ross's Chevy rumbled up the drive, and I was strangely grateful to see him. More people meant more distractions. Phil climbed out of the passenger seat first, and then, to my surprise, Alex stood up in the back of the truck. I sighed with relief as he jumped out. Reliable, warm Alex, Thea's favorite person. She climbed out of my arms and ran to the pasture gate, rustling with the latch before she flung it open and ran to him, sobbing.
22. Alex. The instant I jumped out of the Chevy, Thea ran into my arms with tears in her eyes. "They ate him!" she cried, nuzzling her face into my arm. I nearly stumbled back. "Who did what?" "They ate him!" She sniffled against my tear-dampened t-shirt. "They pecked his eyes out of his head." "The baby goat," Elle clarified as she drew closer. She pointed to the ravens on the branches above. "Jeez, I hadn't been expecting that." I wrapped my arms tighter around Thea, squeezing her against me. I hated to see anyone sad, let alone little Thea with her big brown eyes and crestfallen face. Phil nodded to Elle and said hello, then bypassed us for Sophie and Jackson, who were walking up from the river. "Where have you been?" Thea squeaked forlornly, picking at a loose string in the collar of my t-shirt. Her cheek was warm and wet against my chest. "Working at the dam, and you know what I saw today?" Slowly, her eyes shifted to me, and she pulled in her sad bottom lip. Luckily, I could always rely on her curiosity to distract her. "What did you see?" "Big Chinook salmon, and they were coming this way." Her eyes flashed wider. "How big?" "Almost as big as you, with big hooks for snouts and slimy, squirming bodies," I said, tickling her side. "No!" she retorted with a small laugh. She wriggled in my arms, and I set her down with a laugh. "Well, they're almost as big." I gave her my most sincere face, glad her eyes were glistening with some merriment instead of tears. "I'm sorry about your baby goat, but we'll figure out a way to keep the rest of them safe, okay?" I brushed the tip of her nose with the crook of my finger. Thea seemed content with that, and she looked at Ross as he shut the driver's side door and walked over. "Alex is going to make sure the other goats are safe," she told him. He tugged gently on one of her ribbon-tied braids. "Well, that's a relief. How's Big Red doing?" "Good. You can give him a treat if you want to." Thea took Ross's hand and tugged him toward the pasture. "The others will be here in a bit," he called over his shoulder. "Wonderful. That means a full house." Elle sighed in content and met my gaze. "You're going to help with the baby goats, huh? Does that mean you're sticking around for a couple of days this time?" Her delicate, dark eyebrow arched skeptically. "You still have a room here, you know. It might be a little dusty, but..." I found the instinct to roll my eyes and gave her a side hug instead. "You act like I'm never here." "Maybe because it feels like you never are." She leaned her head against my shoulder. "When did you get so much taller than me?" she muttered, squeezing her arm around my waist. "It's different here when you're gone," she whispered. I didn't like the longing in her voice. It made the guilt grow thicker in my gut. You just hate being the one to have to cook, I said lightly. Elle pulled away with a raised, protesting finger. That's actually very true. Chuckling, I glanced down the hill as Phil stopped in front of Sophie. The way she smiled when she talked to me, tentative and uncertain, was different than I'd noticed before. He leaned into her for a hug, and I tried and failed not to notice the way his arms tightened and lingered around her waist longer than they needed to. Sophie pushed him away playfully, her eyes fixed to his for a fleeting moment. Was she flirting with him? My heart sank as I realized something was happening between them. All of Phil's patience, waiting for her to come around, was finally paying off. The way she averted her gaze was obvious. So was the way her cheeks reddened. I'd known it was only a matter of time, but it still felt like a sucker punch and hurt like hell. In our distance, I'd found comfort in knowing I wasn't hurting her anymore, even if it had been unintentional and out of my control. But the distance still felt wrong. It was still hard, and I hated it. We're starting the fish wheel, Elle said, as we made our way toward the others. And if what you say is true about the salmon, we're a tad behind schedule. Nah, we'll be fine. I shoved my hands in my pockets, unable to look away from Sophie. I'll help Jackson get it up and running. Even if her slender muscles were well honed now, and I knew she was stronger, she looked tired, and I questioned whether the light shadows under her eyes were because she was still having issues with her dreams, or if it was related to other Phil-related reasons. He leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Only when Sophie rolled her eyes, elbowing him in his side with a smile, did I relax a little. Elle and I stopped beside them, and when Sophie's eyes met mine, blue like the sky and shining just as bright, the air thickened. It was unavoidable these days. We were fuel to a fire I knew could never burn, especially not now. I glanced at Phil again. You came for dinner, Sophie mused with a tight-lipped smile, though I thought a question might linger just below the surface. This time I was the one who rolled my eyes. Yes, I came. Her gaze shifted over me. So, how long are you staying this time? The slight curtness of her tone was hard to miss. A couple days, I guess. For Thea. I couldn't help but throw that in there, but I wasn't sure why. I promised her I'd figure out how to keep the baby goats safe. Sophie's expression fell into a frown, and she glanced at Thea and Ross in the pasture with Big Red. The ravens, Elle explained, quietly enough Thea couldn't hear. Sophie rubbed her forehead and her eyes flitted shut. Shit, that sucks. We'll get it figured out, I told them, peering down the hill, but I couldn't see the goats through the trees. Maybe build a covered pen out there, something they can retreat into, or, I started, bending the bill of my ball cap. We can lock them inside the barn until the baby is bigger. Oh, I forgot, Soph, Phil said, pulling a folded magazine from his back pocket with Randy Couture on the cover. I found an old Ultimate Fighter issue stashed in one of the cells in Block 2. You want to see if we can find anything for ground techniques we might want to try this week? We could see who has the grossest cauliflower ear this issue. He winked, and I nearly threw up in my mouth a little. Sophie snorted a laugh. You know me so well. She looked at me once more, then turned for the deck. Sure. And just like that, Sophie and Phil were off in their own little world. It's for the best. That's what I told myself every single time. Come on, Elle, I said, walking to the truck. We'd stopped to get some of my things on the way out. Let's go inside. I brought you each something. Oh, presents. Elle's voice filled with an unexpected excitement. Thea will be thrilled. Littlefoot yipped from under the deck and ran toward Bo as he appeared through the trees, trudging up from the river. Luna trotted more happily beside him, still his ever-present shadow, though her mood tended to be better than his most of the time. There he is, I called. I was wondering where you were. Elle crossed her arms over her chest and raised an eyebrow, none too pleased. I was wondering the same thing. You skipped out on your chores again today, bud. Sorry, he muttered. I was in the woods, practicing. He walked straight past us, as if I wasn't even there, and up the steps into the house. Elle watched him sulk his way inside and shut the screen door behind him, with a little extra angst. "Welcome to 11, she said with an exhausted grin. "It's a fun age." What's his deal? The kid's life wasn't all that bad. We continued toward the house. Elle's silence was more thoughtful than companionable. He's still struggling to communicate with other animals, and I think he's starting to feel like he's not as special as everyone else. Not since Stanley told him about the girl he met at the colony who could talk to all animals and that they could talk back to her. Poor Stanley thought Bo would think it was cool to know there were others like him, but now Bo thinks there's something wrong with him. I tried to imagine what I would think of my ability if I were 11 years old. It would seem pretty lame, especially compared to Thea's or Elle's. But then again, what I could do would make each of them stronger if they needed to be, and that was encouraging. "I'm hungry," Thea chirped as she came running back over with Ross in tow. "Can we have a snack?" Thea and her snacks. I smiled to myself. The fact that Thea was still predictable and steady was comforting. "How about some dinner instead?" Elle said. "Besides, Alex brought us presents." She gave me a wink. "Presents?" Thea's eyes widened so big the flecks of gold sparkled in the sunlight, and she grinned. One of her cuspids was missing, and there was no more keeping my amusement to myself. I laughed, glad I could still make Elle and Thea happy at least. "If you set the table for me," Elle started, and I knew she was about to bribe Thea into doing chores. "I'll see if I can persuade Alex to give you your present before we sit down to eat." "Okay," she shrieked. With a rueful grin, Elle pointed toward the house. "You can go in and get settled first," Elle told me with a soft chuckle. "But you better hurry. You have about 5 minutes before she thinks she's finished setting the table and comes looking for you." Actually, I handed her my backpack. "Take this in for me? I should deal with the goats first." I didn't want Elle to have to do it later. She squeezed my shoulder. "All right." She slung my bag over her shoulder. "Bring Lady in too, if you would. We'll deal with the rest later." "You got it." I veered for the pasture. "Alex?" she said. "Yeah?" I glanced back. Elle smiled at me, her eyes sparkling in content. "Welcome home."
23. Sophie. While Bert and Elle plated the mashed potatoes to go with our elk flank, Phil and I headed out to the garage to get a few extra chairs to set around the dinner table.
"We need what, 5 more?"
Phil asked. Yeah. I glanced back at the house, listening to the voices and watching the silhouettes of everyone inside. It wasn't often we had everyone in the same place for a single meal anymore, and the house felt full, in a good way, if a bit more crowded. Usually I'd be happy Alex was home, even if I knew it shouldn't matter anymore what he did. Even if in the deepest parts of me, it felt like he was still the one. But Alex had been right about one thing. My dreams. They'd changed after he left. I just wasn't sure if it was because Alex wasn't around as much, if it was because I had become better at controlling my ability, or because I didn't worry about the general anymore. No. My dreams weren't as overwhelming or frightening as they'd been, but they were still just as vivid. After having another dream about Phil, a little too similar to the last, I was having a hard time getting him out of my head, and Alex being home only made it more uncomfortable and confusing. Phil opened the garage door and flicked on the lights. Boxes and bins were stacked on the shelves lining the walls, but it was the cobweb in the upper left corner that my eyes darted to. A giant brown spider lived there. Last I saw, it was sucking the life out of a giant moth. My skin crawled thinking about it again.
"Don't worry, I got it out of here last week."
Phil smirked and he winked at me. We snaked around the snowmobiles, our voices and footsteps echoing around us. "Did you kill it?"
"No, I'm not a murderer. But don't worry, it won't jump up on your face. For now, anyway."
His voice was always tinged with too much amusement, often at my expense, and I shoved his shoulder. "Thanks," I drawled, "for both that horrifying image and for getting it out of here.
That's what I'm here for, he said. Arachnid wrangling.
I liked Phil. I always had. I liked his laugh and the way he made everything feel so easy all the time. He liked to go hunting and spar with me. He even sat with me sometimes when I wrote in my journals, completely bored out of his mind. Still, he was always present and interested in me as a person. But the uncomfortable fact remained that, as much as I liked him, Phil wasn't Alex. I didn't feel a tingle like I did when Alex stood too close or looked at me for too long. I didn't feel the slow burning need to grab on and never let him go. I thought about my recent dreams and wondered if my mind wasn't forcing me to move on. Or maybe it was only my hormones, because my dreams felt so real they stirred something deep down in my core. Thinking about Phil's lips on my skin sent a swirl of heat through me, and as strange as it was, I couldn't say it was wholly unwanted. Phil reached for a folding chair tucked against the wall and handed it to me.
Here, you take this one. I'll take the rest.
He pulled out another 4 chairs, clutching them under his arms. Oh, stop it, I said, claiming one of them. I'm perfectly capable of carrying more than one of these flimsy things.
Are you sure? You were a little slow at practice today.
I didn't have to look at him to know he was smiling, but I did, and I gaped at his shit-eating grin. Excuse you, I blocked every single one of your advances, and I almost laid you out with that pathetic elbow strike. Phil's grin spread from cheek to cheek.
Because I let you.
Bullshit! You're so full of it. Shaking my head, I threw my hand up. Fine. I want a rematch after dinner, and I'll drop you like a fly in the hot sun. Phil tossed his head back and bellowed a laugh.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means, I growled, leaning in closer, you'll be sorry. My eyes fixed on his with the promise of full, unadulterated force. Phil's eyes twinkled, and I imagined what a guy like him would be doing in a different world, where I wasn't his only friend and he could go anywhere and do anything. Then I realized Phil didn't have to be here with us. He didn't even seem all that excited that Woody was planning a trip to Hartley Bay, where he could make other friends and be part of something bigger. Instead, Phil chose to stay here with us and with me, and that made me more happy and grateful than I'd allowed myself to feel before now. His joking smile faded ever so slightly, and his gaze shifted over my face, studying me or appraising me, I wasn't sure which. But this time, I didn't shy away. His eyes were enlivened, thoughtful sometimes, but always open. I loved his smooth laugh, and the way he looked at me like there was nowhere else he'd rather be. Only he could make reminiscing about the old world feel like I was just a girl and he was just a guy, and we were just us. As he stood there staring at me with his hair falling into his eyes, he was alluring in a way that made me want to be the Sophie he saw, not the Sophie I was. Not confused or conflicted, but strong and open, and worth his attention. I swallowed thickly, remembering the way his body felt pressed against me in my dream, and I reached out to brush his hair off his forehead, suddenly craving the physical touch. Phil leaned closer, his gaze penetrating mine, and I moistened my lips. Soph. A throat cleared behind me, and I spun around. Alex was standing in the doorway.
Elle was wondering about the chairs,
he said, his eyes shifting between us. Phil handed me one more chair, then lifted his arms.
Yeah, got him.
Alex stared at us, until finally I decided the tension was sickening enough, and I made my way around the snowmobiles and toward the door. Alex stepped out of the way, and as I passed him, I could feel his gaze scorching the side of my face. Thanks, I muttered, and headed toward the house. Footsteps crunched behind me, but when I looked back, only Phil followed. Alex stood in front of the garage,
staring at us as we walked away. I was equal parts anxious and satisfied, knowing whatever Alex was feeling, it clearly wasn't indifference.
24. Alex. "Yo, Alex," Woody called from the living room. "You riding with us tonight?" I glanced back as he walked into the kitchen with a deep, full-bellied sigh and patted his stomach. Phil and Stanley stood and stretched by the couch behind him, ready to leave. "Nah, I have some things to take care of here." I turned the faucet off and wiped my hands with the dish towel. "I've got the ATV. I'll see you in a couple days." "Right on," he mumbled through a yawn. His eyes were a little glazed over from too much home brew and food. Jackson brought in the rest of the empty glasses and set them on the counter, and Elle followed behind him with a question glittering in her eyes. "I forgot to ask, Woody, how are those rootstocks I gave you growing? Are they thriving, or have you forgotten about them already?" Phil stifled a laugh behind her. Woody had wanted to make himself more useful as he found a new stride in life, and while I assumed it had something to do with the chaos in his mind, we all knew he had the attention span of a 5-year-old and the stubbornness of one as well. Woody scowled. "No, of course I haven't forgotten about them," he said, putting his hands on his hips, but he wouldn't look Elle in the eye either. She tried to hold back a grin. "No?" "No," he countered, like a petulant teenager. "Stanley would never let that happen." He muttered the last part, and Elle finally gave in and laughed. Stanley, on the other hand, was compulsive and finished absolutely everything he started. He had the patience for it, too. "Stanley," Elle said, spinning around, "I guess I should ask you, how is your garden coming along?" "Hey," Woody interjected, "I told you I was going to grow the garden. That was my thing." Elle smiled ruefully, but ignored him. "Thriving?" Stanley walked in, not so much a grin as a contemplative appreciation on his face. "Yes, actually. I found the tomatoes and bell peppers do well in the covered workout yard between cell block 1 and 2. They get some morning and evening sun, but not so much direct light during the day, so I've moved everything." "You what?" Woody barked with surprise. "You moved the garden? When did you find time to do that?" Stanley pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Last week, when you—" Jackson stifled a laugh. "Last week?" Elle repeated, chuckling to herself, and she wagged her finger at Woody's chest playfully. "I knew you wouldn't last a week, let alone a month." "Hey now, wait a minute," he said, scrambling for a comeback. "I would have remembered. Eventually." Phil leaned against the wall. "I think you won your bet." He nodded to Elle. "Which means Woody is finally going to have to make us his family's famous sloppy joes." "That was the deal," Elle cooed. She patted Woody on the shoulder as his eyes shot frantically around the room. "It's okay, you'll do just fine." She definitely wasn't letting him off the hook. Woody looked at Stanley, finally giving in to his fate. It was time to put his money where his mouth was. Damn it, why am I always losing? With resignation, Woody threw his hands up. "Okay, fine, but prepare to have your socks blown off." "I've actually never had sloppy joes before," Stanley mused. "At least, not that I recall." "What?" Woody shrieked. "Never repeat that. It's an American staple." "Come on now, folks," Bert said, unfolding himself from the recliner. "I ain't getting any younger. I've nodded off 7 times in the past 20 minutes. Woody grumbled, clearly unhappy about his defeat, and headed toward the screen door. "Seriously, Stanley, I thought I knew you. A grown man and you've never had sloppy joes." Elle sighed with contentment as Jackson wrapped his arms around her. Bert grabbed his bandana off the arm of the recliner and pulled it back over his head. Stanley shrugged on his tweed jacket and they filed out of the house. "Until next week, then, gentlemen," Elle called after them with a wave. "We'll plan on dinner at your place next time. I can't wait." Phil stopped in the doorway and glanced back at Sophie. See you tomorrow, after I'm finished in Whitehorse? Yep. Sophie's pink lips parted in a grin. We're having a rematch, remember? I promised to school you. Oh, right. How could I forget? His eyes lingered on hers a second longer. Then he walked out. Bye, Woody. Bye, Phil. Thea called, running out after them. Jackson muttered something in Elle's ear, kissed her cheek, and headed down the steps, probably to check on the goats in the barn. I headed back into the kitchen to finish cleaning. Well, Elle said, walking in behind me. That was fun. Thanks for taking care of the kitchen tonight. It's the least I can do. I glanced back at her as I wiped off the counter. Dinner was really great, actually. Her mouth gaped with mock offense. Don't sound so surprised. I'm just saying. The mashed potatoes hit the spot. Thank you. She headed into the living room, and I heard a deep sigh and a plop on the couch. See? She continued. A lot changes when you're gone so much. I can sort of cook now. Here we go again, I groaned. Elle's soft chuckle drifted into the kitchen as I washed the last of the glasses. The guilt trip was part of the reason I stayed away, too. I didn't want to let Elle or Jackson down, but it was hard sometimes. Staying away was just easier. After a few minutes, the screen door slammed open and shut, and Thea ran into the kitchen, a whirlwind of energy. The goats are asleep, she announced happily, and her toothless grin made me smile. So they're safe for now. Jackson's heavy footsteps followed, and he sat at the table, unlacing his boots. You did a great job with the temporary pen, Alex. Thanks for doing that. Not a problem. I'll get something more permanent in tomorrow. He'd been busy prepping for the fish wheel that would give us all enough salmon for the winter. It was the least I could do. Bo came out of the den with a frown on his face and his shoulders hanging like the world was ending. I'd forgotten he was even there. He'd been so quiet since I got home. Has anyone seen Rocky? He asked and walked into the kitchen. He ran Luna's empty water bowl under the faucet and set it on the ground by the pantry. No, not tonight, Jackson said. He hasn't been around much lately. Bo left Luna to her water dish and headed back into the living room. I'm going upstairs, he grumbled. Elle had mentioned he was struggling and wished his ability was different, but the kid had a damn wolf at his side. How much cooler could he get? I had a hard time feeling too bad for him. Why don't we play a game, Bo? Sophie uttered through a yawn. It will be fun. I could hear the hint of desperation in her voice, like she was trying to find some common ground with him and reel him back into the group. What game? He asked, and I was glad to hear a peak of curiosity in his voice, for Sophie's sake. I dried off the glasses and placed them back into the cupboard, and felt a little person's presence beside me. I looked down at Thea. Uh-oh, that's a devious smile. You want something. Her lips spread with a saccharine smile. Can I have some honey, please? She whispered and pinched her fingers together. Just a little bit? I eyed her carefully. Did you eat all of your dinner? She nodded emphatically. Well, all but 2 bites of carrots. Well, all right then. I reached for the honey in the cupboard above me and handed her a spoonful. Stay in the kitchen and eat it, okay? I pointed to the dining room table. With a bobblehead nod, Thea climbed up into a chair and licked her slimy spoon, happily content. You're a sucker, Sophie said from the doorway. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and her copper-blonde hair swayed over her chest as she cocked her head. I'm not sure what you mean. She walked up beside me. You can't resist that kid, can you? Not with pleading eyes and a smile like that, I can't. Her cheek lifted with a smirk. Like I was saying, you're a sucker. I couldn't help the way I smiled when she looked at me like that, like she knew me so well. I missed the warmth I felt in her presence, and the tethered feeling I had to her when she was this close hadn't gone away, no matter the distance I put between us. How are your dreams? I asked her, hoping that my time away had helped with that, at least. Her cheeks flushed and she averted her gaze. That wasn't a good sign. Soph? She forced a smile. They're fine. Better, actually. Yeah? So practicing with Phil has helped then? Her eyes widened a little, and I realized how tired she still looked. Yeah. She leaned against the counter. My ability is a lot easier to control now. I'm not a magician, so it's still a little unknown to me, but I can turn things on and off a bit better than before. And when I really try, I can share what I feel and see now, too. Well, I'm glad you have more control now, I said, even if I wasn't sure that would be the case with me if all my presence did was amp her up to near bursting. And you and Phil, I continued, before I knew what I was doing. You guys are... I glanced at Thea at the kitchen table, and at the fridge with drawings and lists adhered to it, struggling to find the right words. Friends? She hedged, and when I forced myself to look at her, she seemed uncertain. Phil's great. She studied me, fiddling with her fingers before she opened her mouth. I wasn't sure I could stomach whatever she was about to say. He and I, So? Bo called from the living room. Are we going to play cards or what? Sophie shifted in place, her eyes averting mine, and she swallowed thickly. I guess I should grab the cards. Running her fingers through her hair like she'd just escaped a close call, she turned and headed to the living room. I let out a deep breath and made a mental note to thank Bo for sparing me the agony of listening to whatever admission she'd been about to make. Okay, Sophie explained. A group of us used to play this next game back home. It's called Spoons, and it's fun. It goes pretty fast, though, and it might be a little hard for Bo and Thea to... There are actual spoons? Elle asked, her eyebrows lifted with sudden intrigue. Yep, one for each of us. Well, minus one. Think of it like musical chairs, but with spoons. We need to have one less so that whoever doesn't grab a spoon is out. We go until only one of us is left. The competitive spark in Elle's green eyes flickered. I'm in. I grabbed 5 spoons from the kitchen while Sophie dealt 4 cards to each of us. Can we look at them? Bo glanced at me as I sat down beside him. Then he looked at Thea across the table from him. She was already peeking. Yes, you can look, Sophie clarified, but don't show your cards to anyone. I'm stoked, Elle said more bubbly than I'd expected. Jackson shook his head. I'm scared, he rebutted. Sophie's cheeks lifted with a far too happy grin. Don't be scared. It's fun. We'll go around in a circle. I'll start, and Alex, when the card gets to you, you discard them to the side. After Sophie went over the rules, the most important one being that you can only ever have 4 cards in your hand at a time, we began a practice round. The game started out slowly at first, all of us taking our time to maneuver our cards around in our hands as we drew and discarded 1 card at a time, searching for 4 of the same kind of card. As we became more comfortable, the circle was more of a frenzy, especially as each person got closer and closer to having 4 of the card they needed in order to grab the first spoon. No one wanted to be the loser. Elle and Jackson stopped to help Bo and Thea as they struggled, and when I finally got my 4 sevens, I grabbed the spoon in front of me. Bo noticed I stole the first spoon and snatched one. Then Sophie and Elle and Thea. Jackson, being the last one to reach for one, was too late. Though in all fairness, he had half of Bo's cards in his hands, trying to help him. Jackson lost that one and would sit out if we were really playing, Sophie explained. But that was just a practice round, she reassured him, and she slid the deck to me. Here, you can deal this time. It takes some of the pressure off. Sweet. I could appreciate that. Once I dealt and we started, I tried to remind myself to set a slower pace for Bo and Thea, though I was convinced they were playing us like fiddles as we got closer to the end. Soon their little hands were moving so quickly, slapping discarded cards down, I felt like I had to rush to keep up and set a quicker pace for everyone else. I had 3 of the 4 aces I needed when I noticed Jackson slowly slip a spoon as covertly as possible from the table into his lap. Everyone else was completely unaware in the chaos, and I reached for the spoon closest to me. Sophie noticed my sudden movement and grabbed for the same spoon. In her desperation to steal it, her fingers wrapped around mine. Her hand was warm, and I immediately felt a burst and flood of warmth. Then, a rush of panic. I didn't have time to register much else before an image of Phil lying in bed with her flashed into my mind. It felt like a fuzzy dream, and yet acutely real at the same time, and I jerked my hand away. I had my suspicions, but nothing so intimate or so gutting as actually seeing them together like that. Sophie squeezed her eyes closed as her cheeks reddened. "Sorry, I didn't think—" She shook her head. "It's fine," I breathed, clearing my throat, but I glanced away, unable to look her in the eyes, uncertain how I ever could again without seeing the image of them. "That was so stupid," she admonished herself. "I hadn't thought about that when I chose this game." I could feel everyone's eyes on us, curious and a little concerned, and before a slew of questions could surface, I scooted my chair away from the table. "Really, Sophie, it's fine." Too blindsided to say much else, I strode into the kitchen to put some distance between us. Phil and Sophie. She was bed-rumpled and his lips were on hers. I braced my palms against the sink and stared out the window at the dying light. I felt the consequences of my decision to stay away more keenly than I ever thought possible. Like I'd been gutted, then torn to shreds as visions of Phil and Sophie consumed me. "Alex?" Sophie's voice was hesitant. My muscles tensed. "I can imagine what you saw, and it's not what you think." I white-knuckled the edge of the sink and squeezed my eyes closed. "It's okay," I told her quietly. Even if I felt angry, it wasn't at her. "You really don't owe me any explanations." "But I want you to know, please," I begged, finally turning around. Her eyes burned with mortification. "For both our sakes, let's forget about it, okay?" It was wishful thinking, but I knew that there was nothing she could say to make me feel better, except that I'd imagined it. "Night, Sophie." I walked past her and headed up to my bedroom, even if I knew sleep would be impossible.
25. Elle. Standing at the sliding glass door of our bedroom, staring out at the golden hues of twilight, I rubbed my bare arm out of habit, not because I was cold. I was the new and improved hot-blooded version of the human species, and I didn't get cold anymore. Most summer nights, the drapes would have already been drawn and we'd have been in bed, giving us more than a few hours of sleep. But I was too restless.
"Are you okay?"
Jackson's quiet voice rumbled from the bed, the lilt of sleep making his words more like whispers. Tearing my gaze from the serenity of dusk, I watched as his bare chest rose and fell as he lay there. His eyes were closed, and his Haida tattoos ran the length of his arm draped over his stomach. Yukon summers were warm, but when the sun dipped closer to the horizon, evenings grew chilly, unless you slept beside me. Pajama pants were all he needed, and that was on a cold night. Jackson pried one eye open to look at me when I didn't answer. "I'm just thinking about the kids," I told him. They'd all been through so much the past 17 months, and the effects were starting to settle in. Or maybe they'd always been there, and I'd just been too preoccupied to take it too seriously.
"You mean Bo? Or are you referring to Sophie and Alex?"
I scanned the tree line dotting the jagged horizon. All of them. Sophie and Alex weren't kids so much as they felt like my right and left hands. They were a combination of the friends and siblings I'd never had, and only kids in the sense that it felt like my responsibility to help them. Always and forever. But they were struggling.
"They'll all be fine, Elle. Sophie and Alex are 19 and have a lot of uncharted territory between them. They'll figure it out."
I hoped Jackson was right, but every explosion had a fuse, and it felt like we were simmering in wait. And Bo? He thinks he's broken. He doesn't have bullies and soccer games to worry about. He's got an ability, a part of himself that he thinks is malformed.
"Elle."
I looked at Jackson again. His eyes were open, lids low and eyes hazy with exhaustion. But he was alert, and I saw his concern. "I'm not sure how to help him," I admitted. And I worry what toll it's taking. It's different for us, you know? You and I have a lifetime of experience and life lessons to draw upon compared to him. And Thea, she's so young and has already seen so much death.
I know you want to solve everything, Elle, and you are helping them, but part of it is figuring it out with them as we go. This is new for all of us, and you can't beat yourself up for not knowing how to navigate it. I've been telling you from the beginning, you can't save everyone. You can't protect them from everything. Part of it is about growing up, too.
I knew Jackson was right, but it didn't make it easier. It was like watching an agonizingly slow train wreck that I feared would implode at some point, and I was afraid of the wreckage. I stared down at the clearing in the trees where Sophie and Phil liked to spar.
What are we going to do about Alex and Sophie? They're both stubborn, he said easily. But they're intelligent and care about each other too much not to figure it out eventually. I'm not as worried about them.
They're definitely stubborn, I muttered. We could all see how they felt about each other, and even if I didn't know all the details, it was obvious Alex was trying to give Sophie her space. At first, I thought it was a good idea while they got their abilities better controlled, and maybe some time apart would give them some perspective. But the more Alex was away, the more I feared he'd stray too far and not come back, and that would devastate us all. I can see it in his eyes, I thought aloud. Alex wants to be here with us, but he won't stay. He's like you used to be, haunted, I think.
And like me, Jackson said quietly. He'll move through it. He just needs to figure out who he is at his own pace.
It was easy to forget Sophie and Alex had practically been strangers before the outbreak. They'd been pivotal in each other's lives during a time when survival was all we thought about. But relationships were hard enough, and things were different. There were options and different obstacles now. Life wasn't so much live or die. What if they don't figure it out?
They will.
I studied Jackson, envying his certainty. You're always so calm about these things. He shrugged as his eyes fell shut again.
You might have forgotten what it was to be a normal 19-year-old, but I haven't. I guess I can relate.
Jackson was sort of right about that. I'd blocked out everything I could about so much of my past life. It almost felt like a hazy dream.
You can't rush him, Elle. He needs to figure it out on his own.
Taiga, a fleeting visage in the pale hue of the resting sun, trotted through the yard, past the pasture, and disappeared into the woods. It was a strange world we lived in, an alternate reality in which I didn't have to worry about the ghosts of my past. I had a family, a partner, and a purpose. I guess it just feels wrong to be happy about our lives now, while the others are so discontent.
Hey, Elle?
Jackson pried one of his eyes open before it flitted shut again.
This side of the bed isn't going to warm itself.
I smiled, appraising the lines of his face, relaxed with the promise of sleep. His chest rose and fell slowly, deeply. And as I fleetingly wondered what my life would be like without him, my grin widened because I didn't have to. He was here, with me. He was mine. He peeked at me again.
Uh-oh,
he whispered.
What's that look for?
I tiptoed over to the bed and slid in beside him.
Should I be frightened?
The warmth of his very existence calmed me. I was just thinking about how cute you are when you're exhausted.
Cute,
he grumbled, and his eyes peeled all the way open this time.
I'm not sure how I feel about being cute.
Resting my arm over his chest, I stared at the side of his face. His goatee wasn't unkempt, per se, but he definitely wasn't a daily groomer. His hair was shorter than it had been months ago, but long enough to run his fingers through, and for it to wisp around his ears. What would you prefer, then? He was quiet for another moment, and only his deep breaths filled the bedroom until I thought he might have fallen asleep. Manly, he finally said. Rugged. A god. I barked out a laugh. Keep dreaming, buddy. Jackson shot up onto his elbow, the scent of earth and pine needles wafting off of him, and he stared down at me with a smile. How dare you laugh? His eyes shimmered in the dim light, his sleepy haze lost in shadows. I call it like I see it, I told him with an indifferent shrug, though Jackson was anything but cute. Strong, formidable, kind, loving, sexy as hell. Well, apparently you don't see very clearly, he rumbled. His puckish tone was low and more guttural, and it made my insides flutter. Perhaps I need to show you. This virile, roguish side of him made the flames flare inside me, warming every inch as it spread through my body, like a wildfire across a desert plain. Perhaps you do, I purred. But you said yourself, you're exhausted and... Jackson's mouth covered mine in an instant, and his hand moved to my hip, pulling me against his warm, solid body. He wasn't sweet or gentle, and the fire burned hotter inside my veins as the weight of him pressed into me, and his grip tightened. His breath was hot, his thigh strong as his leg wrapped around me, and every kiss was a claim as his lips seared a trail down my neck. Every cell of my body began to hum and tingle, sparking with a barely containable heat, like bursts of lightning from Zeus himself. As Jackson's fingertips brushed over my chest and down my stomach, lower and lower, my eyes fluttered shut, and I gasped for breath. A god? Yes, perhaps I would give him that. 26. Sophie. When I'm finished with you, you'll wish you were dead. The cretin's breath was sour and hot against my cheek, and his long fingernails clawed into my breast through my shirt. He was strong. I could feel it coiling in him. He was barely able to contain himself. I wasn't sure how they'd found us in Slana, but their intentions were clear as his sticky tongue licked a hot trail along the side of my face. I froze in fear, shivering against him. You shot Dom, you stupid little bitch, he spat into my ear. I shrieked as his hand shot from my breast to my throat, and he shoved me against the wall, his pistol stabbing me in the rib as he leaned in. You'll have to pay for that. I'm sorry, I whimpered. Bo and Thea's cries in the other room were barely audible over the sound of the blood whirring in my ears and the thumping of my erratically beating heart. Elle was outside in the snow, fighting the other man. She didn't know one was in the house. I sobbed as I realized she'd never find us in time. He pressed his nose into my neck and inhaled deeply. Oh, I'm going to make you sorry. I saw the violence and felt his anger as he imagined what came next. Thea screamed, and fear made my vision blur, and I couldn't breathe. You're the weak one, aren't you? He said. I can practically smell it on you. Your fear. We could smell it the moment we got here. He inhaled again. His grip tightened, bruising to the point I thought he might crush my windpipe as I began to gasp for breath. I can feel your mind, Sophie. I can see what you fear the most. You'll never be in control. You will always be weak, and he'll never want you. My eyes shot to him, and then I woke up. When my eyelids flitted open, I felt sick to my stomach and sat up in bed. My room was dark and the house was quiet. I was perfectly fine, and what happened in Slana was a lifetime behind me. I'd locked that night away in a vault of things I refused to think about, along with old fears and insecurities I'd grown from. I was stronger now. I could protect myself if I needed to. I made sure of it. Phil helped me make sure of it. It was only a vivid dream. But if it was, why had it felt too incredibly close to the memory of it? It was like a vault had been unlocked in my mind, and I felt strangely vulnerable again. I could still smell his breath on my face, and I could feel his claw-like fingers digging into my throat. I ran a hand through my hair and lay back down against my pillow. None of it mattered, because it was in the past. The fucker was dead. Forever. Elle burned him to ash, and he couldn't touch me ever again. He couldn't hurt me. And that's not exactly how it happened anyway. When Thea had screamed, I'd sunk my teeth into his neck and latched on. When he'd cried out in pain, I fell to the ground to grab the shotgun. I'd shot him. Forever. No matter how many times I told myself, though, I couldn't shake the encroaching feeling of fear. Flinging my covers off me, I climbed out of bed. It was barely 6 o'clock, but I wasn't going to go back to sleep. It was time to start the day, and if I was going to beat this part of me rearing its ugly head again, I was going to need coffee to get through the day. A lot of it. Today wouldn't only be a rematch with Phil, it would be a testament to myself. 27. Sophie. My chest heaved and my muscles strained with fatigue as I lifted one arm to block Phil's advancement, immediately stepping back and blocking his other arm as it swung up to grab a hold of me. I forced myself to shake off the exhaustion lingering in my weary muscles and fuzzy head. This was what was important right now. Be loud. Keep moving. Don't be a victim. That's what I thought about when Phil touched me, instead of any memories I would feel or see. The rational part of my brain told me I was being overzealous, but another part of me, a taunting part of my mind, told me I could be better, I could be stronger, and Phil was the one willing to help me get there. Be loud, keep moving, don't be a victim. Each kick accompanied a battle cry. Each time I blocked one of his movements, I did so with a growl. Wow, Sophie, Phil hissed with a laugh. I thought we were focusing on technique and saving the big match for after. I'd been practicing with Phil because he was pragmatic and he learned quickly. He was naturally built to do what Ross, Woody, and Jackson had taught us, but he was even better than they were now. Like me, he refused to be weak and helpless, and his daily routines had become more of a ritual. This was what I needed, to embody a sense of capability, like he did. I thrust my right hand toward him in answer, but he was unfazed. Phil blocked my palm heel and elbow strikes, and his eyes glistened with merriment. Meanwhile, I glistened with an hour's worth of sweat. It beaded on my brow and the back of my neck as my hair whipped around with every pivot and push. Palm open, I hooked my arm back and went for Phil's ear, almost clubbing him, before he caught me by the wrist and shook his head with a smirk. Oh, so violent. You told me not to hold back, I reminded him with pride. As I tried to pull away, his grip on my arms tightened, goading me. I yanked my arm away and, heart thrumming, I stared into Phil's eyes, lifted my leg, and turned. Halfway through a roundhouse kick, his arm went up to block it. His body was more like a brick wall from all of his training over the past year, and I felt a sharp pain ricochet through my foot, up my shin, and into my hip before I could quell the grimace painting my face. Shit, Sophie, are you okay? Phil grabbed a hold of my forearm to catch me as I stumbled back. I bit my tongue. I knew better than to kick him like that, and I would regret it for the next few days. I straightened and inhaled through my nose, long and deep to satisfy my lungs and the pain coursing up my leg, my weakest leg. I forced myself to ignore the pain, even as the threat of tears burned the backs of my eyes. Come on, I urged, clenching my hands into fists. I took an offensive stance. The new Sophie didn't cry. I wouldn't let her, and I needed to push through it.
Seriously, Sophie, we should take a break. You should... No! A break was the last thing I needed. I was wound tight and wanted to feel the burn. I yearned for it, even if remotely I knew it was stupid to let that dream get to me so much. If I stop every time something aches, I'll never get better at this, and what good will that do me? It doesn't do you any good if you seriously injure yourself practicing either, Alex said curtly, walking up behind me with Jackson and Ross. They all eyed me carefully, though Alex looked more angry than concerned, and it bothered me that he thought he had any right or reason to be. Or maybe that was the pain talking. Either way, the bastard was calling me out in front of everyone, and I didn't like it. Glowering, and face burning red with exertion and a bit of embarrassment, I tilted my head. I said I'm fine. My gaze returned to Phil with a nod. Come on. His uncertain brown eyes shifted between Alex and me, and for the first time I thought Phil might actually side with Alex. Phil, I quipped, almost petulant. Don't wimp out on me now. His uncertainty hardened into place, and I realized that insulting him wasn't going to help me out any. Sorry. Look, let's work on hand-to-hand if you're worried about my leg, okay? We'll save the rematch for our session next week if you want. Although Phil didn't seem entirely sold on the idea, he didn't argue with me or tell me what was best for me. That was one of the things I liked about him. Okay. You're so stubborn, Alex grumbled, and he crossed his arms over his chest. It wasn't amusement as much as judgment that edged his tone. Hands tightening into fists, I spun around and glared at him. Like you're not? I'm just saying you should be careful. Well, you don't really get a say, Alex, I spat, throwing my hands up. I'd had someone telling me how weak and fragile I was all my life. I didn't need the reminder. Stop worrying about me for once and worry about yourself. The longer I stood motionless, the harder my ankle throbbed, and I knew I needed to get off of it, even if I didn't want Alex to be right. I glanced at Phil. Thanks for the practice, I muttered. Unable to even look at Alex anymore, I left the four of them standing around the grappling pad and headed into the house. Part of me was aware of my irrational anger toward Alex, but another part of me didn't care. He didn't get to show up whenever it was convenient for him, turn everything that was beginning to feel normal upside down, and think he had a say in any of it. I stood under the shower head long enough that the water began to cool, and I stared down at my feet. I hated that Alex was right. Being injured would make me weaker, not stronger. But even so, there was something alluring about battle wounds. It might have been stupid, but they made me feel like I was living, that I was getting stronger, and I had the physical proof of it. I wasn't so fragile that I couldn't get back up and keep going. Shutting the shower off, I wrung the water from my hair and let it fall heavily down my back as I reached for the towel draped over the glass wall. Of course, the bathroom was modern, like the rest of the house, like something out of a Martha Stewart magazine. Only I didn't have trays of lotions and beauty products lining the counter. I had a hairbrush and toothbrush, bandages strewn out across the quartz top, sunblock and citronella oil, everything I used on a summer day. Patting my body dry, I admired the bruise blooming on the inside of my arm and the cut healing on my knuckle. All in a day's work, I thought contently. Every stretch of my muscles and bend of my knees ached just a little, and it made me feel better. Realizing I'd forgotten my lotion, I spun my wet hair in a towel, wrapped another around my body, and retreated down the hall to my bedroom. I passed Alex's door before reaching mine. If there was one thing I'd happily gotten used to when he was MIA, it was having a bathroom to myself again. As I walked toward my dresser to grab my lotion, I froze. There was a book on the foot of my bed that hadn't been there before, and I stepped closer, eyeing the leather binding.
A bear was embossed on the front, the Haida symbol for family, strength, and strong will. It was an important symbol among the First Nations community, or at least it used to be. There were so few survivors now, I wasn't sure there was much of a community left. Alex. It had to be from him. He always tried to bring the kids something when he came back from Whitehorse, but rarely did he bring me anything. I didn't mind it, nor did I expect it, which made the gift all the more special. Unraveling the leather tether holding it closed, I opened the first page and smiled. Thought of you, A. I shook my head, my smile growing into a grin, and I felt the coldness in my heart melt away. And I just chewed him out for being a stubborn asshole. He could be stubborn and aggravating, but Alex wasn't an asshole. I closed the journal and traced my fingertip over the bear's neck and down to its massive claws. Perhaps I was reading too much into it, but I had a feeling this wasn't just a journal he'd randomly grabbed, knowing I always needed more notebooks. Deep down, I knew Alex had picked this specific journal for me. I glanced at my desk and bookshelf, lined with my other notebooks, filled with all of my observations and everything I'd learned since the outbreak. In my red journal, I tracked the changing rate of our abilities. In my black journal, I wrote down Jackson's survival tips. And my white ones were filled with my notes and musings when I worked with Stanley. Every journal had a purpose, and yet none of them were as special to me as this one. Appreciating the leather craftsmanship of Final Time, I set it on my bed, grabbed my lotion, and headed back into the bathroom. Though my head told me to take it as a thoughtful gift and nothing more, my heart wanted it to be something more, and I knew I was teetering dangerously close to hope. I tried not to wonder too desperately what that would mean as I pushed the cracked bathroom door open, only for it to bounce back, hitting me in the shoulder. A deep Jesus emanated from inside. Clasping my hand over my mouth, I peeked in. What? Alex! He stood in front of the sink, shirtless, with his jeans slung low at his hips as water dripped off his face. He stared back at me through the steamy mirror I'd left in my wake. I'm so sorry, I breathed. My gaze darted from his eyes and lowered brow to his broad, bare chest. As I felt the red bloom across my neck and face, I backed out of the bathroom and pulled the door shut behind me. The way my traitorous heart fluttered at the sight of him told me that no matter how good I thought I'd been doing, it wasn't good enough. My mind could conjure 1,000 dreams about Phil, but Alex would always be my greatest weakness. I was screwed, and I hated it.
28. Alex. Even with clean, crisp sheets and my blackout curtains drawn, I'd lain in bed for nearly an hour, staring up at the ceiling. I told myself I was restless because of the lack of white noise from the turbine engines, not because Sophie was sleeping in the other room, not because I'd seen her in nothing but a towel or because I knew she was mad at me for what I'd said earlier. And I definitely wasn't restless because she might actually be peacefully asleep, dreaming about Wonder Boy Phil. Flinging off my blanket, I got out of bed. Lying there was getting me nowhere, and there were more productive things I could be doing, like staring at the ceiling in the living room instead, or doing a shit job folding laundry for Jackson while my mind wandered. I pulled a t-shirt on with my basketball shorts and opened my bedroom door to head downstairs. Sophie's door was open down the hall, and her room was dark inside. When I noticed Bo and Thea's bedroom doors were also open on the other side of the landing, the pieces began to fall into place. I made my way downstairs, able to see in the golden hue of the midnight sunset. I didn't hear voices or see anyone in the den, though. The house was still and quiet. I glanced out to the sliding glass door and saw the top of Sophie's head against the lounge chair. Her hair was golden in the dying light, almost glowing. I stopped at the window and crossed my arms over my chest. Was this the average night for them now? Bo had passed out on the adjacent lounger, his hand nestled in Luna's onyx fur where she was curled up on the deck between him and Sophie. It looked like Kinked Neck City from where I was standing. As quietly as I could, I opened the sliding door and poked my head out. "Soph," I whispered. "Yeah?" she said, craning her neck to look over the lounger at me. I could see her sock-covered feet sticking out from the blanket, stretched out in front of them, like she'd been lying there for a while. "Is everything okay? Do you want me to take Bo inside?" "He's fine for now. I can wake him when I go in." That was probably her nice way of telling me to take a hike and leave her alone. I was the last person she wanted to see, but I stepped out onto the deck anyway, earning 2 perked-up wolf ears, and I slid the door quietly closed behind me. "I'd ask if you're stargazing," I whispered, "but that's not likely." As I came around the lounger, I noticed Thea nestled against Sophie's chest, taking up most of the chair. Sophie was hanging half off the seat, though she didn't seem to mind. I didn't see Thea's nightly shadow. "No Rocky?" "He's out hunting, I guess." I sat down on the end of Bo's lounge chair and stared out at the sunset. The sky was cloudless and cast in deepening shadows. "They wanted to watch the sunset," Sophie explained. When I looked at her, she was staring out at the sky, her eyelids heavy. She looked peaceful. "It's something we do sometimes, though we've only made it to midnight once." Her eyes shimmered like crystals, and I thought of her standing in the elevator back in Whiteley, the halogen lights making her eyes almost otherworldly. No matter how much she tried to change, she was still Sophie, and she had no idea how beautiful she was, or how strong, even without Phil. And I had the sudden urge to tell her. "Soph, what time is it?" Her brow lifted with amusement, like she had a secret. "Did we at least make it past 10? I cleared my throat. "It's like 11 or something." Her lips pursed, and she glanced at Bo. "So much for that. They dozed off probably an hour ago." "I wish I could sleep like that," I mused. "Out like a light." I looked at Bo again. His head lolled forward, and his chin rested on his chest. I shook my head. Never mind. I'd be hating life tomorrow. "Seriously, they can sleep through anything." Sophie's gaze shifted between Bo and Thea, and then she looked at me. "Thank you for the journal, by the way. It's beautiful." "Oh," I swallowed thickly. I was wondering if she'd liked it. The moment I saw it in a fancy dusty paper store in Whitehorse, I wanted her to have it. "You're welcome. I know where there are some cool ones now." I rested my elbows on my knees and stared down at my hands. I could barely write legibly, let alone fill an entire journal. Meanwhile, she had dozens. "Let me know when you're ready for another one." I couldn't give Sophie much, but I wanted her to have anything and everything. "I will, thanks. I love the etching on the front. I had never seen anything like it." Hearing her say that made my chest lighter. "Good. I actually want to get a Haida tattoo, like Jackson." My eyes rounded with surprise, and I stared at her. "Is that crazy?" I shook my head. "That's awesome, actually. You should." With a deep sigh, she seemed to contemplate it a bit more and shrugged. "Well, maybe I can find a temporary stick-on in a bubblegum machine or something," she said dismissively. "It's not like there are a lot of parlor options these days." "I guess not. But if you ever could, what would you get?" I turned on the end of the lounger to face her. "I vote for the bear." "Yeah?" A smile parted her lips, and I loved the way her eyes crinkled in the corners, especially because she was smiling at me this time. "Yeah, it's a good fit. It's perfect, actually. Phil says I'm like a mama bear when it comes to the kids, but I think that's more of an Elle trait." The lightness in my chest dissipated a little. "You should get the bear because of what it means," I told her. "Because you're strong." "Strong-ish," she corrected. "But I'll get there, eventually." Her mouth quirked with an almost smile, but it was humorless. "I want the doubt to go away. I want the dreams to stop. I want to be more in control of how I feel about everything because sometimes it's like I'm dangerously close to crazy. She was joking, or at least she tried to make it sound like she was, but I could hear the exhaustion in her voice. I thought you were doing better. With your ability and dreams, I mean. Sophie played with the ends of Thea's hair, thoughtful for a moment. I can control my ability more, physically anyway. It's the stuff under the surface that flares up sometimes. It's what I can't control when I sleep that scares me. I had a hard time controlling my brain when I was awake, so I could only imagine what Sophie's mind was like when she slept. I'm sorry it's still hard, I told her. I wish there was something I could do to help you. Sophie bit the side of her lip and brushed the fringe of Thea's hair against her palm absently. As much as I hate my ability sometimes, I've gotten used to it being hard, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I said with a huff. It makes complete sense, actually. I thought about Jackson's tattoos and how they were almost like a badge of honor. Hey, maybe Jade or Took can give you your tattoo. I pointed to my chin, thinking of Jade's vertical lines. Took had a rendition of his own on his arms. Their people had been tattooing themselves for generations. You should ask the next time we see them. Yeah, that's a good idea. Whenever that is. Absently, she brushed Thea's hair from her face. Thea's cheek twitched, but she didn't stir. I miss Jade singing, and Took's grumpiness. Sophie mused. I recalled his morning mutterings and Jade cooking over the stove while she mumbled Inuit words. Yeah, me too. It was quiet for a few moments, and not just between Sophie and me. The woods were quiet, like the whole world was asleep except for the two of us. I tried to remember the last time Sophie and I were alone together like this, but I couldn't. They'd be proud of all we did here, Sophie finally said. I scanned the property, taking it all in. It was larger than theirs, more sprawling, yet somehow their place felt a little bit more like home to me. Or maybe I just missed how things felt simpler when we were there. Do you wish we'd stayed at the lake with them? I asked, stealing a quick glance at her. It sounded like a dumb question out loud, but everything changed when we left. Life felt harder, even if the way we lived it now finally seemed normal. Sometimes, but I love this place too. There's a lot to do, and we have Bert and Ross, and we never have met Woody and Stanley. And Phil? I could feel her eyes on me, and I hesitated before I looked over. Her expression gave nothing away. Not annoyance at my snide comment or even contentment because it was true. And Phil, she finally whispered. It was uncomfortably silent between us, and I knew I was verging on wearing out my welcome. I glanced at Bo. Are you sure you don't want me to take him inside? I'm going to head to bed. No, it's fine, she said, pulling her legs up to her chest. She winced. I'll wake him when I go in. With a nod, I headed to the door, stopping as I reached for the handle to allow myself a final look in her direction. Sophie massaged her hurt ankle over the blanket. Even if I was serious when I told her she shouldn't push herself so hard, my frustration had been primarily that she relied so much on Phil to make her happy, and I couldn't fault her for that, only myself. I'm sorry, I said, about what happened when you were sparring. I didn't have to be a dick about it. She craned her neck to peer over at me with a look that comforted me a little. Gratitude or understanding, maybe. Thanks, Alex. You're stronger than you think, Sophie. I hope one day you see that.
29. Sophie. The sound of flowing water and swallows singing up in the treetops filled the late morning air. That, and the sound of my muttered curses, the sound of hammers, and of Littlefoot splashing around in the shallows. While Thea, Alex, and Elle finished securing the goat pen up by the house, Jackson, Ross, Bo, and I worked on the fish wheel at the riverbank. Littlefoot did more playing and less helping.
Bo pulled the chicken wire flat for me to hammer onto the second of 4 paddle arm baskets. With Bo's lack of arm strength and my inability to hit a nail directly on the head, it was slow going. Why don't we just spend a day catching a bunch of fish since there are so many? Because we have a lot of mouths to feed. Do you want to spend all day fishing until salmon season ends? Because I don't. No. And so, I added with gusto, and nailed the final corner down onto the birch frame. We make the fish wheel to do the work for us, so we can keep preparing for winter. Satisfied and victorious, I stood up and peered down at it. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it was functional and would do the job. Littlefoot trotted over, sniffing it. It was large enough that he could have curled up inside it if he'd wanted to.
Not too shabby,
Ross mused, dropping another tamarack basket frame beside me.
Ready for round 2?
I eyed my black thumbnail, remnants of the last time Jackson put me in charge of any sort of hammering. I hadn't hit any other extremities yet, so that was something. Bring it! I flexed my pathetic bicep, then bent down to grab my water bottle. The guys were workhorses, sweaty and always moving. I was always moving, but mostly trying to keep to the more shaded areas. I lifted my baseball cap and wiped my brow, then glanced at Bo, steeling myself for our next mission. Let's do this. Although Bo didn't groan, I could tell he wasn't necessarily happy about helping me. He might have liked to shrug off his chores, but he generally liked working on projects with Jackson and me. He huffed and crouched down beside me as we settled around the next basket. His eyes drifted to Ross, curious or maybe just lost in thought, as he watched him take the completed basket away to add to the done pile. Aren't you guys afraid the fish wheel will wash away? Bo eyed the giant wooden Ferris wheel, bobbing up and down in the water at the river's edge.
Not if I can help it,
Jackson said.
We'll pull it up on shore before the water gets too high and use it again next year.
He had a whole plan for it, including us taking shifts to empty the nets 3 times a day while it was rotating to make sure the nets were never overflowing and we wouldn't lose any salmon.
I have a feeling, though,
Jackson continued,
our success is going to depend on you more than anything.
Jackson looked at Bo. With a growing smile, Ross crossed 2 long boards over one another and hammered them together to create a giant X to support the center of the wheel. Bo frowned. Why me?
To keep the wolves from snacking in between net checks,
Ross explained. The 3 of us looked from Bo to Littlefoot as he splashed in the river's shallows, trying to catch the migrating fish.
The baskets are going to scoop the salmon up and slide them into the submerged nets to keep them alive for us,
Jackson said, and he pointed to Littlefoot.
Which means they'll be easy for the wolves to get to and nice and fresh.
Hand me that. I jutted my chin for Bo to grab me a sheet of cut wire to hammer onto one side of the basket. He struggled with the size of it, but handed it to me, and as I reached for it, the sharp end poked into my palm. Shit! I stifled a curse and stared at the crimson prick of blood drawing to the surface. Shouldn't you be wearing gloves? Bo muttered.
Yes,
Ross and Jackson answered in unison. But only Ross glanced up from their crouched position on the platform. I rolled my eyes and looked at Bo. Tattletale. I stuck my tongue out at him and shrugged. They make my hands sweat. He grinned slightly, and it made me feel a little better. But he was still distracted. What's going on, bud? I mean, really. Are you still worried about your telepathy? He rested his chin on his bent knee as he turned the hammer over in his hand. I think it's broken. Your ability or the hammer? I joked. But Bo only glared at me, clearly unamused. Why? Just because you're different than other animal telepaths?
No, he said more urgently. Because I can't feel all of them anymore. What do you mean? I can't feel all of the wolves. It's weird. That was definitely a new development. Bo sat back in the sunshine and rested on his palms as he glanced thoughtfully around. His faded orange t-shirt was almost too small for him, and it dawned on me how fast he was growing up. He wasn't the scared little boy Alex found anymore. He was sarcastic and broody, but he was smart and contemplative, when I doubted most kids his age were. I nudged him with the tip of my boot so he'd look at me. Which ones can't you sense? Rocky. I glanced around, realizing I hadn't seen him all morning. Maybe he's too far away hunting, or maybe he's in the shade somewhere, sleeping. Maybe, he said, but Bo didn't seem very convinced. The truth was, I didn't know how his ability worked any more than he did. I knew he saw images the way wolves did, and he felt things, but beyond that, he was pretty private about it. Whatever was going on, though, I didn't want him to continue to think he was broken. Because if he was, we all were. We all did inexplicable things that didn't make sense to us. And if he was broken, I was the queen of broken. How about when we finish, we go for a walk and try to find him? Maybe the closer we get, the easier it will be to find your connection with him again. We can at least try it out, like an experiment. Okay, he said glumly. Like Elle, I was beginning to wonder if Bo was going to grow out of his sulking phase anytime soon. As much as I got that he was struggling, it was starting to depress me a little bit. I depended on Bo and Thea to cheer me up. They were supposed to be the lighthearted ones. Littlefoot splashed with a whine this time as he dunked his snout into the water, only to come up empty again. So much for being a great, majestic hunter, I mused. Watching his puppy-like tail wagging happily but impatiently as he zeroed in on another fish. Looks like we need to make a trip to Whitehorse sooner rather than later, Jackson muttered, lifting one of the nets. We need a new one. With a sigh, he rubbed his forehead and dropped the old net onto the ground. Something gnawed a big hole in it. Bo looked from the net to Jackson, shamefaced, like he'd done something wrong. Don't, Bo, Jackson said, his voice commanding as he shook his head, anticipating Bo's reaction. He walked toward us. There's nothing you could have done. It's what mice and rats and squirrely critters do. It happens. He ruffled Bo's hair. I don't think any amount of animal whispering can change that. But Bo looked far from reassured, and it was obvious that until we could give him a good reason he couldn't communicate with more than the wolves, he would never be satisfied, especially now that he seemed to be questioning his ability to do even that. It's nothing a trip to Whitehorse won't fix, Ross added confidently, and he bent down to grab the water thermos from the shade. Taking a long gulp, he wiped his sweaty forehead with the back of his arm, then licked his lips. I was about to suggest a subject change and a snack break when Littlefoot whimpered and took off into the trees, either chasing after something or toward it. Bo's eyes widened, and his eyebrows pinched together. Rocky! He shouted, almost fearfully, and he took off into the woods after Littlefoot. Bo! I scrambled to my feet and darted after him. I stopped as he fell to his knees in front of a chocolate-colored wolf. Rocky lay at the base of a pine tree, whimpering in pain. Blood darkened his coat, and I knew without seeing what Bo saw that his ability wasn't fluctuating. It wasn't working with Rocky, because Rocky was dying. Something attacked him! Bo cried. A bear! It was a bear! I dropped down beside Bo and stared at the lacerations on the wolf's side. A bear? The gashes were large enough. The wounds were deep and angry, and it was definitely possible,
though it didn't make a lot of sense. The wounds looked a day or two old. Jackson and Ross ran through the woods toward us. "Something attacked him," I told them, and wrapped my arms around Bo. The last thing I wanted was for him to feel alone, but he pushed me away. Bo cried out and put his hand on Rocky's side. "He's hurting! He's hurting!" he rasped, wiping his nose through a sob. "I can barely see anything anymore. I can barely feel him." I looked back at Jackson, uncertain what I should do, but Jackson stood there with sadness etched on his face. Tears filling my eyes, I rubbed Bo's back as he and Littlefoot cried beside their brother. Littlefoot nudged Rocky with his muzzle as Bo stroked the dying wolf's head to comfort him. "He's dying," Bo sobbed again, and he rested his forehead against Rocky's. Littlefoot whimpered, glancing around at us and then at his brother, then started pacing back and forth, helpless like the rest of us. Pine needles crunched beside me, and Ross walked up to Bo and knelt beside him. Fleetingly, I wondered if Ross was going to snap Rocky's neck and put the wolf out of his misery. But as he reached for Rocky's side, I was less certain. Ross paused a few inches from Rocky's shaking body and looked at Bo. "Say goodbye to him," Ross whispered. His voice was all but steady as he prepared himself for what would come next. Slowly I stood and took a step back, filled with awe and horror. Bo looked at him, confused. "What's he doing?" I gasped and looked at Jackson. But he said nothing as he watched Bo and Ross exchange a silent conversation. Ross's eyes were dark with dread, but Bo seemed to somehow understand. His chin quivered and tears fell from his lashes as he sucked in a body-racking breath. When he could finally bring himself to move, Bo leaned against Rocky and wrapped his arms around him in a final embrace. He sniffled as the wolf whimpered. Then Bo shut his eyes, a tremulous heap beside him. Littlefoot lay beside them and lowered his head onto his paws, saying his own sort of farewell. And when I felt Jackson's hand on my shoulder, the tears came streaming down my face. Together we watched as Bo and Littlefoot said goodbye to their brother. When he couldn't wait any longer, or didn't want to, Ross dragged in a deep breath and brushed his thumb between the wolf's eyes, slowly, softly. With another deep, steadying breath and a clenched jaw, Ross closed his eyes. He grimaced as he continued to stroke Rocky's brow, and Bo continued to cry into his friend's tear-dampened fur. When I saw the tears fall from between Ross's lashes, I lost whatever composure I had left and leaned into Jackson. I wasn't sure how many minutes passed with all of us standing there, surrounded by Bo's echoing, gut-wrenching cries, but eventually, Ross stood up on shaking legs and braced himself on the tree. "Ross!" I hurried over to him, grabbing onto his arm to help him. Before he pushed me away, I felt Bo's swallowing grief, Rocky's excruciating physical pain, and Ross's utter desperation to make amends for the day Kelsey died in his arms. The day he failed to do the one thing that would have brought her relief. The day he let her struggle in her last moments because he was too scared and selfish to take her pain away as she crossed into darkness. Ross didn't only know what it felt like to die, he could consume it and offer the dying a final sense of peace. Ross nodded to Bo, and Jackson stalked over to him, pulling Bo up into his big arms. But all I could do was watch Ross as he walked on shaky legs into the woods. No one would ever really know what Ross had done for Bo in that moment. No one but me. 30. Elle. I held Bo's hand as the 6 of us stood around Rocky's grave. Luna sat at Bo's side as he stroked her onyx fur, and Tyga paced around the outskirts with Littlefoot and the others. Their pack of 8 was now 7. The pups were barely 2 years old, and they'd already lost a brother. Bo, I feared, hadn't only lost a wolf, but a friend. I squeezed his hand more tightly, watching the way Alex's eyes shifted to him, his brow furrowed with concern. Sophie held on to Thea as she stared down at the freshly laid earth, and Jackson wrapped his arm around Sophie's shoulder, her eyes still red with tears. Ross hadn't reappeared yet, but after what little Sophie told us, I knew it could be a while before he returned. I wanted to thank him, but I didn't know if it was my place to know what I did. Ross was the most private of all of us, and while I hated to take that from him, what he'd done for Bo left my heart heavy with love and gratitude, and sadness. I should have known something was wrong. Bo's voice cracked a little. He was gone so long. Hey, I said, crouching down to him. There was nothing you could have done. He came home to say goodbye. That's what he wanted, and you gave him that. Bo's chin quivered, and he wiped his eyes in earnest. I wish Jade was here. She'd know what to say. He blinked at me, and I offered him a wavering, watery smile. Yes, she would. I have something I'd like to say. Jackson's voice was low but soft, and he looked at Bo as if he was asking permission. Bo simply stared at him, waiting. With a tilt of his head, Jackson peered down at Luna, then to Rocky's grave, searching for the words. I always think of the wolves as yours, Bo. But as I'm standing here, thinking about Rocky, I realize he was more than your wolf. He was part of this family. All of the wolves are. He held Bo's gaze a moment before he continued. Rocky was the first wolf that ever allowed me to pet him. Do you remember that? I thought for sure they were going to tear me to shreds that morning. Now look at all of us, living together. And Rocky was the one who liked my beard. Jackson said it almost proudly and smiled. Every time I tuck Thea into bed, I will think about his spot on the floor, and that old pile of burlap bags he liked to sleep on in the barn. Thea whimpered and wiped at her nose, her bottom lip protruding as she held back another sob. Jackson stepped towards Rocky's grave and paused. You know, in my mother's culture, the wolf is the most sacred land animal, and only chooses to help people who are the most worthy. You have had 8 wolves who have chosen you, Bo, and that means a great deal. He pulled a palm-sized river stone from his pocket, smooth and gray, and walked it over to Bo. Something to remember him by. Bo's eyes shimmered, muddied pools of sorrow, but he didn't cry. Instead, with his lips pursed and his expression determined, Bo did as Jade had showed us at Jet's funeral, and he took a step towards Rocky's grave and set the river stone in the center. He'll come back, Bo whispered, when the lights dance in the sky. His voice was barely a whisper on the breeze, but the sentiment made me smile. Jackson nodded as he took his place beside me again. We won't forget him, Bo, he said. I promise you that. Sophie, Alex, and Thea dispersed, and Bo and Luna stayed at the grave a little while longer, as Jackson and I stood by, patiently waiting. Luna's ears perked up, and she glanced behind us at the sound of crunching footsteps in the trees. Ross weaved his way between tree trunks and out into the open, focused straight ahead as he made his way toward the cabins behind Alex and Sophie. You'll make sure he's all right? I looked at Jackson, seeing the same concern in his eyes that I felt. I know he probably wants to be alone, but I'll talk to him, Jackson said, sparing me from having to say I didn't really care what Ross wanted, that we were worried about him. It was the first we'd learned about that part of Ross's ability, The first we'd heard anything like it, and the price it exacted would be great. I need to head into Whitehorse tomorrow anyway, to get some supplies for the fish wheel. I'll see if Ross will go, so we can talk.
Jackson looked at me and pulled me against him, almost protectively. His eyes were heavy with exhaustion and concern.
Maybe you should come with us. Maybe all of us should go to get away from the house for a while. For a change of pace.
I promised Bo we'd go for a walk tomorrow, to get some ability practice in to keep his mind off of things, and I figured we could harvest some firewood while we were at it. Jackson nodded, a little hesitant. "What is it?" I asked.
I've been feeling uneasy lately.
"You have?" He nodded.
And it might have been this, but I'm not sure. I still feel off.
Jackson wasn't one to say something unless he was truly worried, but even I could hear the uncertainty in his voice and see it in the lines etched in his brow. Perhaps it was what happened to Rocky and the bear, and now Ross. Jackson looked at me a moment, then dipped his chin.
That's what I'm worried about.
He leaned in and brushed a light kiss to my mouth.
Be careful tomorrow, okay?
I squeezed Jackson's hand, feeling his grip tighten around my fingers, like he needed the extra reassurance. "Always," I promised. As Jackson turned for the house, I stood with Bo and Luna a little bit longer, wondering how Rocky had gotten mixed up with a bear in the first place. It was another reminder that humans weren't the only threats we had to look out for. The Yukon was a dangerous place. Elle. The next afternoon, while Alex, Ross, and Jackson were in town, both Thea and I went for a picnic in the woods on the other side of the river. Thea collected fireweed so we could dry it and use it for inflammation and fevers when we needed it, while Bo tried to flex his mind muscles and connect with other animals.
"I think he can understand me,"
Bo whispered, his lips pressed into a thin, concentrated line.
"I feel something."
I wasn't sure if it was because of Jackson's words or if Bo was ignoring his grief altogether, but he wasn't as glum as I thought he'd still be, and I was grateful for it. He offered his hand to a curious chipmunk, but it didn't scurry away as I expected, and I didn't dare move from my spot on the picnic blanket until Bo gave me the go-ahead. A smile filled his face, which was a rarity, and I basked in his momentary happiness as the critter skittered hesitantly closer. The birds sang in the trees, ignoring us, much as they had been for the last hour. A little collared pika had stopped to say hello before scurrying away to hide somewhere in the overgrown brush. But the chipmunks seemed more curious, or more hungry.
"My basket's full!"
Thea sang as she climbed over a fallen spruce a dozen yards away. The chipmunks scurried into the sage and grasses that layered the ground, abandoning Bo.
"God, Thea!"
Bo shouted.
"You scared it away!"
He glared at her.
"Well,"
she huffed, and her lips slid into a frown.
"I didn't know."
She dropped her basket of freshly picked fireweed with a whine. If there was one thing Thea hated, it was disappointing her older brother, even if she'd never admit it.
"You're always so loud,"
he bit out as he climbed to his feet.
"You ruin everything!"
"Hey now, that's not fair. Thea didn't do it on purpose," I told him.
"Whatever,"
he said, picking a stick off the ground. He headed toward the fallen spruce trunks at the edge of the meadow.
"Don't wander too far, please,"
I called. Thea plopped down on the blanket beside me and rested her chin on her fist with a deep sigh.
"He's always so grumpy."
"I know. He's not having a very good day."
"Or year,"
she said so quietly it barely reached my ears. I elbowed her gently, unable to resist a smile. "Shh."
I glanced over at Bo, taking in the solemn droop of his shoulders. Don't forget, I told her. Your ability is different than his. It's straightforward and makes sense. Your brother is still struggling with his, and he's still very sad about Rocky.
I'm sad too,
She deadpanned.
but I'm not mean.
She picked at the sap on her little fingers. No, you're not, I admitted, and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, pulling her into me. Thea was a warm bundle of sweetness that I could always rely on for a good hug or snuggle. I kissed the top of her head. He doesn't mean anything by it, I promised.
Whatever,
Thea grumbled, nestling in closer. She sounded just like her older brother. Okay, the word whatever is officially off limits for a while, I announced loud enough for Bo to hear.
Why?
Thea peered up at me with big, brown sugar-colored eyes that were as sweet and questioning as her penchant for honey, and it made me want to cuddle her closer.
What's wrong with whatever? Bo says it all the time.
I know, and now that it's the main word in both of your vocabularies, we're going to figure out other words to use in its place. Thea shrugged, indifferent, and I envied how everything seemed to roll off of her shoulders. No, I was grateful for it. No matter what she'd seen or been through, Thea remained the same. Bubbly, easy, and always curious. I wasn't sure she had a cantankerous bone in her body. Bo was more of a struggle, and having never raised kids before, I wasn't sure how much of it was inevitable with age or how much of his mood was a result of losing everything he once had and clinging onto his new life, trying to make sense of it. Since we're here, I said, deciding we should get to have some fun since Bo was sulking. What do you think? Should we practice a little bit too? Thea's eyes popped open, and snuggles forgotten, she practically jumped out of her seat.
Yes!
She didn't use her telepathy in the house very often, since she tended to get distracted easily and drop and break things, or move things too quickly. We had dents and cracks and strange places to prove it. She glanced at the picnic basket, and with a single thought, the smoked salmon rose out of the basket and floated into her hands. She opened the container and pulled off a small piece, then plopped it into her mouth. She peeled off another piece and handed it to me. Why, thank you. The salmon was dense and savory on my tongue.
Your turn,
She chirped as she lifted the bag of fruit and opened it.
You should catch something on fire.
I don't know. That seems a little dangerous. How about... I held out my hand and closed my eyes, willing the fire inside me to grow, but not so intensely that I couldn't control it. I thought about my palm and felt the heat nearing the surface until the fire rose just above my skin. Opening my eyes, I smiled as flames danced on the tips of my fingers. They were small, but they were mine, and exactly as I'd imagined.
That's so cool.
Thea's voice was filled with awe, and she glanced around the woods surrounding us for something. What are you? A rock, twice the size of my head, lifted from the tall grasses, a little shakily at first, before it slowly floated over. I wasn't sure it was going to stop as it neared us, and I held my breath to move out of the way as it came closer. But then it dropped on the hem of the blanket. Oh, that was close, I said, my heartbeat racing a little. Thea giggled.
I was trying to trick you.
Oh, were you now? I forced a smile. Let's not give Elle a heart attack quite yet. I'm too young to die. Again, Thea giggled, and she plopped a dried blueberry into her mouth, then handed me the bag. Why, thank you. I grabbed a handful of berries. Bo, do you want a snack? I called. I brought your favorite crackers and jam. When I glanced behind me, My heart shot up to my throat, and I couldn't breathe. 100 yards away, Bo was standing in a patch of sunlight filtering in through the trees. A baby bear, barely a year old, slowly approached him, chuffing with curiosity. I swallowed the lump of fear in my throat and rose slowly to my feet. Bo, back away from the bear. Bo said nothing. Just like with the wolves, he was entranced. Only this time, knowing he struggled to communicate with any animal that wasn't one of his wolves, I had to force myself to keep from screaming at him in terror. Bo, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, get away from that bear! Bo! Thea cried out. Her high pitch matched my own internal pleading. Wherever there was a baby, there was a mama, and I didn't want a mama grizzly charging us. Or worse. Bo, answer me! The baby bear pawed at the ground as it drew closer. It was probably 8 or 9 months old, still too young to be on its own, and far too curious for its own good. Bo! I bit out again. I swear to God! But it was too late. Mama Bear's low growl met my ears. The fire in me snuffed out, and my body ran cold. I couldn't see her until she came through the trees, the earth shaking in her rage. Her head was held high, her ears alert, and her jog was gaining speed. Bo! I shouted and ran toward him, the fire boiling up inside me again, prepared to catch flame in an instant. When Bo finally looked back at me, the moment I saw the fear in his eyes, I knew I would have no other choice. Fire flared on my fingertips as the mother grizzly roared in protective fury. Bo! I shouted, and as I began to let all control go, Thea screamed, and a tree cracked overhead. The sharp noise ricocheted through the woods, and before I knew what was happening, a white birch trunk fell between the stampeding grizzly and us. The earth shook, and both Mama Bear and Baby faltered back in fear and confusion, and in an instant, they were running in the other direction, disappearing into the trees as I fell to my knees beside Bo. I could barely breathe as I grabbed his shoulders, turning him around to face me. What the hell is wrong with you? I shouted, oblivious to the fear in his eyes. How could you be so careless? His fear was nothing compared to mine as I imagined the grizzly getting to him before I could. Why don't you ever listen? I pleaded, shaking him. My eyes blurred with tears. You could have been killed! I'm sorry! Bo shouted back at me. He tore away from my grip and ran past the picnic blanket and his sister, back for the river, toward the house. Arms and legs trembling, I rose to my feet, inhaling a deep and steadying breath as I wiped the dampness from my eyes. I peered back into the woods but saw no sign of the bear. She and her baby were long gone, and my heart was beating so quickly I thought I might hyperventilate. When I looked at Thea, she was staring at the trampled grass Bo had left in his wake. Her chest heaved and she worried her bottom lip, but she didn't cry. Good job, Thea, I breathed, walking back over to the blanket. Thank you for doing that. With shaking hands, I began to gather our things. Thank you, I said again. Only this time it was a whisper. Whether it was the adrenaline or fear vying for control, I fought the tears that stung the backs of my eyes. I would have had to kill that bear. I would have had to watch it burn. He's so stubborn, I growled, wiping another escaped tear from my cheek. I wouldn't always be there, and Bo was going to get himself killed if he wasn't more careful. Thea lifted the packed basket with her mind, and I folded the blanket and grabbed my backpack. Following behind her, we made our way back to the river, and all I could think was that I was running out of patience and ways to get through to him.
32. Sophie. I was lying in bed, the sun warm through the windows, helping to lull me to sleep after a night of restlessness. My eyes were too heavy to keep open,
and with Elle and the kids gone, I had a few stolen moments for a quick nap. It wasn't long before the muffled bird songs outside faded, and I felt my muscles ease as my thoughts drifted. The breeze was cool on my face as I rode in the truck with Jackson. I couldn't see him beside me, so much as I knew he was there. Then, in a flash, I was in Riverdale, at the gym Alex and I had gone into to deposit supplies in one of our hidden storage areas. We swept the building, moving through the lobby and weight room. I was walking into the locker room, worried why Alex wasn't responding, only to have his hand reach out to stop me from seeing the dead woman on the floor. She'd been stabbed, though I hadn't remembered that part of it. She was crazy. I hadn't remembered that part of it either. I stared at Alex's hand, held out to stop me from looking. Part of me knew he did it out of concern, but another part of me thought he was too concerned too often, and Phil was the one that understood me. In another flash, I was outside with Phil's hand on my shoulder, his voice low as he asked me if I was okay. I was upset, but not by the dead body. She'd been a wicked woman when she was alive and deserved it. I was upset because Alex had walked away from me, again. But why did I worry so much about Alex? Phil was the one I should care about. He was the one who cared, and thinking about his honey-colored eyes and his constant smile made me inexplicably happy. I wrapped my arms around Phil and pressed a kiss to his lips, desperate to feel the admiration I saw in his eyes. A raven cawed outside my window, and I stirred awake. Blinking my eyes open, I stared out at the cloud-dappled sky. I'd never felt so in and out of my own dreams before, like I was both actor and audience at the same time. And like the others, this one was more of a skewed memory. My dreams had always been more like a hodgepodge of other people's memories, but they were becoming something different. They were shifting, just like my ability seemed to shift over time. I thought about the Slana dream and how disturbingly close it had been to reality, but it was the slight differences that had stuck with me. The haunting intimacy of the man's words. I can feel your mind, Sophie. I can see what you fear the most. Climbing out of bed, I decided I didn't want to think about what this meant for my ability, and what new facet it would mold into. One part of my dream was correct. I worried too much about Alex and things I couldn't control. I pulled on my boots to go outside, then made my way downstairs. I tried not to fixate on the fact that I'd had another memory dream about Phil, and how innocent and yet how unsettled it had left me. The moment I got to the sliding glass door, I knew something was wrong. Elle was never stationary and brooding, but there she was, standing on the wraparound deck, staring toward the river. Her hands were crossed over her chest, her gaze equally pensive. Reluctant to disturb her thoughtful silence, I opened the door and stepped outside, glancing from Elle to the river. "What happened?" I asked gently. "Is everything okay?" Elle worried her bottom lip and slightly shook her head. "No, I don't think so." Her voice was low and quiet. She was clearly upset. Clearing her throat, she finally looked at me. "How was your nap?" "All right, I guess." I stepped up beside her and gazed out at the property. Beau sat on one of the boulders that lined the river, with Littlefoot curled up beside him. "What happened?" Elle stood silently for a few moments, her gaze fixed on Beau. "He's angry at me for yelling at him," she admitted. "And embarrassed, I think." Uh-oh. I knew they'd been practicing, which I assumed had ended badly. He was being stubborn, as always, and trying to communicate with a baby grizzly. I groaned, knowing full well where she was going with the story. Oh, shit. Yep. Mom wasn't too happy about that.
but thankfully Thea scared her off before it went too far.
I'm assuming it wasn't with her scary monster face? I joked.
She felled a tree.
I could fill in the rest. The horror, the frustration of Bo not listening, and relief that Thea could save them, so that Elle didn't have to. I'll go talk to him, I told her. See if I can get him to come in.
Only if he wants to, she said. He can be angry with me as long as he wants. He has to learn somehow. I'd rather him be angry and humiliated than dead.
Elle sounded more like a mother than ever before. She gave me a whatever you think is best look. Then, with a sigh, she turned and walked into the house.
Come inside, Thea, she called. It's time to get started on dinner.
I'll get her, I said, and I'll come in and help after I talk to Bo. Elle nodded, and I made my way down the steps and toward Thea's fort in the trees. I could hear her little voice chatting away.
Thea, it's time to come in,
I called. She'd been spending more and more time settling into her fort. We always knew where to find her.
Coming,
Thea chirped, and I heard a rustling. She popped out just as I got to her fort. What was all that noise about? I rested my hand on her shoulder and glanced at her balled-up blankets, a doll, coloring books, and a few more snack boxes.
Are you feeding a family out here now or what?
I teased.
And it looks like you brought out half of your room.
We get bored, she explained. Arya doesn't like to be home very much. She needs a friend, like me. Like me, I realized. I knew Thea wished she had more kids to play with, since Bo wasn't ever much fun.
I see. And what else do you and Arya have in common?
Well, she said, following me back toward the house. She doesn't like fish all that much, and she likes animals. She can talk to them, like Bo, but she's way better at it.
Well, don't tell him that, I muttered and patted her backside.
All right, head up to the house and help Elle with dinner, okay? I'm going to go get Bo. When Thea's eyes flicked to mine, she leaned closer. You missed all the action, she whispered conspiratorially.
I heard, I whispered back with a wink.
Brothers are so annoying, she said, mostly to herself, and Thea skipped back toward the house. I was a little thankful she had an imaginary friend. At least she didn't feel alone, the way a lot of us did sometimes. With that thought, I headed toward the river. Bo had gone from being distracted and moody to endangering himself, Elle, and Thea. And I worried now more than ever if Bo felt he had to prove something to himself after what happened to Rocky. Dirt crunched under my boots as I made my way down the path toward the boulders. When I popped out at the rocky bank, Littlefoot lifted his head to look at me, his tail wagging, excited to have a visitor. Bo, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much that I was there. Jumping up, Littlefoot climbed off the boulder and trotted over to me, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. Hey, Stinky, I said, rubbing his ears. I stopped a few yards from the boulder Bo sat on. At least someone's happy to see me, I muttered, wanting to get a rise out of him. What are you doing down here? Did Elle tell everyone what happened? No. No one knows but me. Whatever, he grumbled. I climbed up on the rock beside him. Where are the others? I asked, referring to his furry friends. Hunting? Bo shrugged. I don't know. Wow, that's pretty mopey sounding even for you, I told him, determined to break through the funk he'd been stewing in for so long. Now, look, I know this isn't what you want to hear, but you can't be angry with Elle for being worried about you. She yelled at me. Because you deserved it, I countered. Bo glared at me. You scared the crap out of her, Bo. You don't always know what's best, you know. Like you do? I laughed. No, not at all. That's why we all stick together and take care of each other. Like, what would have happened if Alex hadn't found you in Whiteley? It was sort of a harsh question, I realized after I said it. But it was honest, and it seemed like Bo needed a reminder that he didn't know how to do everything on his own. What would I have done if Elle hadn't found me? And Elle would still be wondering what happened to her sister if she hadn't. So, you see, we all need each other. All of this stuff is hard, and you can't close everyone out and throw a tantrum just because you're in a bad mood. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I tilted my head. So then, what are you doing over here all by yourself? I'm just sitting here. Avoiding Elle? No. Yes, I countered again, and Bo rolled his eyes. Fine. Look me in the eyes and tell me why you're over here all alone. He practically growled and tossed a pebble into the river. I don't get why she was so worried. She could have killed the bear if she had to. I'm not that stupid. He spat the words out so easily, I bristled. That's why you ignored her? Because you knew she could kill the bear if she had to? He picked up a dead pine needle off the boulder and broke it in his fingers. I didn't ignore her. I knew she could stop it. Stop it or kill it? I stared at him, letting my question sink in. How would her killing that innocent bear for you have made you feel? Bo shrugged and blew out a deep breath, annoyed with me, but I didn't care. I think you would feel pretty bad, especially since you know it wouldn't be a quick, painless death. He would never willingly hurt an innocent animal, not the Bo I knew. Elle would feel horrible about it, but she'd still do it for you, you know? She'd do anything to protect you. And then she'd have to live with that. Bo picked up another pebble and threw it into the water. I wanted every single word to sink into his obstinate 11-year-old skull. But the longer he sat there in silence, the more I began to wonder if I was making any difference at all. Bo, I prompted. What do you... He faced me. Will you check and see what's wrong with me? His voice was small and brittle, and it took me a moment to register it. His eyes shined like two lapis orbs, and with the same desperation I heard in his voice. It nearly broke my heart. Bo, there's nothing wrong with you. Trust me, I know. Your sister's hair is brown and yours is blonde, but you had the same parents. I began to explain, though reminding him of his dead parents at a time like this made me wonder if I shouldn't quit my day job. You have different DNA in your bodies. We all do. And that means your genes and the code that makes you, you, is different than Thea's and everyone else's in the world. Bo stared down at the pebbles beneath his fingers. Hear me out, okay? I leaned closer. If something as simple as eye and hair color could be so different between siblings, abilities between complete strangers would be even more different, right? You can't compare what you can do with what someone else can do. It's just like saying I'm broken because I write with my left hand, and a lot of other people write with their right hand. My dad wrote with his left hand, Bo remembered. And even if it was a painful thought, I could tell he was starting to understand. So did my mom, I told him, and the admission hurt my heart a little. I'd forgotten she was left-handed, just like I was. I remembered the way her hair curled naturally when she was fresh out of the shower, while mine had always been straight as an arrow. I liked remembering the little things, I realized, because it felt like I was starting to forget them. Why couldn't I have dreams about her, or of the good memories? Why did they always have to be about the bad? You know, I said quietly, I'm sure there are others who have an ability like me, because I can't be the only one. And I know that whatever version of this ability they have will also be different than mine. Better, maybe. Easier. I wish mine was, more than anything, and it sucks that it's so hard. I even hate it sometimes. But we have what we have, and there's nothing we can do about it. I shrugged, because I hated how true my words were. I don't think any two people could ever be the exact same. Not even twins. Or Elle's sister would be alive. So, whatever you can do or can't do is just how it is. It doesn't mean you're broken, Bo. He nodded half-heartedly, and his chest heaved. I want to be helpful, like Alex. He kept the plant running all winter, and Thea helped him build the barn with her mind. I couldn't protect Thea that night when... His chin trembled, and he looked away from me. I can't even protect the wolves. His voice cracked, and I could feel his sense of helplessness like it was my own. You can't stop nature from happening, and what happened to Rocky wasn't your fault. I know we can't all wield fireballs and move trees, but what you can do is very important. If the wolves weren't always around, patrolling the river and the roads, we probably wouldn't have stayed here. They protect us, and that's because of you. I hit his shoulder lightly. Without you and the wolves, Jackson and Alex might not have found us when we were kidnapped. Do you think that's why Rocky was hurt? Do you think he was trying to protect us? It could be. Maybe the bear was getting too close to the house. She does have a baby to feed. If it was her that did it, that is. I wasn't sure if the thought of Rocky dying to save us was somehow better for Bo to accept than not knowing how and why he couldn't protect his wolf. I know you want to help, and I know it's hard to watch the others sometimes. I feel that way too. But we're all different, and we all have our own parts to play. And we can't endanger everyone else because we're lost or scared or confused. We have to help each other. I guess you're right. Of course I am. I'm awesome. Bo looked at me. Do you think there are other ways I can help? There are a ton of ways. But you can start by doing some of the chores you've been flaking on, I told him. The lightness in Bo's voice faded, and he glanced toward the house. Is Elle really mad? Elated that he seemed to be coming around, I shook my head with a sympathetic smile. No, she's worried about you. There's a difference. She thinks you might hurt yourself trying to be something you're not, and after today, she's even more scared. Bo looked sheepishly away. I bet if you go up and give her a hug, she'll forget it even happened. She can't resist your hugs, or that boyish charm of yours. Bo's tentative smile broadened. You could even help with dinner, for good measure. Bo glanced at the house again. I am kinda hungry. Me too. We'll help, but snack when she's not looking, okay? I winked at him, and with a real, true smile, he scooted to the edge of the rock, then jumped down. Littlefoot abandoned his water exploration and splashed back over to us through the water, realizing playtime was over. But as he got to the bank, he stopped. His head fell low and his gray hackles rose as he growled at something across the river. Someone's coming, Bo said instantly, and chills raked over my skin. A horse whinnied first, and I heard the metal bridle clanking as it walked into view along the tree line. A woman sat on top of a tall, sweat-crusted chestnut horse. I was unarmed and grabbed Bo's hand. Keep Littlefoot close, I whispered. The woman had a long, dirty blonde braid hanging over her shoulder and a pack of sorts tied to the saddle. She looked like she might have been Elle's age, but it was hard to tell with the dirt that shadowed her face. By the look of her horse,
she'd been riding for a while. She was closer to our homestead than I was comfortable with, but she looked at me just as cagily, like she wasn't expecting to see us either. Finally, she lifted her hand, slowly and non-threateningly. "I'm headed to Whitehorse," she called over the sound of whooshing water. Although I didn't trust strangers, I wanted to believe her, and she looked strangely familiar. I saw the pistol on her belt. She could have easily drawn it on me and galloped away, but she hadn't. "You're going the long way," I called. Silently, I questioned why she wouldn't be taking the freeway, which was a straight shot into Whitehorse. But I wouldn't take the most obvious route either. Maybe she'd heard about our power plant and safe haven somehow, and she was looking for us. I pointed down the river. "The water is more shallow around the next bend if you want to cross." I hoped I wouldn't regret telling her that, but she seemed just as skeptical as I did. Finally, after a few moments of consideration, the woman agreed with a quick, decisive nod. Then she continued on horseback down the riverbank. "What are you doing?" Bo chided. "She could be dangerous." "I know. That's why I need you to run and get Elle and have her meet me by the bridge before that woman crosses." I flashed him the most reassuring smile I could. "Just in case. You make sure Thea stays safe in the house." Bo didn't hesitate, like I'd expected him to. He nodded and took off running up the trail toward the house. Littlefoot stayed with me, probably at Bo's bidding, and the wolf and I followed the woman's progress toward the bridge. I headed to the rocky, narrow bank lined with trees and waited for the rider and her horse to step into view. "Sophie!" Elle called quietly, jogging toward me. She didn't bother asking questions. That's how trust worked between us, and I appreciated it. "I've seen this woman before," I told her. "I can't put my finger on it, but she's hazy in my mind." "That's strange." Elle's attention was fixed on the blonde and her horse as they tromped their way across the river. The horse didn't seem to care about the current rushing halfway up his legs. "She doesn't look familiar to me," Elle said. The woman eyed Elle and me cautiously as she drew closer, equally uneasy about us. She didn't seem to notice the 3 tentative wolves that suddenly surrounded us, which meant Bo must have been close too. The horse noticed them, however, and hesitated with wild eyes and a frenzied step backward. "Easy," the woman crooned, but her eyes remained fixed on Elle, almost probing. "They won't hurt the horse," Elle promised, "unless they have to." The rider pulled the chestnut to a stop where the water met the bank, the horse's hooves still submerged in water. "I'm not here to cause any trouble," she said. Her voice wasn't reassuring so much as it was practiced and calm, like she was used to this conversation. "Neither are we, but you can't blame us for being cautious." Elle's hand rested on the pistol at her hip. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly on Elle. "No, I can't. But I'm looking for a friend," she explained. "Nothing more." "You're heading the right way to Whitehorse," I told her again. "But there's a shorter route than following the river." Tentatively, the woman pried her gaze from Elle, almost like she was afraid to look away. "I'd rather take the long way than be seen by the wrong people," she said, and carefully, she held up her hands. "I'm going to dismount my horse." I eyed the woman's pistol, still holstered in her belt. Elle's gaze didn't waver as she dipped her chin. "Slowly, please." I hadn't realized Elle had pulled her pistol out and held it in her hand. The rider dismounted her horse, and despite its unease standing in front of the wolves, the horse made an audible sigh of relief and lowered his head to slurp the water at its feet. Jackson wasn't here to tell us whether she was safe or if I'd made a grave mistake, so I decided to find out for myself. It was time to see what our visitor was really thinking. Carefully, I offered her my hand.
Welcome, I guess. I'm Sophie. Again, the woman's eyes fell on Elle, and I fear she wouldn't accept my gesture when, finally, her hand, rough and dusty, took mine with a firm grasp. Cat. Instantly, I knew her ability was energy-related, and I felt pain and the prickles of fear. But when I saw a flash of Elle's face in her mind, and felt Kat's adoration, sense of loss, and love for her, I dropped my hand in surprise. If Kat noticed anything strange about me, she didn't react. She was too busy looking at Elle with an expression of awe. "Who is the friend you're looking for?" I asked. "Because there's no one in town other than our people." Kat finally looked at me, and I could tell that she was either stalling or deciding the safest answer. "I only know him by his radio name," she said. "Hawkeyes." My breath caught in my throat, and Elle and I opened our mouths to speak at the same time. "Your nightingale?" 33. Sophie. Elle allowed Kat to shower and change in the bathroom downstairs, insisting that the four of us stay close and be watchful, the wolves included, in case Nightingale had ulterior motives. "Thank you for allowing my horse to rest," Kat said as she set her chili spoon into her bowl. "And for the food. It's been a long week on the road." Though Kat was polite enough, she was guarded. Every look was sharp and calculating. Every word was thoughtful and measured. But if she was Nightingale, and had been on the run or in hiding over the past couple years, it seemed natural that it was second nature for her to be so careful. She sat across from Elle at the dining room table, dressed in a pair of Elle's clean cargo pants and white tank top. The days of dust were washed from her face. The dirt under her trim fingernails was gone. Her darker blonde hair was more golden than brown now, as it dried in waves around her face. But even clean, she had an edge to her that was both admirable and a little frightening, and I couldn't for the life of me think of how I knew her. I'm not sure what I expected Nightingale to look like, but this woman was pretty, yet hardened by the world. I could see it in the slight crease around her eyes and the scar on her left cheek. Without baggy, unwashed clothes, Kat looked stronger than I'd initially given her credit for, and definitely more capable. Her arms were well honed, and there wasn't an ounce of fat around her midsection. Her pretty, dark blue eyes were so striking that I had a difficult time looking away from them. They held secrets and pain, or maybe that's what I noticed because of what I saw when I touched her. Kat took another bite of chili and ate awkwardly in silence as we all watched her. Bo, Thea, and the three wolves included. Elle needed to know that this woman knew her somehow, that she was on the forefront of Kat's mind, but I was apprehensive to say anything in front of Kat. "Well," Kat said, wiping her mouth with her napkin as she rose to her feet. She'd barely eaten half of her chili, but she was anxious to leave, even if her stomach rumbled to have more food. "Thank you for this, but I really need to get to Hawkeyes. And I think we can all agree that this is uncomfortable." She pulled her hair up into a ponytail, flashing the tattoo on her neck just below her ear. "The crown," I breathed. Her eyes narrowed. "I'm sorry?" "That tattoo, behind your ears." Ross had it scribbled on his notes, Elle realized. It was all over his maps when we first met up with him. While that was true, I'd completely forgotten that. JJ was the person I thought about. She'd had the same tattoo on her neck, covered with blood, the day she was wheeled out of her apartment. Then it hit me like a cold front on a hot day, and I gasped. "You're the medic. That's how I know you." All too quickly, I was back in the elevator the night JJ was wheeled out of her apartment in Whiteley. Kat's eyes narrowed the tiniest bit. "I'm the what?" She looked as confused as Elle did, but I couldn't bring myself to mention JJ convulsing on the gurney,
her horrible final moments, in front of Elle. I met Kat's genuine confusion with the hearty dose of my own. "I've been a few different things in my life, but I've never been a medic," she told me. "You must be thinking of someone else." Was I remembering incorrectly? I could have been. I remembered the medic was a woman and that she had blonde hair. At least, I think she had. I'd been too horrified, watching my neighbor dying, to pay much attention. But what did the matching tattoos mean? There was no way Kat could leave until we knew, not when the symbol was tied to both JJ and Ross. "When will they be back?" I whispered and looked at Elle. I needed Jackson there, and Ross too, for that matter. Between the two of them, they would figure out what was going on. Elle looked overwhelmingly perplexed and a little worried. I was beginning to feel that way too. "Soon, I think," she said. But soon didn't feel fast enough. I really should get going. Kat reached for her bowl. "No!" I practically pleaded. "What does it mean?" I pointed to her tattoo. "We have to know. Please." Kat exhaled, like she was resolved to stay a little bit longer against her better judgment. She sat back down in her seat and crossed her arms over her chest. This was clearly the last place she wanted to be, but she wasn't pushing to leave, which was a good sign. "If you know that I'm Nightingale, then you probably also know that I was in the military," she said. "The tattoo is a brand of sorts." "The military?" That piqued Beau's interest. Unlike me, he didn't know much about Nightingale and that she had worked for the general, which I'd actually forgotten about in my surprise, until now. Kat glanced at him and dipped her chin, hesitant. "I was part of special projects. I worked in logistics for the reparations mission, though what I was assigned to do was much different than I'd expected." She stared down at the cut on the tip of her finger, and I desperately wanted to know what she was thinking. "What's that got to do with the tattoo?" Elle asked, and I could feel the heat of her body beside me. Something about Kat was making her anxious. "Not everyone in the military worked for Harrodson, but in the years leading up to the outbreak, the people who worked for him were branded so that those in charge could spot who was trustworthy." "So you knew who you were working for," Elle bit out, and rose to her feet. "Which makes you dangerous and the worst of them." If Kat's expression was guarded before, it was teetering precariously close to complete lockdown. She stood slowly, her chair scraping the hardwood floor. "I was never with General Harrodson," she said with a convincing scowl. "I didn't know what the tattoo meant until the outbreak, and that's when I tried to get out. All of my unit got tattoos, and we did so without question because in the military, we didn't get the privilege of asking questions. We followed orders. There's a code." Kat's shoulders drooped a little. "When I did start asking questions, it was too late." "Why are you really here?" Elle demanded. "Why come to see Woody now? It's been over a year. What is it you want from him, or us?" "I'm looking for someone, and he might be able to help me." "Who?" Elle countered. Kat clamped her mouth shut, like she wanted to say something but thought better of it. Her jaw clenched, and she glared at Elle like she had a lot of nerve demanding anything from her. "You might as well tell me because you're not leaving here until you do." Elle's eyes glowed red, and I nearly choked in surprise. Kat's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't look afraid as much as she seemed all the more adamant. "I'm here for Woody. I'll talk to him." "Elle," I breathed. This was escalating too quickly, and there was something about Kat that I trusted strangely. "I don't think she's here to hurt us." Elle didn't bother looking at me. "Then she has nothing to hide." I flashed Kat a pleading look. "Please, just tell us what you're doing here." "Why are you so desperate for his help?" Elle asked. "Who are you running from?" "I'm not running," Kat said tersely.
Not from a person, anyway.
What are you running from?
Thea asked meekly from her seat.
A monster?
She pulled her bottom lip between her teeth, and I could only imagine what was going through the kids' heads. Kat's eyes softened ever so slightly, and she shook her head.
No, not from a monster. From time. Or what little of it is left, anyway.
There was a collective gasp from each of us as her ominous words hung in the air.
Why?
For the first time since Kat had arrived, I was truly frightened.
What's going to happen? Nothing to you,
she said, and if I wasn't mistaken, she was trying to reassure me.
Not to any of you. That's not what this is about.
We stood quietly watching her, waiting. Her vagueness was beginning to freak me out. The silence ticked on. Resigned, Kat continued.
Your body's naturally mutated with the virus. But that's not the case for everyone.
Her words held a shred of defeat.
There are some of us who have been genetically altered and experimented on so much. They're running out of time.
Like you? Did they experiment on you when—
Please,
Kat said, cutting me off.
Don't ask any more questions.
Then I remembered Woody's story about what the general had done to him. The years of experiments and injections. I felt the blood drain from my face. Was Woody going to die?
34. Alex. I stared out through the tinted windows of the front of the hardware building, into the empty parking lot. After a year and a half of harsh winds and rain, snow in the winter, and unrelenting sun in the summers, the buildings were beginning to stain, and their colors fade. The sidewalks were overrun with weeds that grew like wheat stalks out of every imperfection in the pavement. Small dirt tornadoes whipped through the dusty, vacant streets. The eerie sound of rusty, creaking hinges and settling metal siding punctuated the silence from time to time, but they were all sounds of being in town. I heard the scratch of wire against concrete somewhere in the warehouse, and the murmur of Ross and Jackson's stilted conversation. Jackson was worried about Ross, and Ross didn't want to talk about what had happened with the dying wolf. They had exchanged the same conversations before, a concerned look and a few clipped words, and I was trying to give them their space. Ross clomped into the cashier area, where I waited with a pallet cart loaded with the rest of our supplies. "You waiting for the ice cream truck or something?" he asked, his boots scuffing against the cement. "You've been standing there for a while." "Wouldn't that be nice?" I muttered. "I was just thinking that we're keeping the power plant going and this place is falling apart." "It will be fine," Ross said, dropping a 2x4 on the cart. "If people do come, whenever that happens, we'll have the bones at least. That's what matters. And the power." It was beginning to feel like a waste to keep the power plant going for only the 11 of us. "Do you think they'll ever come?" I glanced at Ross as he walked up beside me, peering out the window at the road. "I don't know, but things will be a lot different if they do." Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And part of me yearned for it. I wanted more to do. I needed it. There was nothing left to do to the prison. It was over the top, reinforced now, for no reason. The homestead was thriving. The hydro plant was up and running for the summer, and I had a few months before I needed to worry about holding myself up there again. The lack of pressing things to do made me restless. "Come on," Jackson said, wheeling a cart full of netting over. "Let's get this loaded up and get home. We might be able to finish the fish wheel tonight and be done with it for good." I draped my rifle strap over my shoulder. It would be another project finished, and I'd need another one to fill its place. I was thinking we should start inventorying what supplies we have left, I thought aloud. As I turned for the cart, movement at the south end of the street caught my eye. "Hey, look." I stepped closer to the window and pulled the travel-sized binoculars from my pocket and held them up to my eyes. It's a horse, and there's a man on its back. They were walking up the street, about a half a mile away. "Shit," Jackson muttered. I told Elle I had a funny feeling about something. He and Ross both grabbed their guns and hurried over to watch out the window beside me. Through the binoculars, I could tell he was wearing sunglasses and a hat, and had a long jacket on, likely to shield him from the sun. I refocused the binoculars on the horse. I wonder how long they've been walking. The horse is drenched in sweat. When the guy finally stopped his gray horse a couple blocks down, I dropped the binoculars. Looks like they're resting in the shade. Stay here, Jackson said, and he walked toward the door. What are you doing? Ross hissed, and took a step after him. I don't think he's a threat, but he'll see our truck out there, half loaded with gear, and know we're here, eventually. I don't want him to think we're being sneaky. And Jackson would know if the guy was dangerous. He nodded to Ross's Glock. But shoot the bastard if he pulls anything on me, he added for good measure. Ross followed Jackson to the doorway, waiting in the threshold as Jackson slowly stepped out of the building with his hands up and his gun strapped behind his back. Hello there, Jackson called, and the man spun around, his hand reaching for the shotgun strapped to the saddle. His horse's head shot up, spooked by the sudden movement. I'm unarmed, Jackson said, though it wasn't true. He didn't stray too far from the store entrance, but he stopped in plain sight so the person could see him. We don't get people in town often. Are you looking for someone? The man stared at Jackson, then glanced up and down the street, probably to make sure it wasn't some sort of trap. When he was satisfied enough, the rider gathered the horse's reins and led him closer. From the doorway, Ross aimed his Glock on the rider in suspended silence. It was crazy to think that a single new person could make me break out in a cold sweat of uncertainty, especially in a desolate place like this. The rider stopped a dozen yards shy of Jackson. I'm making my way toward the prison, they said, but it wasn't the voice of a man. Ross looked at me, and I shrugged. Holding the binoculars up again, I watched as the woman pulled her hat from her head, and a mess of dark hair fell out of it and around her shoulders. Then she removed her sunglasses, and I dropped the binoculars on the cement floor with a clatter. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Ross rasped. Yeah, I breathed, unable to look away from her. Either Elle's hair grew 6 inches overnight, or that's not Elle. Ross and I blinked at one another, then squinted out at Jackson. He must have been shitting his pants standing in front of an Elle look-alike. I am not here to cause trouble, she said. I am looking for Hawkeyes. Do you know where I can find him? Jackson stiffened and took a hesitant step closer. Who the hell are you?
35. Elle. I stared at Kat as I processed what she was saying about too much mutation and experimentation. Was she talking about herself? I heard the Tacoma pull up outside, and relief filled me instantly. Stay here, I told Sophie, handing her my gun. I had other means of protecting myself. I looked at Kat, not fully trusting her, but I believed what she was saying. Mostly. Kat responded with a heavy, annoyed breath, and I motioned for the kids to follow me outside where I knew they'd be safe. I hurried into the living room and then out the sliding screen door. When I stepped outside, Ross and Jackson were still in the Tacoma, their outlines barely visible through the truck's tinted windows. I hurried down the steps with Thea's hand in mine and spotted Alex in the truck bed with the supplies instead of in the back seat. Jackson opened the passenger door and climbed out. Thank God, I breathed, feeling immensely better they were home. Jackson didn't bother shutting the door as he hurried over to me, his long strides eating the distance between us. His brow was etched with worry, and his chest rose and fell, and as he approached, his eyebrows pinched together. Alex stood in the back of the truck, his expression equally concerned, and the blood in my veins, the fire, flared a little, along with my apprehension, before I realized what must have worried him. Kat. All at once, I realized that whatever she was, all that she'd claimed, was probably a lie. We'd fallen into some sort of trap, and Jackson could feel it. She'd distracted us or used us somehow. Jackson's jaw tightened, and his lips parted as if he were searching for the right words, and my heart began to race. How serious a mistake had we made? Jesus, Jackson, spit it out! Elle, he said, hesitant, and he reached for my arm. The back passenger door closest to me opened, and a woman stepped out, with long, burnt umber hair like mine hanging over one shoulder, and sunglasses covering her eyes. Another one, I breathed. The woman shut the door, her gaze fixed on me, and I stared at her, unblinking. She was breathtakingly familiar, and my mind began to spin. "What is this?" I bet out, taking a few uncertain steps closer to the truck. "Who is this?" I demanded, and glared at Jackson. "Elle," the woman said in a thick, familiar, rough voice, and she removed her sunglasses. My breath caught in my lungs. My heart pounded against my sternum, and I had to force myself to breathe when my chest grew too tight. "No," I told her. "You died!" But I knew that wasn't true, even if I couldn't explain it. "I did not," she answered calmly, and my legs nearly gave out from under me. She had a dark freckle under her left eye, the same freckle Jenny had, the only visible difference between us since birth. I looked at Jackson, nearly falling backward. He grabbed my arm to steady me, and I peered up at him. "What is this? What?" "She was in Whitehorse, looking for Woody," he explained. "When she realized I knew you, she asked to come here." I vaguely registered the sound of footsteps behind me. Shocked and stunned, I stared at Jenny as guilt, elation, and confusion overcame me. "JJ?" Kat startled me. "You're here?" Her voice was watery. Her footsteps hurried as she closed the distance between her and my sister. "Thank God," Kat rasped and wrapped her arms around her. Jenny's eyes fluttered closed, and her mouth turned upright ever so slightly. "I began to think you hadn't made it." Kat pulled away and cupped the side of Jenny's face with her hands, her eyes frantically searching over my sister, ensuring she was okay. Then, Kat pressed her lips to Jenny's, almost desperate. Nightingale was Kat. Kat was with my sister. My sister wasn't dead. Without Jackson's arm around me, I thought I might fall. My hands shook, every thought words so fast, I couldn't grasp hold of any of them. All I could do was watch in utter confusion as my sister, very much alive, kissed Kat back. She looked stoic and yet relieved, and different. Everything about her was very, very different. Jenny's mouth cracked into a pleased but tight line as she took Kat's visage in. Then, like suddenly she remembered I was standing there, she looked at me. Squeezing Kat's hand in hers, Jenny turned to face me. "I know you are confused," she said slowly, and took a tentative step closer. "And I will explain what I can." But her words fell on deaf ears. My sister was alive. I'd left her in Whiteley to who knew what fate. But here she was, breathing, standing a couple yards in front of me. Changed, but still. Jenny. Tears burned my eyes, and I choked out a sob as guilt and elation consumed me. "You're alive! I left you, and you were there, alive!" Jenny walked up to me. "I am alive," she said, and hesitantly, she wrapped her arms around me. "I am alive," she whispered in reassurance. I wound my arms around her, holding on for dear life, should she decide to disappear. "I left you! I'm so sorry I left you!" I sobbed into her neck, but even in my self-disgust, I felt unbridled happiness and dread that it was all a dream. "You did not leave me behind, Elle. I was already gone."
36. Elle. I'm not sure how many minutes went by as I sat in the recliner in the living room, listening to the whispered chatter that filled the house while Woody was brought up to speed. I was too busy being lost in my disbelief and confusion to know much more than that. While I had hundreds of questions for my sister, the woman in front of me wasn't completely convincing, and I hesitated to fully accept what was happening.
I'm sorry if I did the wrong thing,
Jackson said, quietly crouched beside me. He hadn't left my side since he got home.
I didn't know what else to do.
I forced myself to look at him, to see his beautiful face and remind myself that right now, this moment, was real. Jackson was real. Jenny, sitting on the couch across from me as she picked at her food, was real. While what little explanation I'd gotten so far had made sense, it only sprouted more questions. "I'm glad you did," I told him, and cupped the side of his face. "I'm glad you did." I wasn't sure if I repeated it for his benefit or to remind myself that I was relieved she was here and that I was relieved she was alive. There were heavy footsteps on the porch behind me as Kat and Woody spoke in hushed voices on the deck, punctuated with a "we'll talk more tomorrow" remark before their voices fell quiet. Like me, Sophie hadn't left the living room. She'd seen Ginny in the moments of her death, or what Sophie thought was her death, so I could imagine her surprise was much like mine. A gut-churning shock. Bile-inducing, nerve-fraying shock.
Bye, y'all,"
Woody said from the sliding door. Now that Woody had spoken to his infamous nightingale, he was leaving. I might have uttered a goodbye, but my mind was too chaotic to tell. Gratefully, Alex had taken Thea and Bo outside to help Ross unload the supplies, and as the house settled into silence again, I began to stir from my haze. I wiped the remnants of moisture from beneath my eyes and stared at Ginny on the sectional in front of me. Seeing her was like looking into a mirror, only it was a reflection of myself 10 years from now. Ginny was hardened in an indescribable way, and despite her same heart-shaped face, her eyes weren't the fern green color we'd always shared, but a strange charcoal gray with flecks of green so pale they were nearly white. The screen door squeaked open, and Kat walked back into the living room to sit beside Ginny. This Kat was different than the woman that sat across from me at the dining room table earlier. The change in her was slight, but her relief was obvious, though I wasn't sure why they'd been separated to begin with. Her expression was softer when she looked at Ginny, her voice quieter and almost uncertain, no longer edged with sharp determination. "You sat right there, knowing who I was the whole time, and you didn't say anything?" I said, glaring at Kat. "It's why you were looking at me so strangely." Jackson cleared his throat.
"I'll be right outside if you need me."
Kat's steely eyes shifted from Jackson to Ginny and then to me. "I knew who you were," she admitted, but she didn't seem the slightest bit apologetic about it. "But JJ wasn't here. That much was clear, and it wasn't my place to tell you." Her feelings for my sister were clear, her loyalty even more so. But the fact that she'd kept it from me, that she knew so much more about me than she'd let on, didn't annoy me any less. "I thought my sister was dead." "I thought I was dead too, Elle," Ginny admitted, and glanced up from her long fingers entwined with Kat's. Her chili was cold and discarded on the coffee table in front of her. "It has taken me a while to put all of the pieces together, but I am here because of Kat. She saved me." The deck creaked as Jackson paced back and forth outside. "I know this is confusing," Kat started, "but wait, we should give her a moment." Ginny's words were reserved, but soft. The Ginny I knew would have made some snide remark about sucking it up and just being grateful she'd found me.
She'd somehow try to make me feel like my reactions were skewed and that I was overreacting. But there was a wall around this Ginny, a silence in her countenance that was eerily calm, despite having found Kat and I both in a single day. The questions will come when she is ready. She didn't even sound like my sister, her voice almost robotic. And the fact that Ginny thought she knew me anymore, if ever at all, bothered me. So much had changed in the past year alone, and Ginny hadn't known who I was before the virus. She'd never wanted to. Even if everything was different now, and I knew I shouldn't hold the past against her, it was difficult not to. My eyes locked with my sister's. How long have you known I was alive? Ginny's hesitance to answer made the coiling unease in the pit of my stomach tighten. Since you arrived in Whitehorse, she said. Well over a year. It was difficult not to laugh with resentment. First, you run away and leave me behind without bothering to look back. Then you ignore me for years, only talking to me when you felt like it. Now you show up here and you tell me you've known I'm alive for all of this time, and you're only just coming to find me? Did you purposely wait for me to come to terms with the fact that you were dead and it might have been my fault? Did you want me to have a false sense of acceptance with the way things turned out? As her altered green eyes shifted over mine, I realized I didn't know a thing about her either. Not a single fucking thing. We were both strangers, and now more than ever it felt that way. I know you felt abandoned, Eleanor. Don't call me that, I bit out. You know I hated her and everything about her. You hated the idea of what she did, but you did not hate her. Ginny's tone sounded almost like it once had, exasperated with me, and it was strangely comforting. My decade of therapy, trying to work through her abandonment, and my hurt and loneliness growing up in that house alone tell me that I do. I clenched my teeth to steady my tongue, and when I could manage it, I continued. It doesn't matter. Mom's not what this is about, I said, reeling in all that I could of my emotions. I took a steadying breath. Where have you been, Ginny? You say Kat saved you, but what the hell happened to you? I eyed her up and down. It was like the vibrancy she once had was dulled. Her hair, her eyes, even her firecracker personality that had gotten us into so much trouble as children. A lot, she said easily. And yet I do not remember half of it. I frowned and sat further back into my chair, content to wait as long as necessary for a full explanation. You might hate our mother, but from what I remember, all of this is very much about her. Ginny gestured between us. When I left home, I went to find her. I do not recall why I did not tell you. Resentment simmered inside, but I held my tongue. Ginny's decision to chase a ghost, Eleanor St. James, who left us when we were 6 years old with a monster of a stepfather, resulted in more abuse at home in her absence than Ginny could possibly know. Like always, I'd been the one punished for her rebellion. And like always, she never looked back, just like our mother. Ginny swallowed, her eyes not leaving mine. There was something in the way she looked at me, mystified and uncertain, that made me push all of that resentment aside and listen. Well then, I prompted her to continue. I only remember being in Juneau, and the scent of the sea in the air that was so comforting. Ginny's eyes glazed over, and she seemed to lose herself in a thought that confused her or made her sad. After a few long breaths, she frowned. They are so fleeting. I never see the full memories. The longing in her voice, probably the first real emotion, other than the way her face lit up infinitesimally when she saw Kat, made me suddenly sad for her. I saw our mother outside of a corporate building. I remember the crown symbol. She touched the skin behind her ear. King Laboratories, she whispered. I do not remember going there, or how I had found her, but I remember how I felt the moment I saw her. I remember my fear and confusion that she did not remember me. How can you remember that if you can't remember anything else? I asked, half distracted by Ross's gruff voice outside as he came up the steps with Jackson. He'd done nothing but glare at them since they'd arrived back at the house. The memories come in dreams, Jenny said. I only have them sometimes, and I only see pieces. Or perhaps I only remember pieces of them. But I feel them keenly when I do. Everything about them. Then what was Mom doing in Juneau? Kat believed she was part of an experimental program. Kat nodded and glanced between us. They called it the Fulfillment Study, one of many trial programs in the General's Northern Pacific Division. I learned about it right before the outbreak. Some of my superiors were talking about it, how those that had survived might thrive in the Great Transformation. Kat paused, glancing from Jenny to me, as if she hesitated to continue. The Fulfillment Study lured in people who suffered from codependency and depression, promising them self-discovery and the strength they needed to live fuller, healthier lives. But it was all a facade. The participants were test subjects, injected with early strains of the virus to study its effects, abilities specifically. Like Woody? Sophie's voice was filled with a horrified awe. Kat blinked at her and swallowed thickly. I don't know, but he was military, so I would imagine his was more of a super soldier experiment than what they were doing to Eleanor. That our mother had been taken under false pretenses as a test subject for the General's antics seemed unlikely, and yet, even the possibility of it turned my stomach to lead. And what? Dr. John sent her there to be experimented on? Or she went, hoping she would be able to find the courage to leave him, Kat added. Even if I hated to admit it, that made the most sense. What I do know, Jenny continued, is that based on the memories I do have left, she was weak and she was desperate before she left. While I half expected to see some play of emotion on Jenny's face in breaking this impossible news to me, her expression was impassive, like the most human parts of her were numb. It was only then that I realized my sister was gone. She was somehow only a shell, and knowing that she wasn't the person I remembered, she wasn't my Jenny anymore, even if we never got along, was a wretched, unrecognizable feeling. You never did believe Mom just left us, I told her, realizing I wasn't all that surprised that she'd gone in search of her. But you never said anything about leaving. Anger crept in again. I would have gone with you. I am not sure why I did not tell you, but perhaps it is best that I never did. By the time I found her, she did not know who I was anymore. After I found her, they took me, and everything changed. I could barely accept Jenny was sitting in front of me, let alone imagine what they'd done to her. Yet a strange sense of relief washed over me. If what Jenny and Kat said was true, our mother hadn't left us. Or at least, she hadn't intentionally disappeared. Cover-up seemed a small feat when you had the means to destroy the entire world, and the General could have orchestrated whatever was needed to cover his tracks. Where is Mom now? I croaked, my mind a jumble of disturbing possibilities. Jenny clasped her hands in her lap as she measured her next words. I do not know.
I cannot remember what happened after I found her. Even that is only a blip of a memory.
What do you remember? Sophie asked with a hint of astonishment.
It was one of 1,000 questions I had as well.
I remember the confusion on her face when I spoke to her, that she did not recognize me. I remember college and studying for a molecular biology exam I did not care about, but studied because it was what I inherently knew I was supposed to do. I remember you, Elle, but that we were estranged and barely spoke, so I had little urgency to call you, except when I had my dreams. They were few and far between at first, but I always felt the need to speak with you after, even if it was just to hear your voice. My heart ached to hear her say that. We'd barely talked.
Jenny was right about that. I thought she was too selfish to think about anyone but herself, and she was always very vague, like she had nothing to say, even though she'd been the one to call me. And for so long I'd been angry with her because I was convinced she didn't care.
Tears pricked the backs of my eyes again as I thought of my sister in another world, so bone-chillingly different than mine that I felt uncomfortable in my own skin. She'd lived in a veiled existence, and ignorant of it all, I'd hated her for it. I remember, she started again, and I could tell she was reaching back even deeper as she tried to recall a life that she barely understood. I remember receiving a call from the mayor of Whiteley. Sophie drew in a sharp breath, and I glanced back at her crestfallen face. My mom? Jenny continued without hearing her. She told me she was impressed by my resume and application for the marine biologist internship I'd submitted through the University of Juneau's Extended Education program. She told me the harbor was the perfect location to study. She always wondered why the university had reached out to her, Sophie said quietly. It was difficult to miss the longing in her voice and the distance of her thoughts as they trailed back to Whiteley. The fact that her mom had played a strange, unwitting part in whatever came next in Jenny's story sent chills down the backs of my arms, unsuppressed by the heat of my skin. My mom thought it was all of her petitioning to the state that made her stand out to Juneau. Expanding the education program had been one of her proudest achievements. But there was someone working for him and pulling the strings the whole time. Sophie's voice nearly broke. That her mother's petitioning had garnered the wrong kind of attention went without saying. I do not remember applying for the internship, Jenny admitted. And I don't remember why I was going to school. If it was something I wanted or, well, something I was told to do. But I accepted the offer because it was what Kat encouraged me to do. They exchanged a look of trepidation, and once their silent conversation ended, Jenny met my gaze again. I was in Whiteley to plant the virus at the military's bidding. My breath caught in my throat. You what? The general's, Kat clarified. All of it was connected to him, even if none of our orders were from him directly. The deck creaked, and I imagined Ross and Jackson stepping closer, listening as what Jenny and Kat knew began to fill in the missing pieces. There was a module, Jenny continued, her eyes darting behind me, as if she had an entire audience now. I did not know what it was, only that I was supposed to give the technicians access and ensure certain plans were set in motion. It had been the intention all along, though I did not realize it until I started getting sick. The fog in my mind diminished, probably because I was dying, and whatever control they had over me was weakening. If my mom hadn't drawn attention to Whiteley, Sophie said, her face horror-stricken, none of this would have happened.
She sat forward and dropped her face into her hands. It would have happened regardless, Kat told her. JJ was one cell of many, a means to an end in order to get the virus to spread as quickly as possible. What better way to spread a world-ravaging virus than to set a contagion site on a busy tourist and trade port? But Kat's words fell on deaf ears as Sophie sat with her elbows on her thighs, gripping her hair and holding onto her head like she was afraid she might explode if she let go. I knew better than to comfort her. Sophie needed space, not touch, not more overstimulation. While part of me knew I should be thankful Jenny was here, her presence changed everything. All of our carefully mended lives were unraveling once more because of her. And you, Kat, I said. You know so much about the General's plans and experiments. You seem to be the key to all of this, always whispering in Jenny's ear, feeding information to Woody all these months. It was more of an accusation than an observation. Who are you, exactly? How can you sit there and talk about all of this like it's simply another day, like you aren't the center of... It's not so black and white, Jenny interjected. She cupped Kat's hand in hers again. Unlike Jenny, whose expression was lacking, exhaustion and what looked like regret flashed in Kat's eyes, and she took a deep breath. Harrodson had many projects, she started. One of them were his monitors, pawns put in place to keep an eye on other pawns. Just like JJ was compelled to implement an arm of his plan, I was compelled to ensure she did it, and if she strayed from her mission, it was my job to remedy it. What does that mean exactly? I asked. Kill her, Sophie said. Her eyes were glazed over as she stared at nothing. It's why you encouraged her to go to Whiteley, because you had to. But when she was dying, you couldn't handle it because you fell in love with her. That's why you saved her. That's why, when you saw Elle, I could feel your admiration and love for her. For JJ. Kat swallowed thickly. Yes. I thought you were a medic, but you were in the apartment building to get her out before it was too late. It was all so far-fetched and impossible, and yet it rang true. Civilization was gone because of countless strategically moving parts. Someone had been playing God with all of our lives. Sophie stood up and walked over to the sliding glass door, where Ross and Jackson stood on the other side, leaning against the house railing, listening with the same disquieted looks on their faces that I felt. If you were compelled to see the mission through to the end, how could you have saved JJ? Sophie asked. Kat blinked at Sophie, then at me. I don't know how it's possible, she admitted. Only that my feelings felt so strong I simply had to. But I've never seen you at Whiteley except for that day, Sophie said. I was at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage when I heard rumors of the moles, or monitors, being terminated after mission completion. The instant I heard Whiteley was on the list, I knew I couldn't let JJ die, and if I stayed, I might have been next. I left to get her immediately. But I was almost too late, she breathed. The dozens of questions looping through my mind made it difficult to digest fully any of what they were saying. But there was one question that blared the loudest. If Kat's a monitor, I realized, looking at Jenny, then what are you? Why can't you remember anything? Unlike Kat, whose mind had been controlled and manipulated to carry out specific duties, Jenny looked and acted completely different and barely remembered who she was. My sister licked her lips, her gaze unwavering from mine. I do not know. The 4 words together had never sounded so despondent, and hearing the uncertainty in her voice made my heart hurt with sudden sadness. Kat, Sophie whispered, and the stillness of her voice sent another wave of chills down my spine. How did you save JJ, exactly? I administered the antidote too late, so I resorted to other means. Electrotherapy, Sophie said, and I gasped. I knew how the General made his regions. Sophie had made sure we all knew what we'd be up against if the General resurfaced. I was desperate, Kat explained. For the first time since meeting her, I felt something for Kat. An endearment, perhaps, and a strange sense of gratitude. As I told you, Jenny continued, I am not sure what I am, or what has been done to me, before the virus at least. I just know that the more I remember, the more I have felt the need to find you. I remembered your message, Elle. You said you were coming, and I told you not to. That day had replayed in my head thousands of times, always resulting in guilt that I hadn't gotten there sooner. When we learned General Harrodson was dead, we went back. Kat took me to my apartment, and I saw some of your things. Kat and Jenny looked at Sophie. We found the note you left for your father, and we made our way to Hartley Bay. It took us a couple months, but it didn't matter because none of you were there. Every word felt like 100-pound weight on my chest, and every sentence was like an uncovered truth. Jenny wasn't just a runaway. She'd been part of an experiment. She'd been dead. Sophie saw her die. But now she was alive. My sister was sitting across from me. No longer Jenny, but JJ. A woman who spoke and looked different. A woman who barely remembered me, yet held so many missing pieces to my past. I stood and shook my head. I need a moment. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I left the room, but all I could think of was air. I just needed some air. 37. Elle. I stood at the water's edge, staring out at the churning rapids as they sailed past me. I thought about the Yukon River's winding journey to the Bering Sea. Whatever Jenny had been through was like the river, and her journey spanned rougher, more perilous terrain than I could possibly know. Each twist and turn was etched in the lines of her face, but it was the magnitude of my feelings over the past year that felt the heaviest. I thought about my life, growing up in a home with a false father, an absent mother, and a selfish sister. What had been years of hurt had turned to sorrow in that single day I thought Jenny was dead, followed by months of the deepest, most aching kind of regret. Now my sister was here, alive and breathing, with a secret past I knew nothing about. And she felt like a complete stranger. Steady footsteps crunched in the rocks behind me, and I felt the tension in my shoulders ease a little. I don't know why, but I want to be angry with her, I said as Jackson stopped beside me. But how can I be angry with someone who doesn't even remember who they are? He wrapped his arms around my waist and hugged me against him. You can't. His voice was soft in my ear. You can only try to understand. I strangled out a laugh. It's all so unbelievable. Isn't everything now? Jackson kissed my jaw, and his arms tightened around me. Would you rather she never came, so that you thought she was still dead? No, I said quickly. So easily I surprised myself. And as I watched the water coursing by, I knew in my heart that I was pleased she had come. Jackson rested his cheek against the side of my head. You've been given a second chance with your sister, Elle. I think you should cherish it. Craning my neck, I looked up into his bronze and green-flecked eyes, bright in the sunlight, and full of love and conviction. I wasn't sure how long I'd been sitting in the living room with her, but it felt like days had passed in the span of mere hours as each impossible truth settled in.
I'm sorry,
I breathed. Jackson's brow etched with confusion. Why are you sorry?
Because everyone's wished for this. A second chance with the ones we loved,
I said, watching the pain flicker in the depths of his eyes. He was settled here with me, but that didn't mean he didn't still long for his wife or the child he never got to have. Sophie had come to terms with living here with us, but she would have given anything for more time with her mother. I thought of Ross and Kelsey and Thea and Beau's parents. It feels wrong that I'm the only person to get one.
Don't do that to yourself, Elle.
His voice was earnest.
Don't go down that path. Be confused and happy and pissed off if you want to, but don't be regretful. You're no less deserving of this than any of us would be. No one would ever hold that against you.
My mouth pulled up into a tiny, grateful smile, and my eyes filled with tears.
It's like I don't even know her,
I breathed. Jackson's palm cupped the side of my face, and his thumb brushed a tear from beneath my eye. It was so warm and tingled against my skin. It sparked the numb parts of me to life again.
You've both changed. It's going to take time to get to know one another again. You just have to be patient.
I rested my face against his chest, listening to the steady thud of his heartbeat. How can you be so calm about this? You heard her. You know what they've been a part of, what they've done. Jackson's heart beat against my ear, a methodic, soothing melody.
Because if there's one thing I've come to terms with in the past year, it's that we can't change the past. We have to accept the way things are and decide how we're going to make the best of it.
He leaned back and peered down at me.
You taught me that. And we know they're telling the truth, at least as much as they know. So there's only one thing left to do.
What's that? Jackson brushed a wayward strand of hair clinging to my wet cheeks and forced a reassuring smile across his lips.
Keep moving forward.
With a nod, I rested my ear against his heart again. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Since the day I'd met him, Jackson had been my pillar of strength, my light along a dark path that made the journey less frightening. And even if I didn't know my sister anymore, I knew Jackson was right. It would take patience and time, but she was here for a reason. She was giving me what I'd wanted the day I thought she was gone forever. I had to trust that everything would work its way out, like it always seemed to in one way or another. More footsteps approached, lighter this time and hesitant. Pardon me. It was Jenny's stilted voice. Jackson's breath was warm on my ear.
I'll be right on the deck if you need anything,
he whispered, and his protective arms unwrapped from around me. I gazed into his eyes with a silent thank you and a weak smile. As he walked away, I looked at Jenny, still astonished and wondering if I'd ever get used to her smoky green eyes. He's like a panther, she said with a hint of amusement, and she came to stand at the water's edge a couple feet from me. How so? I rubbed the backs of my arms. I eyed Jenny's attire, her white t-shirt brushed with dirt, like mine, and her brown cargo pants with more holes than my black ones. He is very protective. Can you blame him? Jenny blinked, thoughtful, then shook her head. But you do not have to fear me. It almost sounded like a plea. I licked my lips. I don't fear you, Jenny. Or should I call you JJ now? I shook my head with an errant laugh and rubbed my temple.
Whatever makes you comfortable, she said quietly. Though I think I prefer Jenny for some reason. I glanced at her, unexpectedly relieved. And yes, you do, she said easily. I looked at her. What? You do fear me. I have returned from the dead in your eyes, and even as you try to understand what I have told you, you have too many questions I cannot answer. It troubles you. Is that your ability? I asked. To know what I'm feeling? Jenny watched the water bubble and trickle past. No. She shook her head. But I imagine we think much the same, even if we are very different now. I have been frightened and confused all this time. It makes sense that you would be too. We've always been different, I told her. We've never been close, not like I'd always wanted us to be. But you still came for me in Whiteley. I glanced at her to find her eyes on me, though I couldn't detect her emotions. Was she thankful? Confused? Indifferent? I did. I am sorry I was not there. Her eyes were vacant in a way I couldn't understand, and yet somehow I could still see the sympathy she had for me and hear it in the broken rhythm of her voice. A slight inflection, less monotone than the rest, when she looked at me. Why are you here now, Jenny? Especially if you don't really remember me. Why go to all this trouble to find me? She squinted into the sun glaring on the water's surface. I have asked myself the same question since Kat brought me back to life. My breath caught in my throat as she said the words. Dead or alive, she stood beside me, breathing. The only thing I know for certain is, over the years and all that I have done, I have felt alone, like something was missing. Even with Kat by your side? Jenny looked at me. Yes. Perhaps it is a twin connection, or a part of my mind that refused to be silent. But every time I dreamt of you, I was left wanting more than what I had, even if I couldn't understand it. I would leave little clues for myself sometimes, notes about a woman who looked like me, with sad eyes and a passion for life always squelched. I left clues that made little sense until a new memory would surface in a dream. The riddle, I realized, remembering the piece of paper she'd mailed to me. Riddle? The one I called you about. You told me to never throw the page away, not until I figured it out. You made me promise. The sound of silence will set you free. In the silence there I'll be. For the briefest of moments, I thought Jenny would explain what it meant. But as her brow pinched almost imperceptibly, I realized she didn't remember. She didn't remember the riddle at all. It had to mean something to you at the time, I told her, trying not to be frustrated. That riddle had circled my mind incessantly for weeks after she died, the curiousness of it never to be answered. And now, with Jenny brought back from the dead, I still wouldn't know. I am sorry. I wish I could remember for you. Perhaps I will, with time. I nodded, but didn't bother to hide the disappointment on my face. I know it's not what you want to hear. I sighed, an exaggerated, brittle sound. I can't have everything I want, I said wryly. And I doubt having only half a memory is what you'd wish for either. Though, you seem to remember Kat well enough, I mused. Jenny turned, partially facing me as a strand of her long hair drifted over her face, caught in the breeze. Not at first, she admitted. I had no idea who she was, and it nearly broke Kat's heart.
Her gaze shifted over my face as she contemplated something. This Jenny wasn't at all rash or thoughtless. She was careful and reliably pensive. I know my being here is hard for you, especially knowing now how altered I am. Seeing you has shown me what I should look like, and perhaps it was selfish of me to come. But I do wish to know you, Elle, if you will let me. Though her voice held little emotion, her gaze was imploring. Of course I want to know you, I said as my heart squeezed at the thought of sending her away. I reached for Jenny without thinking and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, feeling the tension in my body ease a little bit more against her warmth. A reassurance that despite what happened to her, she was very much alive. Jenny, never one for mushy sentiment, slowly brought her arms around me, wrapping me into a hug. I do not know what I am, Elle, she whispered, and instantly tears burned the brims of my eyes. It was despondency I detected, or perhaps a warning. And all those nights I lay in bed, frightened of what I'd become as the fire simmered in my blood, came roaring back to the surface. It doesn't matter, I told her, and it was true. The general is gone. Whatever he did to all of us is done, but we have our whole lives to figure out the rest. Jenny's brow crumpled and she pulled away. Elle. She stopped short and tucked her hair behind her ears. What is it? Jenny frowned, tilting her head with a final thought, then said, I wasn't supposed to survive the virus, and I wouldn't have without Kat's help. She watched as my openness faded. Will you give her a chance as well? I had a feeling Kat knew more than she was letting on, but I wasn't sure if it was anything I needed to know at this point. Kat would do anything for Jenny, even bring her back from the dead, and that was enough reason for me. Yes, we will, I promised. There was little else I could take, though. Now come on, you're probably exhausted. I pointed toward the cabins. I can show you a room so you and Kat can rest. Jenny's eyes met mine, and a tight-lipped smile lifted her cheeks. Thank you. I took Jenny's hand in mine and squeezed it. Come on, then. I turned for the path back to the house. After a few steps, it dawned on me that I hadn't asked a very important question. How long will you stay here? I glanced over my shoulder, my pulse quickening as I considered she could leave as quickly as she appeared. I do not know, she admitted, walking a few steps behind me. I did not think. She paused, but her eyes lingered on me. How long would you like me to stay? The old Jenny would tell me what was going to happen, not dance around the maybes and who knows. But this wasn't old Jenny, just like I wasn't old Elle, and that made it easier to accept the drastic changes between us. As we made our way up the path and onto the property, I made my decision. We can take it one day at a... And I don't trust you. Ross's clipped words met my ears. He stood a few feet from Kat at the base of the deck steps, glaring at her. What's going on? I said, hurrying over to them. Kat's bored gaze shifted to me, and then Jenny. Ross's eyes, however, remained sharp as knives and fixed on Kat. Ross? I hedged. He doesn't trust us, Kat answered for him. He thinks we're here on Harrodson's behalf. Are you? My eyes flicked up to the deck where Jackson stood, staring down at us. His eyes narrowed on Kat and then on Jenny. Well, Jackson. Elle, let them answer, he said. I bit my tongue in frustration. The last thing I wanted was for Jenny to feel unwelcome and leave after everything we'd just been through. No, Kat said tersely. We're not here on his behalf, Because he's dead. You already know that. She met Ross's glare, scowl against scowl. That sadistic son of a bitch spent a lifetime turning the world inside out, Ross bit out. Yeah? Kat took a step closer to him. What's that got to do with me? She was all hard lines and taut muscles, just as Ross was. Just because he's dead doesn't mean everything he stood for ended with him. We never willingly worked for that man, Ginny reminded him, her voice flat but not unfeeling. It was more of an explanation. Ross, I said, taking a step closer. I glared at Jackson to step in. What? It's a valid question, Ross rebuked. You decimated an entire town, he shouted. Jenny stood in front of him, absorbing his anger, while Ross's face grew redder with each word. You're responsible for killing hundreds of people. Her mother, he shouted, pointing up to Sophie as she stepped down onto the deck beside Jackson. Ross, that's enough, I told him. I didn't want to hear his words. Even if they were true, they weren't true. We were all pawns in this. I wasn't, he growled. Yet here I am, picking up all the leftover pieces, all of that pain and suffering that you helped cause. He pointed a furious finger at each of them. I get to feel that, not you. She has to feel that. Again, he pointed to Sophie. Kat took an angry step toward him. Trust me, I wouldn't be here if... Kat, Jenny warned. Kat glared at her. More secrets, Ross practically snarled. Of course. There are no secrets, Jenny promised. But it took all we have left to get here, to find Elle. You can be sure of that. I thought Kat's eyes might shoot lasers through Ross's skull as she continued to stare at him, unblinking. We're not here to carry out leftover plans, she said, face reddening. He took everything away from us, too. Our minds, our choices. Alex came out of the barn with Thea and Bo as Jackson made his way down the steps. 5 sets of eyes were wide and watching. I believe them, Jackson said softly. I don't think they're a threat to us. He reached for Ross's shoulder. Let's go get the horse from town. We'll get some air. Ross shrugged Jackson's hand off and glanced between Jenny and Kat. All the sorries in the world won't change what you did, he told them, and he marched away, the heat of his rage left in his wake. Jackson eyed Jenny and me, then followed after his best friend. I let out a deep exhale and closed my eyes as I gathered myself. While I understood where Ross's anger stemmed from, I knew it wasn't as simple as placing the blame on Jenny and Kat. I am sorry. Jenny's apology was barely a breath. Our presence has upset your home. I told you this would be a bad idea, Kat ground out. And turning on her heels, she marched off in the opposite direction. Jenny looked at me, both of us apologetic. Whatever the future held for all of us, it wasn't going to be easy. 38. Sophie. I sat in the barn with Lady, her only surviving baby, adorably buck-toothed Wigglebottom, and proud Papa, Short Stuff. The sun had finally dipped below the mountains, and it was late, so the house was probably quiet now. Kat and JJ had retreated to one of the cabins, and Elle and Jackson went inside with the kids. I wasn't ready to go in yet, though. Puck and Beauty, Kat and JJ's 4-legged additions to our farm, were restless outside in their new temporary home, and I didn't blame them. The air buzzed with unrest, and the animals knew it. Except for little Wigglebottom. He wobbled a little, his long black legs still new. It was the type of night that was hard to be alone, and as exhausted as I was, silence in the barn with the goats was better than silence alone in my room, overwrought and thinking too much. Thoughts of my mom were too close to the surface, And the last thing I wanted was to have unsettling memory dreams about her, too. Wigglebottom trundled over to me, getting the last of his energy and excitement out with a final bounce before he toppled over and curled up beside me in his new pen, courtesy of Alex. He'd been on my mind a lot, too. A part of me wanted to confide in Alex and tell him how shitty it felt to know horrible things you couldn't ever change. Another part of me just wanted him to sit beside me in silence, as a friend without anything else getting in the way, so that I didn't feel so alone. Alex used to know when I needed him the most. He had a knack for checking on me right when I was about to lose hope, and he had a way of making me feel like everything would be okay. I missed that about us. I missed him. Maybe he'll surprise me, I told Wigglebottom. Resting my head against the wall, I stared up at the bare spruce rafters and the soft glow of the string lights as the moths fluttered around them. I liked that the animals couldn't talk or judge me. They couldn't pry, and I didn't have to worry about what they were thinking, about inadvertently touching them or wondering whether they were telling truths or lies. It wasn't long before Wigglebottom's curious licking of my pants turned into nibbling on them, which randomly brought a smile to my face. I could see why my mom liked animals so much. They liked you regardless of your size, gender, or mutant abilities. One of the horses whinnied outside in the pasture, and the barn door shimmied in the hinges and the rollers screeched open. I smiled at Wigglebottom, hopeful we'd have Alex as our midnight companion. But when I looked up, it was Phil standing in the dark doorway. The string lights barely lit his face. "Oh, Phil. Hey." "Hey, Soph," he said, stepping fully into the light. For the first time, Phil's expression wasn't open, and his grin didn't stretch from ear to ear. In fact, he looked reticent and uncomfortable. He wore jeans and street clothes instead of tactical gear, which wasn't like him either. "I thought you were in Whitehorse. What are you doing here? Is everything okay?" I felt a sudden flare of panic. "With me? Yeah." He shoved his hands in his jean pockets. "I came to check on you." "Me? That was unexpected." "Why?" "Ross showed up at the prison, and he mentioned what happened. I wanted to make sure you were okay after hearing, about your mom." "Oh." I hadn't expected that either, but I'm not entirely certain why. Bill was my friend. He was a good friend, and my heart brimmed with fullness that he'd come. "Thank you. You didn't have to do that." "Yeah, I did." He unzipped his hoodie and slid down the wall to sit beside me. He smelled clean, like he'd come fresh from the shower, and I imagined he might have been getting ready for bed when he'd decided to come. "I was going to sit up all night wondering if you were okay, so I took the chance you might be up. I'm just glad I found you in here because of the lights. Otherwise, I would have felt like a creeper lurking outside, staring up at your window or waking everyone up by knocking on the door." Imagining Phil actually knocking on the front door was amusing enough since we never used it. But him pacing and uncertain, worried what it might look like, made me smile, and I was glad he'd come. "You're a good friend, Phil. Thank you." His hair flopped over his forehead as he looked at me. "Is that what we are?" he asked softly. "Friends?" My eyes darted to his. "Because..." He fiddled with a piece of straw, his arms draped over his knees. "Sometimes I think that's all I'll ever be to you. Other times, I'm not convinced." My tongue felt heavy, and my heart raced as I thought about how close we'd become, and the tricks my mind was beginning to play on me. Do I like Phil? It seemed like the answer should be simple and obvious, but despite every dream and each kindness he'd shown me, I was reluctant. "You don't have to answer that. Sorry." He shook his head, like he was silently scolding himself. "That's not why I came here." Finally, his eyes met mine. Then they trailed the lines of my face, fully taking the sight of me in.
Are you okay?
The sincerity in his eyes twinkled, and the softness of his voice lured me to him. So comforting, like a soft, snuggly blanket I wanted to wrap around myself. I rested my head on Phil's shoulder and nestled a little closer to him. Yes, I'll survive.
That's not exactly what I asked you,
he said, and his warm breath caressed the top of my head as he rested his cheek against me. Letting my eyes close in the glow of his presence, I took a deep breath and exhaled the last of my composure. It just makes me sad for her, I confessed, and my heart squeezed at the thought of the horrible truths shadowing my mom's proudest moments. She worked so hard bringing Whiteley into the 21st century and make it a city for everyone to be proud of. And everything she'd accomplished, the extended education program she brokered with the state of Alaska, the Whiteley Port Marine Wildlife Protection Proclamation, even her quick climb to mayor, was all a lie and a means to an end? Tears pricked the backs of my eyes. Everything's tainted now, I squeaked out. You know? Phil wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into him. I reveled in the heat and firmness of his body against mine. I'd grown used to keeping my ability on lockdown whenever possible, but I didn't feel like I had to with Phil. I never did. For once, I wanted to feel something other than weary and lost, and with a single thought, a constantly wound coil in my mind loosened, and I opened myself up to feel him. If Alex felt like an uncontrollable, overwhelming spark of attraction that enlivened every nerve ending when we touched, Phil was a soothing salve on an aching wound. Even lost in his own confusion about all we'd learned today, and trying to harness his own bitterness and disbelief, he was thinking and worried about me. He wanted me. It felt so good and so simple, and I lifted my head to look at him.
What?
He breathed, but I thought he might be able to feel what I was thinking. I wasn't trying to hide it. Alex wasn't here, and Phil was. Phil always was. And I knew if I was ever going to really move on, I needed to let Alex go. Leaning in, I pressed my mouth to Phil's, taking in every sensation and wanting to feel every second. I needed to know what it felt like. I needed to feel it. The slight pressure of his lips, the burn of his palm against my cheek, his affection for me and his self-doubt, his relief and excitement. He was everything every college girl used to dream about, what I'd dreamed about. And yet, slowly, I leaned away from him, as relieved as I was frustrated that I hadn't felt that flare of abandon. I didn't feel the spark. Bill dropped his hand from my cheek, and his eyebrows drew together as he cleared his throat.
I know it's not the same, he said quietly. But thank you.
I blinked at him, moistening my lips. For what? A sad sort of smile lifted the corner of his mouth.
For trying.
I began to ask him what he meant, but I owed him more than that. There were no pretenses between us, and as much as it broke my heart to see a sad resolve on his face, what we felt was out in the open. Things could change, I told him, hopeful. I wanted it to change. I needed it all to make sense. My dreams, the truth about Whiteley and my mom, what was real and what was all in my head. And Bill, with me right now, made sense. He tilted his head, and a forced smile fell into place.
I like you, Sophie. Obviously. But I don't want you to have to work at liking me back. I've got too much pride for that.
He smirked, but it wasn't real. And everything about him in that moment warmed and broke my heart. I wrapped my arms around him. Thank you for being so good to me, I whispered,
and I squeezed him tighter. I wasn't sure if it was exhaustion or overstimulation, but tears filled my eyes as I clung to him. I wanted Phil to know how much I loved him, and that whatever happened, he was my friend, and I would always be here for him the way he was for me. In that silent moment, as my mind tried to understand, I could feel Phil's hope fading, but not to nothing, to a peacefulness he hadn't had before. Now he knew what we were. Now we both did, even if it still felt unfinished in some way.
"All right, Cinderella,"
he said more lightly this time.
"I should let you get some sleep. And get Ross's truck back to him before he wakes up and thinks Woody's playing some practical joke on him, and all hell breaks loose."
I closed my eyes, squeezing my arms around him a final time in silent thanks, and smiled. This was a good thing. Phil and I were only friends. I knew that now. Okay. Though for me, sleep was more of a wish than a reality. Letting Phil go, I gave sleeping Wigglebottom a gentle pet and rose to my feet. "I'll walk you to the truck." Phil stepped through the barn door, still cracked open, and I unplugged the string lights, glancing back at the goats, safe and zonked out for the night, and shut them inside. As Phil and I headed up the hill for the truck, I heard a creak in the still night air and glanced toward the house. My stomach knotted as Alex made his way up the deck steps and disappeared through the sliding glass door. He'd seen Phil and me. I felt it in every coiled muscle in my body. 39. Sophie. My chest heaved and my muscles strained with fatigue as I lifted one arm to block Phil's advancement, immediately stepping back and blocking his other arm as it swung up to grab hold of me. The sparring area was vast and empty, the air light around me. Each kick accompanied a battle cry. Each time I blocked one of his movements, I did so with a growl. It was our same routine, as always. Phil blocked my palm, heel, and elbow strikes, and his eyes glistened with amusement. He was a male force that made him impossible to ignore. Those strong arms, his rich brown eyes that looked at me like I was his secret, like I was his without him having to breathe a word. How had I never noticed how perfect he was until now? Palm open, I hooked my arm back and went for his ear, almost clubbing him, before he caught me by the wrist and shook his head with a smirk.
"A little violent today, aren't we?"
What if I kissed his smirking mouth instead of ignoring it this time? "You told me not to hold back," I reminded him with pride. When I realized I was staring at him shamelessly, I forced myself to snap out of it. This wasn't about Phil. This session was about me, training, being stronger. I had to remind myself. Gritting my teeth together, I lifted my leg and spun, all the while wondering what his lips would taste like against mine. The thought was distracting and unwanted, and I tried to push it away, but halfway through a roundhouse kick, Phil's arm went up to block it, and pain shot through my leg and ankle. "Ah! Shit, Sophie, are you okay?" Phil grabbed hold of my forearm to catch me as I stumbled back. His eyes searched my face with a fearsome worry, and I nearly melted in the tenderness of his gaze. His grip was firm, and the heat of desire blossomed on my cheeks. It was his proximity and the concern in his voice that had my heart soaring, and the pain faded away. "I'm fine," I rasped, peering up at him. His lips were parted, his chest heaved, and it was all I could do to keep my hand from splaying over his chest. I wanted to feel his heart beating, to know he was real. More than that, I wanted to make him mine, for real and forever. Leaning in, with all reserve abandoned, I pressed my lips to his, needing him to know that I wasn't confused anymore. He was the one I wanted. He was the only one I wanted. Not Alex. Never Alex again. "I love you," he breathed. "You know that, right?" Did I know that? He brushed a strand of hair from my face. Phil loved me? The thought felt foggy and distant as he pressed a soft kiss against my lips, urgent but gentle, and I let him. "Tell me you love me too," he said. But in that moment, there was a flash of dark hair and a woman's face in my mind's eye, though she was gone as quickly as she appeared. "Sophie, did you hear me? I said I love you." Slowly, I forced my eyes open, wanting to wake up despite the exhaustion weighing on my mind. It felt too full and too heavy, and as I tried to open my eyes, willing myself to wake up, I knew I was fighting a losing battle. The soft glow of the barn lights filled the space around us as we sat against the wall, Phil's arms wrapped tightly around me. I felt at ease with him, the way I always did. But there was a nervousness I'd never felt before, a desperate wanting and fear he might not want me. I peered up at him, remotely knowing that we were just friends. We'd always just be friends, but pushing the thought away as soon as it came. "Phil," I breathed, grasping for the nerve to say what I'd wanted to for so long. He peered down at me, with that killer smile I'd come to rely on seeing each and every day, the smile I could never live without again. "I'll never love anyone else," I whispered. The moment I uttered the words, I pulled out of his grasp. "No," I said, because that wasn't true. That wasn't how it went. "No?" He glared at me. I scrambled to find any words at all. "Alex," was the only word I could think to say.
"Alex?" Phil snapped and jerked away. "Stop worrying about Alex, Sophie. God."
He pushed his hands through his hair.
"I'm so tired of Alex. Just forget about him already and be here with me."
"I'm sorry," I told him. But truly, I wanted to shout at him. I wanted to scream that I didn't want any of this. I wanted to forget about all of it.
"No, Christ, I'm sorry."
He shook his head.
I love you, Nora. Why can't you just forget about him and be with me?"
His mouth crushed against mine, with more force and desperation than before. And as I sank into a giddy, happy fog of contentment, I felt everything else slipping further and further away. Alex, me, my memory, until all I could think was Phil and Nora. When I opened my eyes, I was in the fetal position under my covers, my mind a misty mess, but I was safe in my bed. More dreams, more twisted memories that were only part reality. Still a lingering desire for Phil, a Phil that didn't exist. Why was I still dreaming about him? I'd learned what I needed to. I felt the lackluster connection between us. So why was he still on my mind? And who was Nora? Last night, when Phil and I had kissed, I'd opened myself up to him, and he to me. Was she a part of his past I couldn't remember? Was I somehow remembering two memories combined as one? His and mine? As much as my mind had been evolving over the past year, it wasn't entirely surprising that at some point I would meld things into my own stories. But why Phil? I felt closest to him in so many ways, but still. Feeling the swirling tendrils of exhaustion and hysteria creeping in, I rested my hand over my eyes and drew in a deep breath. Get your shit together, Sophie. I needed a hot shower, or a cold one, a very long one. 40. Elle.
"It is food?" Jenny asked, staring into the compost.
It was once, but it's been turned and decomposing for months. Now it's rich soil for the plants. Since Ross was at the hydro plant, keeping a big breath between him and our visitors, and Kat was at the prison for the day with Woody, I had time alone with my sister.
"What are the others doing today?" she asked, glancing around at the vegetation that hung from beams and lined shelves throughout the space. "Sophie, Alex, and the kids are helping Jackson finish the fish wheel, so I wanted to show you one of my favorite places on the property, the greenhouse. I wanted Ginny to see what it was like to live out here, in case Whitehorse was a place she might decide to stay." Turning to the shelves that lined the wall above the sink tub, I pulled a pair of gardening gloves out of the basket and grabbed a trowel. To my surprise, when I turned back around, Jenny already cupped the moist earth in her hand. "I like the way it feels," she said, watching the way the soil fell between her fingers. I hadn't stopped to think about how abnormal Ginny's life had been, especially with infinite holes in her memory. There were so many things the rest of us took for granted that were new to her. With what fleeting memories she had, did she remember what her favorite foods and scents used to be, or what they tasted and smelled like? Or that she was allergic to gluten? Was she still allergic to gluten? "You've never gardened before?" I asked. "At least, not that you remember?" Jenny shook her head. "I do have a memory of being in a grocery store once. The rainbow of colors lining the cold aisles. I have chills thinking about it. And I remember my hands getting wet with mist." I smiled. That was my favorite part when I was little. Jenny's gray-green gaze met mine, and the corner of her mouth lifted, though I knew she couldn't remember running through the aisle with me as a child. I pushed an empty pot toward her and she crouched down to empty her hands. "I put some of those rocks in the bottom," I told her, pointing to the wheelbarrow outside. "It helps with drainage." Jenny rose to her feet and walked over to the door, staring into the bin. "How many?" "3 or 4. The size of your palm would be good." She bent over and sorted through the rocks, choosing 3 stones before she came back into the greenhouse. Out of the mossy greens and earthy browns, all 3 of the rocks Jenny held were the same gray hue. An idiosyncrasy, I realized. She wanted them to match, which I found intriguing. Then she placed them in the bottom of the empty pot. "Make sure they sort of rest on one another, creating a filter, like this," I said, and crouched down beside her. "We want the roots to grow around them so the water can still get through." Jenny watched as I situated the rocks, like it was the most intriguing thing she'd seen. "There! Now you can fill it halfway with dirt." I stepped away and watched as she dug her hands into the soil and began to fill the ceramic pot. "What are we planting?" "You're repotting that sapling right there, since it's getting too large for that pot. And I'm harvesting the potatoes, so we can have some with dinner tonight." Picking up the trowel, I began to dig up the potatoes in the vegetable trough, carefully feeling with my hands for the roots. "You like to garden, then?" Jenny said, more of an observation than a question. "I prefer it to cooking," I admitted, though I still have a lot to learn, on both fronts. "Did we like to garden when we were children?" I laughed, but not because Jenny's question was funny. No, that wasn't something we ever did together. What did we do together? Even if I understood why, the fact that Jenny couldn't remember anything about our lives was still hard to comprehend. I'd hated our childhood and wanted to forget it for years, and yet now, seeing what that would be like, I wasn't so sure. Dr. John took us on trips sometimes," I told her. "But when we were home, I liked photography and you liked loud music and soap operas." "Soap operas?" "Yeah, television dramas. You got that from Mom, I think." I picked the potatoes out one by one and placed them in the basket. "And what of our father, Dr. John?" "He wasn't our father, not our real one," I said. Jenny looked at me, a bit startled and confused. "Oh." I didn't need to rehash the particulars with her, since she'd been lucky enough to forget them. It's good you don't remember him, Jenny, I reassured her. He wasn't a good man. Her brows furrowed and she swallowed, glancing away from me, back to her pot that was nearly full. And I left you with him, alone. I dropped the last of the potatoes into the basket and dusted off my hands. None of that matters now, I reassured her. It's all forgotten. It wasn't a lie either. I rarely thought of John or my life before. The dreams I'd suffered from and the sleep paralysis were rare. I had Jackson's protective ferocity and my fire to thank for that, because they both gave me peace. They both made me feel safe. I know we were not close, she said. I set the basket by the door. Is it that obvious? No, No. I crouched down beside her. Then, Jenny, why did you come? If she didn't remember me, and if she knew we weren't close, what difference did it make to her if I knew she was alive or if I continued to think she was dead? You say it was your dreams of me, but is that all it is? Curiosity? I thought she might be too infatuated with the soil between her fingers to answer. But after a moment, she dusted off her hands and looked at me. I came because I do not recognize anything. It might sound strange, but it is difficult enough to be with someone I am supposed to love, but barely remember. And I wanted to find someone more familiar. Does Kat know you don't remember her? A sad smile curved Jenny's lips, and she glanced out the window at the cloud-speckled sky and rustling trees. I believe she does. Is that why you left her behind? You don't want to be with her? No, she said softly. Her gaze shifted away, eyeing the pots and windows that lined 3 walls of the greenhouse. The structure was nearly the size of the barn, with stalks and leaves, an array of greens growing up around the walls, on lattice and poles. It was like I was seeing it for the first time through her eyes, a verdant menagerie of new life and whimsy. This place looks magical, she mused. I do remember the story of Sleeping Beauty. Did I like that when I was younger? To that, I could smile. Yes, you did. It was your favorite fairy tale. That seemed to provide Jenny with a sense of peace, and her eyes smiled. But she hadn't answered my question, and I wanted to know why. Having no memories or sense of self or place, she would come all this way without her companion. Jenny, I prompted, why did you leave without Kat, after she's brought you so far and you've been through so much together? Pursing her lips, she looked at me. She thinks she can save the world, she finally said. I simply wanted to find you. I have no photographs or anything to rely on other than my memories, and you are the only one I see, even if it is fleeting. I could not wait for her any longer, and I did not want Kat to have to choose. Like a child who found an unexpected present, I grinned and quickly rose to my feet. Come on, then. I wiped my hands off on the towel. I handed it to her next. We'll finish this up after. When Jenny was finished, I tossed the towel onto the counter and took her hand in mine. I want to show you something. Feeling excitement for the first time in weeks, I led her from the greenhouse and hurried into the mudroom. It's in the basement, I told her, and we beelined through the kitchen and into the den. I opened the door to the basement and flicked the light on. Come on, it's down here. The steps creaked under our feet as we made our way down the stairs. It was a little chilly, but the room was still and smelled slightly of chemicals. What is this place? She breathed. She studied the dim room with awe. My photo lab, I told her. Photographs hung from lines that stretched from wall to wall. I don't get to come down here as much as I'd like, But Jackson and the kids made this place for me as a Christmas and 26th birthday present. Her eyes wandered around the room. It is amazing. Jenny walked up to the black and white photos of the kids. Thea and Bo playing with the wolves. Jackson and the kids splashing in the river. There were photos of Sophie and Thea reading on the couch, and of Bo and Jackson passed out on the living room floor during their campouts, when we'd first decided to stay. They are all memories, Jenny whispered. Yes. I rounded the small table in the center of the room to find the picture of Jenny and me. I opened my etched cedar box with my favorite photos and pulled out the image of us I'd taken off her fridge in Whiteley, the very day I thought she'd died. Here. I spun around. Jenny pried her gaze from the photos lining the walls and stepped closer. This is yours. The awe in Jenny's expression settled as she stared at the two of us smiling back at her, and her eyes crinkled a little with a barely there smile. She traced the outline of our faces with her fingertip, staring at it a few moments longer. We were very young. Yes, I don't even remember taking that picture. Jenny was quiet for a few heartbeats, and I inched closer, gazing at the photo as I tried to see the same thing she did. Do you remember anything? No, she breathed, slowly shaking her head. I felt a slight pang, realizing my enthusiasm was brought on by the unrealistic expectation that something from our past would jog her memory. But if I didn't even remember taking the photo, I'm not sure why she would. Well, it's yours, so you can keep it if you want. Jenny's eyes shot to mine, almost green again in the overhead light. Really? Her genuine surprise tugged at my heart, and I wanted to give her everything I could, if it would help her remember who she really was. Of course. Eyes shimmering, she studied the image more, rubbing her thumb against the worn edge. Thank you. Elle! Bo called from upstairs in the house. Elle! We're down here! The floor creaked as he hurried through the den above us. Elle, come on! The fish wheel is working! There's a ton of fish! Come see! On our way! Smiling, I motioned for Jenny to follow me up the stairs. Come on. It sounds like we're having a salmon feast tonight.
Well, that is a wrap on part 1 of Midnight Sun. I hope you're enjoying the adventure so far. Sophie, Alex, Elle, Jackson, the crew. I know there's a lot going on, and I know what's going on with Alex and Sophie can be a little tedious, but I promise you in the end it will all make sense. So without further ado, let's jump over to part 2. As always, if you'd like to follow me on social media, or if you'd like to join my reader group, all of that is in the information below. You can also buy audiobook bundles in my bookshop at a discounted price as well. So see you over for part 2 of Midnight Sun.